person who made us all very proud of when he is reading the budget. Why? He will read it, and then he comes to the time he says, and now we go to the Committee of Ways and Means, the Ways and Means. The way he would increase the prices, say for cigarettes and alcohol, people expected it and they were happy. Because that time, we were trying to contain alcoholization of this country. Unfortunately, talking like a founder of Nakada, feel very sorry. Yes, very, very sorry.
And we'll talk about that in a bit. But before we, showed the pictures from Parliament, and as you can see now, the casket is being removed from that carriage and will be taken for preparation so that it is kept at that very point for to enable the viewing. And you can see
they came to Nyanza, I refused. I don't have the mandate. The current president talking about the judiciary, the spirit, and this other one. It's guidance because that's where they are leaders. They are guided. So all those are now legacies. And if you just.
All right, those are live pictures from Parliament. As you can see, the body of the late president is already in Parliament, and that will usher in preparations for his body viewing that will be led by President Uhuru Kenyatta. And from what you noticed, quite a solemn ceremony. Even the hummings are sad hummings by the Kenya Defence Forces. Quite a critical point to note that even the people carrying the casket, or the officers carrying the casket, are high-ranking officials in the military as a way of honouring their immediate former commander-in-chief. The East African paper today is describing Kibaki as a gentle giant. Joseph Kaguthi.
It is true. His mind, his attitudes, they are very elevated. Even the way he used to conduct, the guru of politics, he's going to interpret. You can see his emotional level was very controlled. His mind was fantastic. I remember that time I was in the other side, I was in government, when he went and said, you kanu ni kama mugumo. Huwezi kukata na mbembe. Then later he's being told siwe ulisema kanu haiwezi kuisha, ni kama ni mugumo. Mugumo huwezi kukata na wembe. Anasema lakini hiyo ni kweli. Huwezi kukata mugumo na wembe. You just look at the way it's made very, very light. Very, very, very light. And when they say he's a giant, he is a giant in very many ways. You note, even from the campus at Makerere, first class honors, whether he is in London School of Economics, again, tops. When he comes here, then he gets into the involvement of the state, the building of the young nation, from pre-independence all the way to the first presidency. You remember? Then wakati wa Mzee Moi. One of the things that I saw was very rare. You remember in 1988, he moved from being vice president to being minister for health. You don't see as if anything has happened.
And he graciously does so.
He just moved in. So there is no acrimony, there is nothing. It's the decision of the boss. And he's more or less saying, thank you for having given me that opportunity. Now that you have judged it like this. And he ends up being the successor. You see that humility. Just look at Joseph Kaguthi as that loyalty to the boss is critical. So a person like that one, I would ask everybody to emulate, whether it is home, whether it is a school, whether it is an institution, any institution. Always listen to the one ahead of you, because there is a reason why they are there. Right. And more so if they are ordained. Yes.
And because we have former Minister Joseph Munyao in studio, and also a member of the Democratic Party, he will be trying to tell us, the Kibaki style of non-confrontational politics and why he adopted that, knowing how abrasive Kenyan politics are. Yes. He will be engaging Victor Lo. In a bit, we'll be getting to him. But let's go to the early life of President Mwai Kibaki, born of peasants in Gatuyaine, Odaya, grows up like a normal boy, attends, a normal school before, of course, occupying institutions of excellence. How do you think this life of a young Emilio Stanley Mwai Kibaki, who wants to be a KDF officer, shape his leadership in future? This growing up, how do you think it shaped his leadership?
Let me ask you another question. Who is the grandfather of Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta? Or who is the grandfather of Raila Amolo Odinga? Who is the grandfather of, say, Gideon or Kalonzo? The situation was like that in a lot of environments. So he took advantage of the way it was, Hans Boy, and made the best he could under the circumstances. Everybody must be judged from where the environment they grew in. The same with you, the same with everybody else. So the way I see it is that you are telling the young people you can be anything you want to be, provided you try to focus and exploit the environment which is there. Listen to the people you are with. Look at him even as he was growing. Then he goes then to school. He goes to Makerere. The lady Jaramogi Odinga sends Professor Asawa to go persuade him to come and start. All those is, the environment is there for you. Get it. Listen to your elders. There's a reason why the elders in the village were seeing him that way. And he starts now towering. So you cannot say that he wasted time. He grew in the natural manner. And virtually every young person, we should tell the Kenyans, young people, the environment is there for you to grow to what God had purpose for you. Yes.
That's a quite interesting observation. And I hope I will also be here at some point so many years to come, probably bearing the same wealth of experience that you have.
And you'll be the guru of media. Yeah. Quoting the way you saw this and this and this and this. Yes.
Absolutely. We'll cross over to Victor Olo in a bit, but right about now, let's head to Parliament buildings. Our reporter Beatrice Gatonyi is on standby to just give us a feel of what is happening in Parliament ahead of President Uhuru Kenyatta's arrival to lead the nation in the viewing of the late President Mwai Kibaki, a gentle giant, an economist par excellence, and the person you would say set this country on the trajectory of prosperity when he served as president in terms of economic growth. This was the very first time that Kenya's economy was growing by double digits. I don't know, were we ready where we can get to Beatrice Gatonyi now?
Asante sana mwenzangu JJ Kuria kutoka studioni. Hapa ni katika bunge la taifa hapa nchini Kenya, ambapo mwili wa hayati Mwai Kibaki umewasili muda mchache tu uliopita na tayari umelazwa hapa ili kuwapa Wakenya fursa ya kutazama. Kama tujuavyo, Rais Uhuru Kenyatta ataliongoza taifa katika kuomboleza kifo cha hayati Mwai Kibaki ambaye aliaga tarehe 22 mwezi huu. Kwa sasa wakati mwili wake hayati Mwai Kibaki ulipowasili hapa, tayari gwaride lilikuwa limeandaliwa na jeshi la taifa ili kuupokea mwili huo na tayari kuelekeza mahali ambapo Wakenya wataweza kupata fursa hiyo. Kama tujuavyo, tayari Wakenya wameulizwa na kamati ambayo inaandaa mazishi haya, ama wameulizwa kujitokeza kwa wingi ili kuweza kumpa heshima zao za mwisho aliyekuwa rais wa tatu wa taifa hili kuanzia mwaka 2002 hadi mwaka 2013. Kuanzia hivi leo, ama kuanzia wakati ambapo Rais Uhuru Kenyatta ataweza kufika hapa, milango ya jengo hili yataweza kuwa yamefunguliwa kwa Wakenya kuweza kuingia hapa na kutazama mwili kuanzia hadi mwendo wa saa 11 hivi leo. Malango haya yatakuwa yamefunguliwa. Hapo kesho pia Wakenya wanapata fursa hiyo ya kuweza kutazama mwili, na kisha baadaye siku ya Jumatano ndio itakuwa siku ya mwisho kwa Wakenya wote ambao wataweza kufika mahali hapa kuja kutazama mwili, watakuwa wamepewa fursa hiyo. Kama tujuavyo, siku ya Ijumaa imetangazwa kwamba itakuwa ni siku rasmi ya Wakenya kupumzika. Ni siku ambayo imeweza kutolewa kwa Wakenya kupumzika huku wakiendelea kuomboleza kiongozi wa taifa hili ambaye alikuwa ni kiongozi wa tatu wa taifa hili. Na kwa sasa ni Rais Uhuru Kenyatta anasubiriwa kufika hapa muda mfupi kabla saa 4 ama mwendo wa saa 4. Rais Uhuru Kenyatta atakuwa kiwasili katika majengo ya bunge ili kuweza kumpa heshima zake za mwisho aliyekuwa rais wa tatu wa taifa hili. Kwa sasa kile ambacho ninaweza kusema ni kwamba hayati Mwai Kibaki anaheshimika sana, kama tujuavyo, kama kiongozi ambaye aliweza kufufua uchumi wa taifa hili ama kupeleka katika kiwango cha juu zaidi uchumi wa taifa hili. Kiongozi ambaye alionekana kuzingatia sana uendelevu wa muundo msingi na hasa barabara, na vile vile kuinua sekta ya afya na masuala mengine muhimu ambayo bila shaka Wakenya wengi wanazungumzia jinsi ambavyo wanamkumbuka kiongozi huyu ambaye amelala hapa hivi leo. Kwa hivyo kutoka hapa katika maeneo ya bunge ama majengo ya bunge, tayari ni kusema kwamba mwili ushawasili na milango hii itakuwa imefunguliwa wakati wowote baada ya Rais Uhuru Kenyatta kuwasili katika maeneo haya na kuweza kuwaongoza Wakenya katika kuomboleza kiongozi huyu wa tatu wa taifa. Tuko hapa kuhakikisha kwamba tunafuatilia yote ambayo yatakuwa yakiendelea hapa, na tutakuwa tukiwajuza moja baada ya jingine kama jinsi ambavyo mambo yatakuwa yakitokea hapa. Kwa sasa nitakurejesha studioni kwake Victor Olo ili uweze kufuatilia taratibu zote ambazo zitakuwa zikiendelea hapa, na tutakuwa tukirejea moja kwa moja kutoka kwako hapa katika majengo ya bunge. Asante sana na kurejesha huko katika Broadcasting House. Victor Olo, kwako.
Thank you so much, Beatrice Gatonye, there live from Parliament buildings. Of course, the military is already taking charge of that exercise all the way from Lee Funeral Home, and now the body is set to lie in state for the next 3 days at Parliament buildings. And what is happening is that President Uhuru Kenyatta will be arriving there at around 10 a.m. also to lead the nation in mourning the death of former President Mwai Kibaki. And of course, John Kuria will be with me in studio later on with the big man himself, Joseph Kaguthi, also as we talk about the issues to do with the late President Mwai Kibaki. But right now with me here, I have got the veteran, Joseph Munyao, who is a former minister and a patron of Democratic Party, that is DP, where the late president was also a member of the same party. Just to get his voice, let me welcome you to studio. Bwana Munyao, good morning.
Morning, how are you, Bwana?
Fine, thank you, fine, thank you. And good to have you on the show.
Asante sana for inviting me.
Yes, we have got Joseph Kaguthi in studio, and he's talked a lot of things concerning, oh, there you have him, long-time friends.
Yeah.
Apart from talking about the president, the late President Mwai Kibaki, you have lost a personal friend.
Very true. I've really lost a good friend, clean friend, and my associate, whom I have worked with for quite some time. Because my first time to meet Honorable Mwai Kibaki was way back in 1975.
1975.
When I was elected on a by-election.
Yes.
And from that time, from the time I met him, he was still a senior minister. Could not go close, whatever, but we related probably well, and we grew fairly well out to the time. Yeah.
It must be so hard for you to eulogize the late president.
For sure, it's very difficult. It's not very easy to really talk about Mwai Kibaki, because as you talk, you still have got the emotions of what has happened. Because the time we have lived with him, the time, and all the things we have really done with him are quite a number.
Yes. He was a member of the Democratic Party.
He was a member of the Democratic Party. In fact, we started the party together.
You are the founders of the Democratic Party.
Yeah, we are the founders of...
How did it come about?
Myself, John Keane,
Yes.
Wamunga, Honorable Karume, and yeah, all that, Charlie Mwendo. We are the people who started the Democratic Party of Kenya, and that was, in fact, it was officially given the document in 1992. That is immediately after removal of Section 2A.
Yes, the repeal of Section 2A.
Yeah,
yes.
That's when we got that certificate. Otherwise, we had started earlier, way back in 1987. That's when we used to meet occasionally, daytime, evening, talking about the freedom of this country. And you remember at one time, during that time, there was one time when an American representing this organization called NDI,
yes,
came to the airport, and he was asked by the immigration officers, hey, where are you going? Said, I'm coming to Kenya. Who are you? Said, I'm a director of NDI. What are you coming for? Well, I'm coming to spread democracy to this country. You need democracy. Because we had been a one-party system all through.
Yes.
And this man was told, well, come on, you go back because that is not to be spread here. He went back, he was not allowed to come in. So what happened in 1992, immediately we got the certificate, that around March, April. Myself, Honorable Kibaki, we left here to Washington, and we went to the offices of NDI and told them, look, you are now welcome to Kenya because we are a democratic country, because we, Democratic Party, are registered a party to democratize democracy in the country. And that's the time we started opening democracy in this country.
Yes. And during that session, when Section 2A was repealed, how was it all about in terms of, having that democracy? But before you answer that, let me just take you through the program. It's, it's a military affair, and of course that the casket carrying the remains of former President, the late Mwai Kibaki, is also draped in a national flag. The same happened to former presidents. We also remember when President Moi died, the same thing happened. And of course, there were motorbikes that accompanied the carriage and the military convoy all the way from Lee Funeral Home to Parliament buildings. That is also happening to President Mwai Kibaki. And of course, it was wheeled by that casket carriage, by a carriage, as it also happened to Mzee Jomo Kenyatta. That is exclusively a military affair, as has been explained by Joseph Kagode. And constitutionally, there are particular people who are accorded that state funeral. I will give you the names of those people who have been accorded state funeral in this particular country. But back to you, during that point of the repeal of Section 2A, Kenya was a one-party state, and here we are. We had our democracy. People would go about, the Mlolongo size kind of election. Give me the picture when now DP was originally formed as a national party.
Yeah, from that time, like I said, Manalo, from that time when immediately we were now certified as a party and given the freedom to go around spreading democracy and freedom in the country. We continued very well in 1992, and you can see at that time we were the second oldest party in Kenya, because at that time it was only KANU. Then DP came up in 1992, and then several other parties started coming in, started being registered. And at that time, when we were forming DP, we had in mind that Kenya will be over 2 or 3 parties, like it is happening in US, UK, and all that, strong parties which can guide the country. But somehow, whatever happened, Moi was able to even create other parties and even sponsor them. To the extent that at one time we found we were over 60 parties at that time. But we worked very well. We continued spreading democracy. We continued spreading freedom so that each Kenyan would be free and be able to participate in whatever we're doing. And that is why, in fact, from that time, you can see what is happening after, because in 1992 and then 1997, we went for elections, we lost, but we still continued building democracy and until we took over government in 2002. And that is the time we took over the government after, well, there were so many parties. Now we had to come together, coalesce with several other parties, and then that is the time we called ourselves NAC. We came into power in 2002 as a coalition calling NAC. We continued 2007, you remember it changed, because that time we now came in as a PNU by coalescing with several other parties.
One funny thing is that almost all of the politicians we have were students of KANU, including Kibaki himself, including you. You're all KANU members.
The only difference The only difference is that although I was a member in Kano ticket, but I had never become a member of Kano. Like now,
so I'm still a member of Kano, technically speaking.
I'm a life member of the Democratic Party.
Right. Yes.
But when I in Kano at that time, I never even had that certificate. But I belonged to the group because you had to bring because there was no other. There was no other life. There was no other way you could exist.
Yes.
Yeah.
Joseph Kaguthi in studio. At one point, did you ever interact with him? He was a tough man way back then.
Oh, yeah. And he's a man who had been praying for us even at that time.
You're right.
He prayed and got us where we were spiritually. Yeah. And he knows that.
He knows that.
He knows that.
I can see him nodding on the other side of the studio.
He knows that.
All right. You know, let's come to 2002. When now campaigns were at its fever peak and, you know, coalition of parties were coming up. And President Mwai Kibaki that evening was announced that got an accident. And then Raila said, Captain ameumia. Nobody expected whatever happened in 2002. Give me a picture before that particular evening when you're from a campaign. They were from Kitui, the side of Ukambani, and you got a news that President Kibaki got injured?
In fact, I got that news. I was in Bonn at that time, in Kalawa, to be specific. And by that afternoon, when I got information that Kibaki, something has happened. That was about 6 o'clock in the evening. I had to drive all the way from Kalawa to the Machakos turnoff.
That is in Boni.
From Bonn, I drove all the way to Machakos turnoff, where this accident had happened at that time. And at that time, although I was arriving there about 7 or so, there were still crowds of people who had got the information. They were all coming to check on what was happening. When we got there, we found that the body had been driven to Nairobi Hospital. And then, like you say, that's the time Honorable Raila joined him.
Yes.
I don't know whether they were in the same car or a different car, but they drove Honorable Kibaki to Nairobi Hospital. And he started taking care. Yeah.
It was one
and
of
it was a very big concern.
It was.
Yeah, very big concern.
Right. You know, at that particular point, everything was of state concern because they were fighting to remove the late President Moi, yes, out of power. And here you have one of your strong member of the party getting injured. That was a great concern even to the DP party.
It was a big dent to us. But one of the good things is that politicians now at that time, they showed that differences don't exist, but not all the time.
Absolutely.
Because at that time, can you imagine, we were all fighting differently.
Yes.
But when Raila got the information, he drove all the way to Machakos to escort his friend back to Nairobi Hospital, and he expressed a lot of concern. And it is from that time when the emotions of Kibaki Tosha started developing.
Yes, Kibaki Tosha. I'll come back to that later on. But Kibaki himself as a person, how do you describe it? It must be so hard for you to talk about.
Very difficult. You cannot really describe what Kibaki, because Kibaki was everything. And he was an achiever. He was a very good man socially. As a person, as a friend, he was a good friend. You could discuss anything, any topic with Kibaki, and he was easy to access.
People said that he was a genius.
Wow, number one. He was a real genius.
Yes.
And he was able to tackle whatever topic you bring in there.
Paint for me a scenario where you, as a party, you're sitting at a boardroom discussing party politics and national politics, so to say. Paint for me a picture how he would handle himself as a leader.
No, one thing Kibaki used to give you, when you are in a conference or a meeting, he used to give you enough time for you to express whatever. He would ask you some questions, but he would want you to come very clear in whatever he's asking. And he gives you a lot of freedom. Yeah.
Okay. Allow me to ask this question, probably, Jacob. to Joseph Kaguthi in studio. Somebody's asking here that why is it that President Mwai Kibaki will be buried in Othaya? At the same time, President Moi was also buried in Kabarak, but the founding president was buried next to Parliament buildings. Is there any protocol issue, or how was it way back then? Perhaps Joseph Kaguthi to answer that?
All right, you should. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Oh.
Yes. The question is, somebody is asking, why is President Mwai Kibaki will be buried in Othaya? President Moi was buried in Kabarak, but the founding president was buried next to Parliament. Why so?
The word you have used, founding father, founding president, is a very important thing. Go to most of these countries, you'll get there is a father of that nation, and that father of the nation is accorded a lot of respect.
Yeah.
It is as in the Constitution of 210.
Yes, maybe just speak to the camera. Yes.
Using the one aspect of the Kenya Museum. You know, the Kenya Museum, National Museum, does not promote. Kenya Museum, National Museum, does not follow national history. It follows natural history. The oldest, the bones, I don't know what, that is the way they do it. And that is why, if you look at us as a country, we are so divided, because they will go, this spear is a Maasai, this was a Kikuyu, this was this and this. It is the key word here is the founding father of the nation.
Yes.
Any country which does not recognize that, it loses in terms of the heroism. We need to create heroes so that our young people, they have certain quotable quotes. Like if you look at Kibaki now, you can go on a litany of quotable quotes, and each one of them has a very heavy meaning, and it's a foundation. Remember I said he is according this respect because of the sacrifice he has done and the inspiration. The inspiration comes from those heroes of that level. Hence, that difference. We need that even when we change the currency.
Yes.
I am one of those who said, God, shall we be forgiven by the future generations? And in fact, now, I would like the next government to change the policy of the Kenya National Museum, Kenya National Archives, so that we now follow national history. I don't want to see, when I arrive at the Kenya Museum, because it's a museum, the thing I first see there is a big elephant. I see in my currency big elephant. The elephant in here, in Kruger National Park, in India, in the other one. What are we promoting there? Let's get Mzee Munyao. If they cannot get the Kapenguria seat there.
Absolutely. And you see, Curia, when President Moi died, it was a beehive of activity. And in fact, most people never expected that. The military drove its way all the way from Lee Funeral Home, and they marched one by one from Lee Funeral Home to Nyayo National Stadium. We covered that function. Perhaps for those people who did not watch it, just paint a picture what we should expect on Friday.
It is generally just a repeat of the same, because we are dealing with the same situation. In February of 2020, we were dealing with the former President Daniel Arap Moi, a retired president. We are also dealing now with President Mwai Kibaki, a retired president. So obviously the military protocols will be nearly the same for both President Daniel Arap Moi and President Mwai Kibaki. But quite an interesting question you asked, because as you talk about the place of burial for the president, there's a near push now happening, and probably we'll hear it in the coming days, of not burying the president in Othaya, but bury him at the Heroes Corner in Uhuru Park. And the Daily Nation has carried that story today, of a push now not to take the president to Othaya, but have him buried at the Heroes Corner in Uhuru Park. And probably Joseph Kaguthi will pick that in a bit. But a question for Minister Joseph Munyao.
Yes.
the current generation that we're dealing with in terms of politics, the president was non-confrontational when it comes to issues of politicking and dealing with his opponents. You cannot compare that time to now. What lessons can the young generation or the current crop of leaders take from President Kibaki, Minister Munyao?
Well, this is why there is all the time a write-up, booklets to be followed, because they have got to follow what their leaders have done in the past. And in any case, now when you live as a leader, you live so that you may also create others to follow your habit and your reactions. Now, Honorable Kibaki did the best, and that is why we have been thinking that even the growing up will now imitate his behavior and whatever, react like he was acting all the time. Kibaki lived very well, comfortably, peacefully, and that is what we need as a country.
And even after retiring from presidency, he lived a very low life.
Very low life.
He was never commenting on any national politics.
No way.
Yes.
No way.
And that was him.
That was him. And that is why even the leaders today, not even the leaders today who are whatever, that's why every time they are talking about, we want Kibaki lived the best life.
Yes.
Kibaki did the best for this country. He stabilized the economy. He stabilized everything. This is why we have got to follow, all of us. Yeah. And this is why it's a repeat to anybody, not even.
Absolutely. That reminds me of during the Grand Coalition government, when they had the so-called the 50-50 sharing of the government with the Honorable Raila Odinga. When Raila Odinga was more combative, Honorable Mwai Kibaki would take a backseat. He would never comment. All the time.
Raila would come very hot with all the issues, but Kibaki would all cool him down in whatever. In any case, you could come with whatever you are now saying, and Kibaki ignores all that. And he would cool all that so that he gets whatever, and that's how he was achieving whatever he was achieving.
Yeah.
Because he was achieving this because he had all the time to cool and to continue, take his way. He has a special route.
A special way to do his things. Okay. Curia?
Absolutely. Quite interesting, when Minister Munyao talks about the president being deliberate, because when you look at his style of handling his opponents or even his critics, it was very deliberate in terms of how he dealt with them. And sometimes it appeared like the president knew silence is also a weapon, because he would make noise and haggle a lot, but then he will not even respond. So the heat will just die down naturally, and that was, President Mwai Kibaki for you. And a little bit of correction, because I said about Uhuru Park, I'm talking about Uhuru Gardens.
Right.
There's a bit of mismatch there. Yes. It is Uhuru Gardens where the proposal, of burying President Kibaki is coming to. Probably before we get back to you, Victor and Minister Munyao, it's important to hear from a former administrator, Peter Kagudi. What does that proposal, Joseph Kagudi, what does that proposal mean? That, don't take the president to Odai. Let's put him at Uhuru Garden. It's a hero's corner. And that place is looking wonderful right now.
You are now, what you are saying, or that thought, is the same I'm mentioning about the National Museum. Bring nationhood through heroes and heroines of this republic, so that the young ones have people to emulate. If you look at each one of the leaders, Mzee Munyao was my minister when I was in the field.
Yes.
The thing here is that our young people need people they can emulate. You go there and ask yourself, hii philosophy ya kutojibu inatoka wapi? If you go now to the Agikuyu, they say kuhotana kwa jabani kukira. Somebody who is already very strong is a giant. Hata akitupiwa, even if watoto wanatupia small stones, it just works. If you look at the way Kibaki was, He didn't bother about small things. His skin was thick. That's why he was saying, wacha waseme. Because that's why you are a leader. Who else do they talk about if they don't talk about their president, their president? And if you look at, because of that, he opened the airwaves, he opened the freedom of everybody. Our problem now is how we establish the boundaries so that, again, we don't burn the country or destroy our young people because of the amount of freedom which is exceeding, and without knowing that your freedom has a boundary between you and the other one. Right. So those are the things. Now, you are talking about changing to burying at...
from Othaya to Uhuru Garden.
This is a good country. If they put now, because those ones have already been buried, and the people of Othaya, people of Nakuru, unfortunately, Kabrak is not in the center of the carriage in where the young people would still keep on getting. But if you want to bring it to the country, I have no problem coming here so that we now start nationhood through the pronouncements. We stop quoting those leaders of other countries. We quote our own. Huyu alisema hivi, huyu alisema hivi. Did you know that Mzee Kibaki never mentioned Moi kwa krism yake? No. Mzee Munyao atakwambia even yao waachana na hiyo, fanyeni yenu.
Quite interesting.
This time is attack on the person, attack on the families of the heads of state. That's why I mentioned about Wuka's grandparents of the ones who are competing now. So why are we going to the family level?
All right, quite an interesting question you asked, but of course from the pictures you see in Parliament as dignitaries continue to arrive. Interestingly, Victor, we will not be able to tell out who is who until they descend from the vehicles, because none is flying the flag today. So you will not be able to know whether it's an ambassador or minister, because the Kenyan flag is not going to be flying on the motorcade. But as you proceed, Victor, it's quite interesting. I would want to, and probably will pose this question to Minister Munyao.
Yes.
When they sat in cabinet, and there was a lot of pressure from the public, the president needs to respond to this or respond to that, and probably as ministers they were sitting there wondering, why is the president not talking? How did they feel, and what was his demeanor as president in those cabinet meetings when there's a lot of pressure on him to respond to something?
But Bwana Kibaki never used to access to issues because they have been said. He had his own way, and his own approach to whatever you say. You may keep on talking whatever you may say, but he has got his own way of cooling you down. Even in cabinet, you can start talking, giving ideas, all that, but he has got his own way, and you will all the time follow that. That
would easily annoy your opponent, because you can imagine you're speaking something to annoy your opponent.
But that is the only way, that is the best way of controlling. That we will talk, and I know that I achieve my way.
Yes.
Yeah. And that is exactly what Honorable Kibaki used to do.
Absolutely.
He will let you speak what you are now saying, and then finally say, yeah.
Okay.
And he used to achieve what his plan is, and what is his intention.
Right.
In fact, that's how he used to achieve.
That's how he used to. Because, remember when again, that happened when Raila Odinga was the Prime Minister. But one thing that us journalists were looking towards at any given function was his witty moment. We wacha hiyo kitu ikae hapo. We can. It's in the public gallery.
In fact,
he was a funny man.
In fact, Kibaki achieved a lot, and in fact, he was the only one who could control and manage Raila.
Yes.
Because Raila would be let free to talk whatever he is talking about. But we show he now lines out to whatever, because Kibaki would list it, all this by friend, I say, watch out, and that is what he used to achieve.
That reminds me, during the signing of that grand coalition, at the footsteps footsteps of Harambee House, remember when the country was almost split right in the middle?
Right.
And, you know, we had got eminent personnel of the African continent. We had Kofi Annan there.
Yeah.
We had got former president of Tanzania. We had got even local leaders who were trying to mediate during that time of Grand Coalition. But the last-minute conversation that President Mwai Kibaki and Ambassador Mudaura then had saved this particular nation from burning further. In fact, some people were adamant that Raila was going to get a third of the government, but Honorable Kibaki was okay with 50-50.
Yeah. It was even if he got 40-60. Kibaki knew that he was to be the president and he would be controlling his policies work, and truly they worked. Yeah.
Allow me to ask this question. Most people say that President Mwai Kibaki was ready to go home after that election in 2007. Was he ready to go home to retire?
Well, I also understand, I also have heard what you are now saying, but the commitment of Kibaki is that he wanted the truth in this country. And he was standing and working for the truth. And at that time when the public took this different stand, no, he was okay. And I think it was quite okay that he took the stand he took. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, let me give you a bit of some of the protocol that will be followed here. Now, President Mwai Kibaki will be accorded a 19-gun salute, just the same way Moi was also accorded the same. Reason being, they died while out of office. Only members of the state who die in office get a 21-gun salute. And of course, it's only President Kenyatta, the late Mzee Jomo Kenyatta, who got a 21-gun salute, and because he died while he was in office, and he lay in state for 10 days, not 3 days, and the mourning period lasted for a month. Now that is a complete departure from what you've seen with President, the late President Moi, and now President Mwai Kibaki, who will get a 19-gun salute, the same way Moi got the same, and the mourning period will be 3 days, unlike President Kenyatta, who got 10 days lying in state. At the same time, the mourning period lasted for a month. Kioria, you know what happens as journalists during coverage of any event of Mwai Kibaki? As journalists, we always had almost a meter proximity with the president. He was free with almost everyone.
That's true.
Yes.
In terms of the proximity between journalists and President Kibaki, but you will also remember the dynamics of security then were not as complicated as they are today.
Absolutely.
Because the threat against the Republic of Kenya continues to increase, obviously because of the instability of the region and our neighbors to Somalia. Generally, right now, you cannot expose the president to some of the things that were happening then. But there's something very interesting he's saying about President Kibaki's wit. Let me tell you, one of the most difficult jobs then as a journalist was to actually interpret the president's off-cuff remarks. And forever,
it was hard to package that story,
in his off-cuff remarks.
Yes.
That is where the story was. It was not in his speech. The story was in his off-the-cuff remarks. But then his off-cuff remarks were, start things like, and that was his classic response. But trust me, the story would be in his off-cuff remarks. And
actually, people would say that's where the story was.
Yeah, and unlike President Uhuru Kenyatta, in many times, President Uhuru Kenyatta, whatever his message is, he actually ensures it is put in his speech.
Yes.
He's very astute in terms of ensuring that his message is well captured in his speeches. His off-cuff remarks only last for about like 2 minutes, and then he's done and he says, "Mungu awabariki sana," and he sits down. For the President Kibaki, he will finish his speech and then go to his off-cuff remarks, and then you're wondering, what is this man saying? All of a sudden you realize, in that thing when he was saying
that's where the story is.
That's what the story was.
Absolutely. Yeah. All right, as you can see on your screen there, the activity is still happening in Parliament. It's a full military affair. And of course, we have got high-level security because we expect President Mwai Kibaki to lead the nation in marking this particular day. And members of the public will also be given an opportunity to pay their last respect to the former president, the late Mwai Kibaki, in Parliament. That will happen until late in the evening when the body will be ferried back to Lee Funeral Home and then will be taken back to Parliament again tomorrow in the morning. So if you have got time, please, you can make your way to Parliament buildings. It will be open to the public. Now, let me tell you this, apart from President Mwai Kibaki, there are only particular people who are accorded state funeral. And in Kenya, apart from President, the late Kenyatta, only 4 people have been given the same. That is the Vice President, that is Kijana Wamalwa. We also know Nobel Peace Laureate Wangari Maathai, who was accorded state funeral. Then former Nyeri Governor Wahome Gakuru was also accorded that state funeral, and also President Moi was also given that, as well as First Lady, former First Lady, that is Lucy Kibaki. So there are people who can be accorded that state funeral, and of course the only officials who are entitled to a state funeral and to lie in state are President, a former President, and a president-elect, and any other person designated by the president. So that is how it happens in terms of that is there. So those are live pictures from Parliament buildings.
All right, fantastic job, Victor, from that other side. And quite interesting, the departure from, a state funeral, and how the difference, obviously, is the military presence. Because in some of these people who've been accorded state funerals, the military presence was not as pronounced as is with the former presidents. And we'll be coming back again to continue analyzing the situation as is. But let me take you to Parliament, where Beatrice Gatonye and Timothy Kipnusu have linked up now to tell us what the situation there. It's 20 minutes past 8 o'clock, and like I said, this event is a military event, so the precision is quite serious. By 9 o'clock, we expect President Uhuru Kenyatta to be in Parliament, and you already know that the order was that every dignitary who wants to be in today's event should be in Parliament by 9, because after 9, only President Uhuru Kenyatta will make his way there and then lead the nation in mourning the third president of the Republic of Kenya, Emilio Stanley Mwai Kibaki. Right about now, Beatrice Gatonye, Timothy Kipnusi, if you can hear me, take it away.
Asante sana mwenzangu John Jacob Kuria hapo studioni. Niko hapa katika majengo ya bunge ambapo mwili wa hayati Mwai Kibaki tayari ulishawasili. Na kile ambacho kinaendelea kwa sasa, jeshi limechukua usukani katika eneo hili. Majengo haya yanalindwa na jeshi kabisa. Na cha muhimu ni kwamba tayari mwili huo uko hapa. Rais Uhuru Kenyatta anatarajiwa baada ya saa 1:30 hivi, mwendo wa saa 4 atakuwa kiwasili katika majengo haya ili kuja kuwaongoza Wakenya katika kutoa heshima zao za mwisho kwa hayati Mwai Kibaki. Mwili huu uliweza kuondoka katika makafani ya Lee mwendo wa asubuhi saa 1, na kutueleza kidogo kuhusiana na jinsi ambavyo mwili huo ulivyoondoka katika makafani hayo, nina mwenzangu hapa Timothy Kipnusu, ambaye atakuwa kitueleza jinsi ambavyo ameona, na labda ukilinganisha na wakati wa mazishi ya hayati Daniel Arap Moi na sasa, kulingana na jinsi ambavyo Wakenya wamejitokeza, unaona utofauti upi?
Mwenzangu Beatrice, ukilinganisha na wakati ambapo mwili wa mwenda zake rais mstaafu Moi ulipoondoka katika ile chumba cha kuhifadhia maiti cha Lee, ni tofauti kidogo, manake hakukuwa na ile mihamko zaidi, tofauti na wakati ambapo Moi alikuwa ana mwili wake unakuja katika majengo ya bunge. Watu walikuwa pembeni ndio, lakini tulipokuwa tunaondoka alipoondoka katika ile chumba cha kuhifadhia maiti, tuliona kwamba hata kando kando pembeni hatukuona watu wengi zaidi, lakini tunataraji kwamba pindi tu Rais Uhuru Kenyatta atakapoongoza taifa katika kutizama mwili wake mwendo wa saa 4 hivi, basi watu watakuwa wanajaa pomoni, manake yeye ndiye atakuwa anaongoza kuweza kutizama mwili huo, na kisha umati wa watu watakuwa wanafurika hapa tayari kuweza kumpa heshima za mwisho mwenda zake Rais Mwai Emilio Kibaki hayati.
Kama tujuavyo, Wakenya mnahimizwa ama Wakenya wanahimizwa kujitokeza kwa wingi ili kutazama na kutoa heshima zao kwa kiongozi huyu ambaye anakumbukwa bila shaka kwa mengi, kuanzia hivi leo hadi mwendo wa siku ya Jumatano. Kipi ambacho kinakumbukwa zaidi unapozungumza na Wakenya kuhusiana na hayati Mwai Kibaki? Kipi ambacho kinajitokeza zaidi?
Mwenzangu, Mwai Emilio Kibaki atakumbukwa kama rais ambaye aliweza kuikwamua taifa hili kutoka lindi la umaskini, na unafahamu fika kwamba alipochukua hatamu za uongozi uchumi uliweza kuimarika kwa 7.7%. Kwa hivyo Wakenya wanamkumbuka kama rais ambaye alizingatia zaidi ukuaji wa uchumi na kuhakikisha kwamba Kenya inaafiki maendeleo katika sekta mbalimbali, na zaidi ya yote ni vilevile atakumbukwa kama rais ambaye aliweza kuhakikisha kwamba katiba ya taifa hili inapatikana wakati ambapo kulikuwa kunaidhinishwa katiba mwaka 2010. Yeye ndiye alikuwa mamlakani. Kwa hivyo anakumbukwa zaidi kwamba Kenya ilikuwa inafurahia kuwepo kwa katiba mpya ambayo kwa sasa tunafurahia kwa sasa.
Mwenzangu Kipnusu, nadhani pia tunapozungumza kuhusu hayati Mwai Kibaki hatuwezi kusahau kwamba ni wakati wake ama wakati wa uongozi wake ambapo elimu ya bure iliweza kuwafikia watoto wa Kenya, na wazazi wengi wanajivunia sana wanaposikia kwamba ama wamehuzunika zaidi kusikia kwamba kuhusu kifo chake, na mengi ambayo pia tunakumbuka ni kuhusiana na elimu ya bure. Wazazi wengi wa Kenya ambao hawakuwa wana uwezo wa kuwasomesha watoto wao, kitu ambacho kilichangia sana watoto wengi kutoenda shuleni. Na sasa hivi tunaweza zungumza mtoto wa Turkana, mtoto wa Baringo, mtoto wa Kwale, Pwani, wapi, anaweza kufika shuleni, keti darasani kama mtoto wa Nairobi, kama mtoto wa Eldoret, na kufika shuleni na kusoma bila wasiwasi.
Bila shaka.
Kwa hivyo tutamkumbuka pia kiongozi huyo wa taifa kama kiongozi ambaye alileta elimu ya bure, elimu ya primary
baada ya kuchukua hatamu kutoka kwa Rais Moi ambaye alikuwa amechangamkia vile vile elimu.
Kando na hayo, mwenzangu Kipnusu, tunapozungumzia upanuaji wa barabara hapa nchini Kenya, infrastructure ama tunazungumzia muundo msingi wa barabara, anakumbukwa sana kama kiongozi ambaye aliendeleza na kukuza barabara za humu nchini maeneo mengi, hususan hapa jijini Nairobi. Unapozungumza na wana Nairobi wanakuambia tunakumbuka Kibaki alitutengenezea Thika Road.
Naam, bila shaka.
Ambalo ni jambo ambalo kiongozi wa sasa ambaye ndiye Uhuru Kenyatta pia alichukulia kwa uzito mkubwa na kuendeleza ukuaji ama kuendeleza muundo msingi wa barabara hapa nchini Kenya. Mengine
pengine vile vile anaweza kukumbukwa kama rais ambaye hajakuwa katika mstari wa mbele kuzungumza hadharani kinagaubaga, wakati ambapo pengine wandani au wale wapinzani wake na wale ambao wanamkosoa serikalini hajakuwa akijitokeza waziwazi kujibu watu. Yeye alikuwa mnyamavu zaidi. Ni rais ambaye alikuwa anazingatia sana kutekeleza kazi zake, kando na kuchapa siasa au kuwajibu wale wapinzani wake ambao watamkosoa kutokana na mambo moja au nyingine. Lakini vile vile mwenzangu Beatrice, hayati Mwai Kibaki atakumbukwa kama rais ambaye tofauti na marais wengine, mwanzilishi wa taifa hili hayati Mzee Jomo Kenyatta, hayati Daniel Arap Moi, yeye na vile vile Rais Uhuru Kenyatta, yeye katika zoezi lolote la gwaride la heshima, yeye hakuwa anavalia magwanda ya polisi. Yeye alikuwa anavalia tusuti nadhifu na alikuwa anakuja pale, lakini hao wengine walikuwa wanavalia magwanda hayo ya vikosi vya ulinzi. Kwa hivyo tunamkumbuka kama kidogo alikuwa na uongozi tofauti kwa kulinganishwa na wale wengine.
Na bila shaka pia ni kiongozi ambaye baada ya kustaafu alitulia. Hatukumuona hadharani kwa muda mwingi. Labda kama kungekuwepo tu na shughuli muhimu ya kitaifa, lakini ni kiongozi ambaye baada ya kustaafu Emilio Mwai Kibaki alienda zake kutulia nyumbani bila kujihusisha sana sana na mambo mengi ambayo yalikuwa yanatokea hapa nchini Kenya. Kwa hivyo pia labda tuseme kwamba alipotulia, sijui Wakenya nao wakawa wanamsahau kidogo au vipi?
Na vile 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 unavyozungumza kuhusiana na wakati ambapo alistaafu na kutokuwa katika ile kuonekana hadharani kwenye mikutano tofauti. Jambo ambalo lilikuwa la kushangaza ni kwamba rais mwenda zake alikuwa kidogo katika harakati zake za kutekeleza wajibu wake alikuwa mcheshi sana. Na kando na hotuba yake ambayo anaisoma, mara nyingi watu wanasubiria wakati ambapo atakuwa anazungumza kando na hotuba ambayo alikuwa amepangiwa. Wakati mwingi lazima watu wangeweza kuachwa vinywa wazi au kuweza kufurahia hotuba ya mwenda zake mwenzangu.
Na ni kweli wakati ambapo kifo chake kilitangazwa tarehe 22 mwezi Aprili, katika mitandao ya kijamii nadhani watu walikuwa wameweka video nyingi fupi hasa za ujumbe wake ambao ulikuwa ndio mwisho wa hotuba yake rasmi, wakati kama jinsi ambavyo unasema alipokuwa kimaliza kusoma, yani watu walikuwa wanaketi sasa wanasubiri sasa wacha azungumze tusikie leo kuna yapi. Na ni kiongozi ambaye nadhani katika wakati wa uongozi wake kulikuwa na ule uhuru wa kujieleza kwa watu wengi. Hata wanahabari walikuwa na ule uhuru wa kujieleza hata zaidi. Kwa hivyo pia ni kipindi ambacho kitakumbuka kama kipindi ambacho kilileta freedom of speech sana, kwa sababu pia yeye mwenyewe alikuwa na hiyo freedom of speech, lakini akizungumza hata watu wamecheka na hakuwa na uzito wa kusema mambo makubwa hata mambo madogo mbele ya Wakenya.
Na bila shaka Beatrice, itakuwa ni wito kwa wale viongozi ambao tayari wanapania kuwania viti mbalimbali, ikizingatia kwamba imesalia kama chini ya miezi mitatu wa Kenya kujitosa debeni kubaini mbivu na mbichi, waweze kuiga mfano wa rais huyu mstaafu Mwai Kibaki, kwamba yeye ni kuzungumzia sera, kuzungumzia masuala ambayo yanamhusu Mkenya, sio kuwa na ile matamshi ya chuki au kurushiana matusi hadharani. Inakuwa ni kwamba tunazingatia ni nini hasa ambacho tunaweza mfanyia mwananchi wa kawaida, hasa tunapotafuta nyadhifa mbalimbali uongozini. Kwa hivyo ni wakati ambapo tunamwomboleza, wakati ambapo tunasubiri Wakenya kuweza kumpa heshima za mwisho, itakuwa vema zaidi wale wanasiasa kuiga mfano wake, kwamba siasa iwe ni safi, siasa iwe ni inazingatia sera na sio matusi.
Na ni kweli kabisa mwenzangu, wakati ambapo tunamwomboleza kiongozi huyu, muda tu baada ya miezi kadhaa tutakuwa tukienda debeni kuwachagua viongozi. Nadhani kama jinsi ambavyo unasema, cha muhimu ni viongozi kuzingatia ama kuiga mfano wake hayati Mwai Kibaki, ambaye alizingatia sana masuala yaliyohusiana na Wakenya. Tuone viongozi ambao watakuja na sera ambazo zitamfaidi Mkenya, kama jinsi ambavyo tunamkumbuka yeye kwa kuleta elimu ya bure. Je, wewe kiongozi ambaye utakuja kuingia uongozini, ni kipi ambacho umewaandalia Wakenya? Ni kipi ambacho ungependa kimguze mwananchi yule wa kawaida? Ni sera zipi ambazo unakuja nazo ambazo zitakuwa zinamfaidi yule Mkenya, na si wewe kama mtu binafsi ama wewe kama mwanasiasa? Hivyo basi ni wakati ambapo pia kama wananchi wa Kenya wachukue muda huu kuzingatia kwamba wachague viongozi kama hayati Mwai Kibaki ambaye ameondoka, kiongozi ambaye mwachague viongozi ambao watawaletea mafanikio na faida ambazo nyinyi kama Wakenya mnazitaka. Kama mnataka kuondolewa katika umaskini, chagua kiongozi ambaye atakuondoa kwenye umaskini. Kwa hivyo ni wakati ambao pia ni wa kufikiria zaidi, na ni wakati ambao pia Wakenya wanastahili kuchukua nafasi hii, kwa sababu kutoka leo wako hapa kuja. Wakati ambapo unafika hapa kutazama huo mwili, kumbuka pia ungependa kuwa na kiongozi kama huyu. Na cha muhimu zaidi ni viongozi, ama wito kwa viongozi ambao wanawania nyadhifa mbalimbali za uongozi, wauige mfano wa Mwai Kibaki ili waweze kukumbukwa kama jinsi ambavyo tunasimama hapa leo na kuhesabu mambo kadha wa kadha ambayo tunayakumbuka aliyoyafanyia taifa hili.
Naam, bila shaka kama ulivyodokeza, ni vema zaidi wale wawaniaji tofauti waweze kuzingatia yale ambayo vile vile rais mstaafu aliweza kuzingatia. Na pia unavyozungumza kuhusiana na masuala ya maendeleo, taifa hili kwa sasa tunaangazia zaidi kuweza kuikwamua taifa kutoka katika hali ya umaskini, hasa uchumi ambao umezungumziwa zaidi na wale ambao wanawania viti vya rais, kwamba tunataraji kwamba tutaweza kuhakikisha kwamba tunabadilisha uchumi na kuhakikisha kwamba Kenya inaafiki masuala, inaafiki yale mahitaji ambayo inamkumba Mkenya. Na wakati huu ambapo tunasubiri rais Rais Uhuru Kenyatta aweze kuongoza taifa kufika hapa katika kumomboleza rais mstaafu mwenda zake hayati mwenda zake rais mstaafu Mwai Emilio Kibaki. Basi tutakuwa hapa kuweza kuhakikisha kwamba unapata picha ya moja kwa moja atakapokuwa anawasili kiongozi wa taifa. Bila shaka kama tulivyodokeza hapo awali, atakuwa anaweza kulakiwa na wale viongozi au mabunge, viongozi kutoka maspika kutoka mabunge mawili ya bunge la Seneti na bunge la kitaifa. Cha muhimu vile vile Gatonye ni kwamba rais mstaafu anapoombolezwa hii leo na Wakenya kupata fursa ya kuweza kutizama, Wakenya vile vile watakuwa wanakumbwa na hali ya mshike katika usafiri, manake barabara nyingi zimeweza kufungwa na ili kuhakikisha kwamba wanafika hapa ili kutizama mwili. Manake tulipokuwa katika ile chumba cha kuhifadhia maiti, kulikuwa na ile msafara unapowasili, kuna wale ambao walikuwa wana taraji kufika kazini, na tulikuwa nazungumza nao kabla tufike, wakasema kwamba wameweza kuchelewa. Gatonye.
Asante mtazamaji, tunazungumza tukiwa katika mabunge ama majengo ya bunge hapa jijini Nairobi, ambapo mwili wa hayati Mwai Kibaki uko hapa tayari kutazamwa na Wakenya, na kama jinsi ambavyo tumekuwa tukikueleza ni kwamba Rais Uhuru Kenyatta anatarajiwa kufika hapa mwendo wa saa 4, ambapo atakuwa akiwaongoza Wakenya kutoa heshima zao za mwisho kwa hayati Mwai Kibaki kutoka hivi leo siku ya Jumatatu. Kesho pia itakuwa vile vile, wewe Mkenya una fursa ya kufika hapa katika majengo ya bunge kutazama mwili huo, na siku ya Jumatano itakuwa ndio siku ya mwisho ya kutazama mwili huo. Na mtazamaji, kama jinsi ambavyo unatazama picha ambayo utakuwa ukipewa na mpiga picha wetu, huyu ni mwanawe Mwai Kibaki, ama tuseme familia ya hayati Mwai Kibaki tayari imewasili. Ndio hao tayari sasa wanaingia katika majengo ya bunge ili kuweza kuwa pamoja na kushirikiana pamoja na viongozi wa taifa na Wakenya kwa jumla kwa ajili ya kuweza kumpa hayati Mwai Kibaki heshima za mwisho, kiongozi rais wa 3 wa Jamhuri ya Kenya ambaye aliaga tarehe 22 mwezi Aprili. Tayari wanawe na familia ya hayati Mwai Kibaki wamewasili hapa katika majengo ya bunge na wanapokelewa na viongozi wa dini pamoja na wale wanaohusika na maandalizi ya shughuli hii nzima. Tayari wamewapokea na wameelekezwa mahali ambapo mwili wake upo kwa sasa kwa ajili ya kupewa heshima za mwisho na Wakenya ambao watakuwa wanapata fursa hiyo. Hivyo basi mtazamaji, ni katika majengo ya bunge ambapo tunaendelea kuja kwako moja kwa moja na kukuletea picha za moja kwa moja kuhusiana na shughuli nzima ya kuweza kutoa heshima za mwisho kwa kiongozi wa 3 wa taifa hili, hayati Mwai Kibaki ambaye aliaga dunia tarehe 22 mwezi Aprili. Na kama jinsi ambavyo tuliweza kusema kwamba siku ya Ijumaa itakuwa ni siku ambayo Wakenya wameweza kuulizwa waweze kupokea mapumziko, na kisha siku ya Jumamosi ataweza kulazwa kwake nyumbani huko Othaya. Tutaendelea kukuletea habari za moja kwa moja, na kama jinsi ambavyo matukio yatakuwa yakitokea hapa, tutakuwa tukikueleza zaidi kuhusiana na ni yapi ambayo yanaendelea. Kwa sasa tunaendelea kumsubiri kiongozi wa taifa ambaye anatarajiwa kufika hapa muda wowote wa kufikia mwendo wa saa 4, na atakuwa akiwaongoza Wakenya katika kutoa heshima zao za mwisho. Endelea kutazama KBC Channel 1. Tuko hapa na tutakuwa tukikueleza mengi zaidi. Kwako JJ Kuria studioni.
Asante sana mwenzangu Beatrice Gatonyi kutoka majengo ya bunge. Na kama alivyosema, tunamtarajia Rais Uhuru Kenyatta kuwasili katika majengo ya bunge muda wote kuanzia saa 3 ili kuongoza taifa katika shughuli ya kumpa heshima rais wa 3 wa Jamhuri ya Kenya, hayati Mzee Mwai Kibaki. And in studio we continue with our analysis of the legacy of President Kibaki, but most importantly also as we talk about this very solemn ceremony that is going to be led by President President Uhuru Kenyatta. So today is the viewing of the body, so is tomorrow, and accessible to the members of the public as well as Wednesday. And then on Friday we have the interdenominational ceremony, burial ceremony happening at the Nyayo National Stadium, and then a private ceremony to inter the remains of President Kibaki in Othaya. But like I said, there's debates on whether to take him to Uhuru Gardens at the Heroes Corner or go to Othaya. Obviously, that has to be decided by the family alongside the government of the Republic of Kenya. That is led by President Uhuru Kenyatta. In studio, I still have Joseph Kaguthi, an administrator who has served, actually he tells me 5 administrations, the colonial one, Mzee Jomo Kenyatta's, Mzee Daniel Moi, Mzee Kibaki'S, and under President Uhuru Kenyatta. And he appears to be irked or somehow unpleased by the provisions of a constitution that appeared to remove, according to Joseph Kaguthi, our nationhood. You appear to be very angry by the very act of removing the faces of presidents from our monies to put what you're saying, Fisi and Dove.
I mean, to replace the father of the nation, unaweka the likes of lions and giraffes and sijui fiasi nini. What are you doing? Because this is human, money is human, and you want to bring the kids, everybody to see, even when you arrive at the airport and you are getting exchange from the dollar, you are foreign, and you start seeing the dove, you see the lion, what are you saying? I mean, there are things that we did on that constitution, and that's why I'm sorry for the very kidogo. I missed the BBI Article 4. Because we have to come and introduce nationhood so that when we say Kenya is tahili heshima, like the way we are now, then at that stage, Kenya becomes higher than all of us, nationhood. So the minute you talk of anything nationhood, I become very happy. Now, I know you talked about Mr. But Kibaki not responding.
To his critics.
The structure, the one I knew, we came from where we saw four levels. There is a state, something coming from the head of state. Now, like this one, when he decided the nation has this number of days, we don't debate that. Then the head of government. Then the head of the ruling party, then the person of the president. We appear to have mixed these ones. During Mzee Kibaki's time, as a head of state, you could get only his presidential press releasing anything which is basically state. Then head of government, as government, you had Alfred Mutua, who was protecting government, explaining what government is doing, and you know that he could bring people who explain mambo ya serikali. Then as a head of the political party, DP, then there is a Secretary General of DP who was explaining mambo ya political party. Then the person of Mzee Kibaki. So when there is criticism, you note that it will go to the government. So it can be debated, but not like now. You don't you make it vulnerable. Yeah, we are a bit vulnerable now because of the 4 offices mixed together is one. So sometimes you do not know when somebody is criticizing the person of the president, the state, as a head of state, the office of the head of state, or the head of government, or the head of the ruling party. You can see the difference. And that's why I would love to get the office of the president back. So you attack the president when I was in that office. I was in that office before I went to Nyanga. And you attack the president below the belt. There's a statement coming from the head of government, isn't it? So there you are.
And that is the different structures of government then, as compared to the current administration, obviously operating under a new constitution, where some of these operations have to be synergized. Victor, I wanted to, to engage you a bit so that you also engage Minister Munyao, because if you read through the history of President Kibaki's administration for the 10 years, and particularly his first 5 years.
Yes.
There are those who accuse the president of running with a kitchen cabinet, that was largely drawn from his, area to mean like an entrenchment of a systemic tribalism. Those who claim that the president surrounded himself with a kitchen cabinet from his area. I would want to, you to engage Minister Munyao on the same.
Yes, before I let him answer that, if you can see that is a choir already lining up, most probably that is a State House choir, lining up at Parliament buildings, clear indications that President Uhuru Kenyatta is not far away from getting his way to the Parliament buildings there to lead the nation in, actually, Minister Munyao said that we should not use the word mourn, we should say celebrate. Actually, point of correction, that we should celebrate the life of President Mwai Kibaki, and of course we are here. That is where we get all the 100% clear pictures from Parliament. Coming to you, Minister, at some point President Mwai Kibaki fired the entire cabinet and as Kiori has put it, he was also accused of running a kitchen cabinet, and he never commented about it, and life was, according to him, life was very much normal.
The truth is, I was one of his cabinet ministers.
Okay.
And if there were any inner cabinet, I would have known.
Yes.
Because we all had an access to where Kibaki was. For an issue, you had to discuss with him. Anytime you book to go there, you were ready to go there. I never saw any inner cabinet. Of course, there were people from his area, but they were not preferred more than ourselves. I think we were all treated the same way, because not a single time I ever wanted to approach Kibaki that I failed to. No way.
Yes. You can easily approach him.
I all the time got a reception.
But of course...
And not only me, but I also, the other... I know maybe because I was, even at that time, I was still involved in a Democratic Party. I was involved as a Secretary General or whatever. But he treated most of the cabinet ministers the same. And it was for that reason that regionally we were all equal and happier than whatever.
I was very happy.
So he never ran a kitchen cabinet?
No, not that I know.
Before the cabinet tell him what he did.
Not that I know.
You know, they say that there is always another side of the coin. How was President Kibaki? You've talked about how good he was, but the other side of him that perhaps as a close friend whom you've worked with for over 30, 40 years. Tell me the other side of President Kibaki that people never knew.
Yeah, there are quite a number of issues where people might not have known. But whatever they may not have known, it may not be the right thing for me to start revealing.
Right.
But Kibaki was a fair person all through, and he used to treat us the same. And that is why the country was developed equally. Yeah, because if it's a question of roads, a question of water, and every other thing, we were all treated equally. Yeah.
He was a Minister of Finance.
He was a Minister of Finance, and that was the right time. And one of the stability he created that time is because of his consultation, even before presentation of budgets. It was very clear that there used to be a lot of consultation in a lot of other areas. And you see, he had also grown through other ministries, Minister of Commerce and Industry, and he knew the needs of the general traders in the country. He knew the needs of the farmers in the country, both farmers who are growing wheat, others who are doing milk production and all that. And that is why he equalized development.
You know, during his time, you sat in a cabinet meeting where the issue of free primary education was born.
Yeah.
It was hashed during his tenure, and now everybody is enjoying that particular, exercise from President Mwai Kibaki.
And they are enjoying, but there is still wish.
Yes.
There is still wish it was that time, because when Kibaki introduced it, it was real. And he introduced it at the time it was needed, because parents had suffered enough, and they were all crying for it. So it came at the right time.
You're right. And
that's why even now the parents want support of the government on this issue.
Yeah. Kioria, one thing about being a journalist is that we get History 101 at the point that we need it. Sitting with Minister Munyao, we get that info, but that probably we never recorded at some point. You know, the inner secrets that used to happen, like the issue of CBC. Who knew that CBC was hatched during President Kibaki's time as the president? And just to mention, is that there will be a 12th Parliament sitting on Wednesday. That has been called by Justin Muturi, who is the Speaker of the National Assembly, and the national, and actually this will be on 27th of April, a day set aside as a special sitting of the National Assembly, and the special sitting shall be held in the National Assembly Chamber, Main Parliament Buildings, Nairobi, commencing at 2:30 p.m. Now, the business on that particular day will be the procedural notification to the assembled House with respect to the presidential proclamation of 22nd April, that is 2022, regarding the demise of the third president of the Republic of Kenya, His Excellency Honorable Emilio Mwai Kibaki. And the second business of the day will be exceptional motion on honor and tributes of the House to the late third president of the Republic of Kenya, that is His Excellency Honorable Emilio Mwai Kibaki, CGH, following the presidential proclamation of 22nd April of 2022. So all members of Parliament have been given that special sitting that will happen on Wednesday from 2:30 p.m. And of course, it's still a beehive of activity at Parliament buildings there, and President Uhuru Kenyatta will snake his way at that particular point. You know what happened? On the burial day, and during the mass interdenominational prayer meeting session at Nyayo National Stadium, President Uhuru Kenyatta and his deputy will share the same podium. This is the point that all the differences are put aside. And we've seen it, Jacob, we've seen it. But when it comes to national matters, differences aside, right?
Yeah. Well, it is important that those differences are kept aside, and that is part of nationhood, or being a people and a nation. But it's also important to be careful about politicians, because I don't think they're really rivals, as we like taking it, taking matters too seriously. They are never rivals, and one of the people you expect here, and that will be the sign that the president is on the way, is actually the arrival of the deputy president. That would,
he'll be there first.
Once he arrives, it's the biggest sign ever that now the president is actually 5 minutes away from the venue of this event. And looking at what is happening on screen right now, because I've seen the arrival of the Inspector General of Police, Hilary Mutyambai. I've also seen several service commanders arrive at Parliament buildings. It's also an indication that the president is not far off from setting off from State House to come to the Parliament buildings for this very important event. But, my senior Joseph Kagudi was nodding here when you were talking about, keeping the differences aside for the sake of country. Joseph.
Yes. This is the way it should be. And that's why Mzee Munyao atakwambia, we are in the civil service, like provincial administration, we're very complex. We work with none and we work with all. So that at times like this time, you respect and you bring everybody together. This is a time that you remove all your differences and now fall on the national level. The country, our country. We are now on this celebration, as Mzee has told us, and therefore everybody must feel. You remember during the bomb blast? During the bomb blast, I was peacing in Nairobi here. And you remember our president that time, the leader of official opposition, and the others, the big guns who are there, led by Mzee Kibaki and all the others. They came in one combi to the bomb blast site. Nairobi that time was under the government of DP. Even the deputy mayor, the mayor were all DP. And unasahau vitu yote. That's why Article 4 of the BBI, I miss it. Because it ought to bring this one to focus. When it comes to the matters state, the country, you leave anything else, you have small differences, short-time differences, you come now and move to the country. So for this one, I expect that even you in the media, mujaribu kutuunite sana, tuachane na vitu dogo sasa ya competitive politics, so that we come together as one nation.
Absolutely.
Yes.
And you know, this happens at a very critical time because hadn't this very sad event happened, obviously everybody would be in the campaign trail.
Yes.
You remember the deputy president has actually put off his 3 days of campaign in Western Kenya to celebrate the life of President Kibaki. Obviously for the former Prime Minister Raila Odinga, it was not possible for him to postpone that trip abroad. But I'm sure wherever he is serving as Prime Minister with President Mwai Kibaki, he's also affected in one way or another. And Victor, generally, that's the mood and feel. And I think Joseph Kaguvi feels we have not done enough to cultivate nationhood in this country in terms of establishing what is our national value, what is our national fabric, what binds us together more, what is our identity. Probably is a big question for him.
Even you ask a little more, what are our strategic interests that we can go to war if you interfere with that? I looked at the constitution on nationhood, duties and responsibilities of citizens. I looked at the constitution of Somalia, Ethiopia, Sudan, Uganda, Tanzania, and Rwanda. Kenya does not have that provision of the duties and responsibilities of citizens. Therefore, you can see us, apart from Kenya, Istahili, Heshima, you see us cannibalizing ourselves. So the minute you ask that question is a very pertinent question, and we would wish.
And that's the family of President Kibaki, his 3 sons and daughter, now making their way to where the casket lays, or the body of the president will be kept. And, you know, those are preliminary pointers too, that the president is not really far off from getting to Parliament. And obviously when he comes, we shall be handing the program over to but look, the judicial system, that's the Chief Justice and all the judges, and actually in their robes, including the Chief Registrar, Anna Madi, all coming to pay their last respects to President Mwai Kibaki. And Victor, very importantly, because you will remember former Chief Justice Willy Mutunga. You remember during the retirement of President Kibaki, when he was awarding him that, golf club and stuff like that, he said there's a direct line from State House to the office of a Chief Justice. And never did it ring during the reign of President Kibaki. Yes, to the Chief Justice. Quite an interesting, a man who really wanted institutions to function as they were, without interference. And he's actually one of the reasons you're sitting where you're sitting and saying the things you're saying, because previously?
It's a very, I have Minister here who is smiling when you mentioned the word that at no point did that phone ring. Because when you look at the independence of all these independent bodies, we have got the legislature, we have got the judiciary, and of course the executive. All these bodies are deemed to be independent. And as the Minister said, Kibaki had a particular way of running his own kind of, affairs. He was an absolutist. Whatever he wanted that way, and for the good of the nation. All right, for the good of the nation. And probably just to bring to your attention is that at this particular level, you see the judiciary is now represented by the registrar, that is Anna Madi, in their ceremonial robe. We have got the Chief Justice will also be making her way there. There you have them. It's quite important to note that that is another wing of the government which President Mwai Kibaki led. And so we expect them to take charge at this particular point before the public is, before Parliament is open to the public to view the body of the late president. And just to mention that security is well taken care of. Security is well taken care of because it is a military affair.
Victor, and not to overlap, just a bit, because when I see the judiciary, it reminds me of the radical surgery in the judiciary that was actually spearheaded by President Mwai Kibaki when he took over.
Yes.
There was a general feeling that, the judiciary was under capture or was operating under the hand of the executive. And there were judges that appeared to be either corrupt or were leaning towards the system as much. And therefore, to restore the confidence of Kenyans into the judiciary. You remember Judge Gisheru?
Yes.
Is the one who led this radical surgery as Chief Justice, but under President Mwai Kibaki, to try and restore confidence in the institution of judiciary.
Yeah. You remember the catchphrase, the small fish, the big fish, and all manner of fishes will not be spared. And you see, that's how it's begun.
Another thing, but no, we should not forget,
yes,
and you people should be promoting it, is this a Vision 2030?
Which
Vision 2030 stabilize almost everything in this country. And Mike, when you talk about Vision 2030, from the time it was initiated to it's still on, and it shows that up to 2030, whatever is going to be done is what Kibaki laid down on, because that is all what we are working on.
Where are we in terms of a scale of 100%?
Oh, yeah.
Where are we?
No, we are progressing very, very well, because whatever you do, you come in, you promote whatever was left behind to achieve what was aimed at that time, whether it is issue of water, issue of education, electricity, whatever, roads and all that. You are all the time looking at that booklet of Vision 2030.
Absolutely.
It was a very good thinking. Yeah.
You were members of the golf club.
Yeah.
You used to play golf together.
Yeah. We were members of golf club, but we were also golfers.
Golfers?
Yeah. We used to play golf together in Wadaiga, in Machakos, and in Mombasa, all that. And Kibaki was very good. And in golf, you play either two of you or single or four of you. The maximum is four. And you are all given partners. And he never used to choose who to play with, but then as you play, you used to enjoy so much, particularly when he's kicking off. Oh, very well, you really enjoy.
Right.
And the best concentration. I think concentration comes at that time when you look at that little ball kicking with a very small little stick.
Yes.
And you can't miss it. You all the time do it. And particularly when you are now chipping in or patting to put in that small little hole. Yeah.
He was a good golf player.
Good golf player.
I remember him.
And immediately after that, you go and relax, talking very well, having freedom. And he would mix with everybody at that time. Yeah. And even at that time, he's a president. But when you go to mix after the social gathering, you will never know who is who. Because he welcomes you all.
I'm meant to understand that out of office, President Mwai Kibaki never used to discuss matters politics.
No. No, Kibaki would not take any issue about politics. But the state of the country, yes, economically, or getting information, whatever have you, that was welcome to him. Yeah.
In 2002, Minister, in 2002, the entire nation was charged. At that particular point, nobody knew President Mwai Kibaki, nobody knew Kijana Wamalwa, nobody knew Charity Ngilu, nobody knew, apart from Raila Odinga, who was agitating for democracy and all that. But all of a sudden, all the posters across the country was for President Mwai Kibaki, Kijana Wamalwa, Charity Ngilu, and many other dignitaries during that.
That is the time we came as NAC, because we collected all these other parties and then came back together.
Yes.
In fact, we even shifted from our own office, because our office was in Kitanga Road. And in that area, just along there, we got a building and opened a new office called NAC office.
Yes.
All the other parties, you leave whatever office you are, that was a common office for NAC, the National Alliance. And that is a time we all came together, forgot whatever you had as a leader of your own party, but to form one lineup. Yeah.
Absolutely.
And that brought us together.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'll talk more about 2002 because it was a defining moment. Because when he got the shield and the instruments of power, he was on a wheelchair after attending his treatment way in abroad, which was facilitated, so to speak, by Raila Odinga, as people would say. But then I'll get to details on that. Jacob, you know what happens is that this particular function is a military affair led by the Kenya Army, the Navy, and the Air Force. Bwana PC will correct me if I'm wrong, because at this particular point, the head of state is the head of state, and President Mwai Kibaki was at the echelon of his, you know, the mantle as the commander-in-chief. So we would expect everything done by the seniors at the military base. Bwana PC, just to ask you this, how would it look like when we head to Nyeri? Because it's a military affair, we should expect a lot of precision from now until the point the president will be laid to rest, right?
You can take it up, Bwana PC.
You know, it depends on that national committee. There's a national committee which is sensitive to the requirements of the people on the ground. Remember, he is a head of state. He is there for hours. But the people of Nyeri, they are the ones who are donating him throughout to go to the national level. Therefore, they got to be considered by that committee. The county government, for instance, you've seen that they have even issued their statement. They are part of the interest group, the family. So the level from here is likely to be cascaded in a different manner so that it takes interest of the local environment. If you remember, you alluded to the heroes
corner,
the heroes corner. During the time we were burying the late Jaramogi Odinga, one of the positions that had been taken, I think this was Damas Otieno, the minister at that time, he said if the family wants to donate so that we take him to another level, government can consider. For me, I would like people, the leaders of the head of state, if they are brought here, the multiplier effect in terms of benefit, it is better at Heroes Corner other than Nyumbani. Because even me, the mausoleum we put at Nyamira Kango, I've never visited there, but if it was here, I would be seeing certain people, because it's enough ground. We could do that so that there is a concentration of our history, and I repeat, not natural history, national history. So that we start being together, whereby you see this one, this was the leader of opposition, then it became government, this, and then we bring it together. So I cannot tell you for sure which direction they will take, because there is a committee now organizing it with all the stakeholders and the owners of the stake involved.
Absolutely, and I'm sure the Minister for Interior, who is heading that committee, that is Dr. Fred Matiang'i, will be updating us, of course, in the coming days as regards the plans to inter the body of the third president of the Republic, Emilio Stanley Mwai Kibaki. But of course, before we hand back to Victor, there's this question, because the first point when people interact with Mwai Kibaki's economic policies is when he has become Minister for Finance and Planning. And there's a lot of praise coming from around that time. For the sake of generations that were not able to experience that time, probably tell us, what did Kibaki do, and what was the ripple effect on the economy when he becomes Minister for Finance and National Planning?
You know, Kibaki became finance minister during the time of Mzee Jomo Kenyatta. And the blueprints that you are seeing, if you subtract his contribution on the economic development and direction of this country, is a different country altogether. The impact is that big. Just look at it this way. Leave alone even the time I was talking about the sessional paper, the development plans. One development plan, for instance, which he did, I regret it was not implemented. The 1979-83 National Development Plan, it was based on projects how many hurricanes do we use, instead of the cans? How many umbrellas? This factory is ready for implementation. This one, and using the Harambee spirit, the cooperative movement, pick this and implement, pick this and implement. But unfortunately, when Moi took over, he more or less set it aside. You remember, he was a different, he took from a person who was very, very strong. So anaenda huko anaulizwa, tunataka health center, chukueni, tunataka hospitali, chukueni, tunataka alami hapa, chukueni, tunataka A-levels, chukueni. So we more or less suspended that national development plan. It didn't come back again. But if you remove, look at it this way, even when he became president, with Mzee here, as their ministers, we were collecting about 180 billion, our budget. By the time he was leaving, it was almost hitting 1 trillion. It's like a revolution. Just look at the number of times. It's just like the way the current president has done. If you look at where he picked it and where he is now, it's mind-boggling. Only that because of what I told you about what is coming through. So you cannot quantify quickly. It will take a bit of time to know exactly.
Let me cut you short to just say that Martin Nyaga wa Mbora, the chair of the Council of Governors, is making his way to Parliament buildings. And of course, presidential hopeful on Chama cha Usawa, the governor for the great county of Murang'a, Mwangi Wairia, is accompanying Martin Nyaga wa Mbora to the Parliament buildings as the country pays its last respects as we celebrate the life of Emilio Stanley Mwai Kibaki. Of course, you are marrying the economic the economic think tank of the president then as Minister for Finance and how he carried it forward as president.
Look at it this way again. We reached a level, I remember one time, his Minister for Finance, was it Bwana Kimunya? He went to one of the international conferences and said, we are funding our budget to the tune of 96%. Everybody said, in a that world country like this? Yeah, because you remember, he even changed from the Moi to him that the embassies used to have a caucus, put a lot of pressure on the government. He relaxed it, and the ministers were running the country. And he said, tutafunga nyinyi kama hamtatoa kodi. Remember? And the Waweru just shot.
You were talking about Alfred Mutua, the former spokesperson of government, and there he is, actually coming into Parliament. There's Governor Anne Waiguru of Kirinyaga and Amason Jeffa Kingi. Amason Jeffa Kingi was actually the Minister for East African Cooperation during the second term of President Kibaki when he was sharing government with Raila Odinga. And there's also Governor Mutahi Kahiga. He's actually President Kibaki'S governor in Nyeri. All those governors coming in to pay the last respects to President Mwai Kibaki. I think at some point even Anne Waiguru was having a treasury alongside President Uhuru Kenyatta as Minister for Finance then. And Anne Waiguru was, I think, Under Secretary for Planning in Treasury. And so these people in one way or another have a working relationship again with the president.
Including our current president.
Oh, yes. In many ways.
When he read his first budget, I saw Waheshimiwa, they were not believing that if you look at it and if you play that clip, you see them saying, where will it be done? How will it happen? And the impact of the guidance from Mzee Kibaki.
All right.
It is there.
Actually, the relationship with President President Uhuru Kenyatta goes further because the godfather of President Kenyatta is actually President Mwai Kibaki. So the relationship goes a bit further. Obviously, as we continue to see the live pictures coming from Parliament, Victor, before you hand it over to us, you were speaking about the 2002 moment. And it is very important, to pick from Minister Munyao about that, the intense time, a handover from President Moi to the new president who is on a wheelchair, President Mwai Kibaki.
Absolutely. Just to mention that, we remember the Unwalkable song. It's still fresh in our mind. In fact, if you ask someone, I am unwalkable, and everybody will sing that song. At that particular point when President Kibaki came from London after getting his treatment and straight to Uhuru Park and getting the reins of power, what was the mood like for people who never saw that particular point?
The mood was really, you could see. And even on that side,
yes,
the first time I saw Moi lining up, because you see that is the time he was handing over power.
Right, right.
And we all had to go in there. He had a particular place to sit, but I don't think he said where he wanted to sit, because he was not sure of what is happening. Because, you know, the whole of Uhuru Park was completely full, up to that area of Ministry of Health. The entire area, and Austin's Church, the area was fully covered, and everybody wanted to see and hear Honorable Kibaki speak, and wanted to see what the leaders are coming to see. It was a wonderful day, wonderful, wonderful.
And it was a smooth transition, though so painful. It was
so cool,
a sad one.
So cool, and everybody was ready to do whatever we needed to do, which was very good, actually.
Did you ever expect at any given point that President Kibaki would get to that seat?
Yeah, of course, when we were fighting earlier, we were fighting for him to get it, but we didn't expect him to get it in that situation. But even when he got in that situation, it was overall good, because he was courageous enough and he managed. And most ought to be brought to Uhuru Stadium at that time,
yes,
and make a full speech to everybody when the area was completely full, and we are all quiet to listen. It was a great thing. Great thing.
Okay. Before I take you to Nancy Okware, there is this point that most people can easily relate to President Mwai Kibaki as compared to President Moi. Perhaps PC Kaguthi would tell us how it was then, where we would line up for a whole day. It was a holiday in your area. When President Moi was coming into your area, you would line up. But with the PC Kaguthi, who would marshal up all the DOs, the DCs, and the Land Rovers to line up for President Moi. But with Kibaki, it was different. He would pop in a particular area, address the gathering, and go. Just to mention, how was it with President Mwai Kibaki?
No, Mwai Kibaki was cool, like you have just said.
Yes.
And his information and the tours were all cool. Although the information used to be spread all around, because that's the purpose of the provincial administration, to align ways. But every time he comes, he was cool and everything, and I think it was wonderful. Yeah.
Okay.
Totally different from what we were seeing during the time of Wanakaguthi.
Wanakaguthi will tell us how it was, you know, the Land Rovers way back then, and
you know, I left
from 4 o'clock.
I retired a little earlier. 1999.
All right. Obviously, before you express that, let's just show the live pictures of some of the dignitaries making their way to Parliament buildings. I think that should be Governor Anne Kananu of Nairobi, making her way to Parliament buildings. And PC Kaguthi, you will pick up on that, you know, about the differences between President Kibaki and President Moi. But first of all, let's, you know, rush to the CBD and link up with Nancy Okware, and then come back in studio and give us the experience of Moi and Kibaki. But Nancy Okware, if you can hear me, probably give us a feel of how the Central Business District is looking as the country mourns or celebrates the life of President Kibaki. Okware.
Well, a very good morning to you, and John Jacob Kioria back in studio. We are coming to you live from Kenyatta Avenue. This is one of the routes that President Uhuru Kenyatta is expected to use as he heads towards Parliament to lead the nation, or rather to lead the nation in beginning the 3 days where the country is supposed to be, members of the public are supposed to be given an opportunity to walk towards the Parliament precincts and view the body of the late retired President Mwai Kibaki. We do expect that any minute at around 10 a.m. the President will be coming through the State House Road and connecting with Kenyatta Avenue, and it is after that that he's going to use Uhuru Highway all the way to Parliament buildings. Right now, as we speak, traffic is still flowing normally along this route, but we do expect that any minute before 10 a.m. the routes will be cleared just to allow a clear flow of traffic as the head of state makes his way to Parliament. As we are aware, is that the body of the late retired President Mwai Kibaki already arrived at Parliament buildings at around 7:20 a.m. in the morning, and of course dignitaries are already arriving there, awaiting the arrival of President Uhuru Kenyatta. A number of Kenyans have been expressing their views on what they will remember the late president with, and right here at Kenyatta Avenue I'm joined by one Kenyan who is going to tell us his fond memories of the late president. Shukran sana kwa kujiunga nasi. Pengine tunapoanza tueleze ni kipi ambacho utamkumbuka marehemu ama hayati Mwai Kibaki zaidi?
Marehemu President retired Mwai Kibaki namkumbuka sana. Kuna mengi mema nimeona kwa maisha yangu, hata kwa maisha ya Wakenya kupitia kwa uongozi wake. Mimi nimesoma hiyo wakati kabla hajakuwa kiongozi, lakini kwa sababu wazazi wangu hawakuwa na uwezo, hawakuwa na kazi ya kutosha, nilikuwa mwerevu sana, lakini sikumaliza shule kwa sababu wazazi wangu hawangeweza kunilipia karo. Wenye tulisoma nao, wenye wazazi wao wangewalipia karo, walisoma. Na baada ya hapo Kibaki alipochukua mpaka leo watoto werevu wote wanaenda shule. Mpaka hata leo kina kijana wangu amefanya mtihani wa kidato cha 4 na amesoma vizuri akamaliza, na tena anaenda university kwa sababu ya pesa ya CDF na hiyo pesa nyingine, kwa sababu watoto werevu sasa hiyo wanaenda shule. Nashukuru sana kwa sababu ya uongozi wa Kibaki. Kuna vitu hatukuwa tunaona wakati ule, lakini tumekuja tukayaona mengi sana. Naweza sema hata ile wakati tulikuwa tunaona hizi magari kubwa, tulikuwa naona kwa movie ya Nigeria, magari kubwa kama Alphard, hizi Manoa tulikuwa tunaona kwa movie ya Nigeria. Lakini Kibaki alipopata uongozi, saa hii ukiona magari hizi kubwa unaona wamama ndio wanaendesha. Wakati ule hata wenye tulikuwa tunaona wakifanya kazi kama walimu kwa shule, walimu wetu walikuwa wanakuja na baiskeli, wengine walikuwa wanakuja kwa miguu. Saa hii walimu wanaenda na mapikipiki. Tulikuwa tunaona vitu kama pikipiki, tulikuwa tunaona wengine wakifanya nayo boda huko Uganda, lakini Kenya ilikuwa ni mabaiskeli. Kibaki alipochukua, kwa sababu ya uongozi mzuri, saa hii kila area vijana wako na mapikipiki. Maisha imeendelea kwa hali mzuri. Nimeona mabarabara za lami hata upande wa nyumbani. Vitu vingi sana naweza sema kwa mzee. Na hata ukiangalia upande wa siasa, upande wa ufisadi, kuna wale wenye walikuwa hata wenye wanatoka kwa jamii wake walipokuwa wanapatikana na makosa, watu kama viongozi kama Mwiraria, viongozi kama Murungaru walikuwa na resign, wanawacha kazi na wametoka kwa jamii yake. Hiyo inaonyesha uongozi mzuri. Mzee kuna mengi naweza sema, kwa sababu hata hali yake ya kuongea, hakuwa mtu mwenye anaongea mambo ambao unaona inaweza umiza nchi. Kama kitu ilikuwa ni mbaya, saa ingine angesema jambo yenye watu wangecheka kuwa mavi ya kuku, lakini alikuwa ni mtu anamaanisha vitu zake. Nashukuru kwa sababu uongozi wake imefanya mpaka leo kuna vitu bado zinaendelea kufanywa, na zilikuwa ni vision yake. Ndio rais ama ndio kiongozi nimeona akiwa kuongozini na akatoka akiwa na vision. Tumekuwa na vision 2030. Hiyo vision 2030 mpaka leo kuna vitu tunaona mpaka saa hii zinafanywa. Nashukuru sana. Hata wakati ule kuna vitu tulikuwa tunaona na hayakuwa kwa hali ya juu. Nikiongea hata unaangalia watu kama watangazaji, watu kama Leonard Mambo Botela, walikuwa na kufanya kazi mzuri sana, lakini maisha yao haikuwa juu. Lakini ukiangalia saa hii watangazaji, watu kama Nimro Mtabu, watangazaji wengine wako sawa, wanatembea na magari kubwa, wanaishi kwa manyumba ya fahari. Nashukuru kwa uongozi wa aliyekuwa rais, na mimi nashukuru kwa maisha yake, na Mungu amweke mahali pema peponi.
Asante sana.
Asante sana.
Yes, John Jacob Kioria, that is one of the Kenyans just expressing the fond memories that he remembers the late President Mwai Kibaki. And of course, we do expect that any minute, some minutes to 10 a.m., the head of state, that is President Uhuru Kenyatta, will be using this route, that is Kenyatta Avenue, as he heads towards Parliament Building. And we will be on standby to bring our viewers that procession live right here on KBC Channel 1. For now, it's back to you in studio.
All right. Thank you very much, Nancy Okwara. And of course, listening to that gentleman, he has quite a quick grasp of what the presidency of Mwai Kibaki meant for him as a person, because equal opportunity for every child to go to school, irrespective of social status, was quite an important thing. There's a question he had been asked about the comparison between President Daniel Moi, when he's coming to your area, it's almost a near holiday. Even schools have to stop because everybody has to line up and receive the president. But Kibaki's time, it appears like nothing much.
And the institution,
every leader,
if you don't invest,
you know, the president is the most informed single person in any country. Every leader has their own style. The style of President Moi transition from Kenyatta to him was such that Kenyatta was in Nakuru, anakuja Nairobi, Gatundu, Mombasa, that kind of thing. Here comes a president, he wants to touch the ground, visiting everywhere. Then comes Mzee Kibaki. He is in a wheelchair. So his level of communication had to change, isn't it? So when the president is coming to the area, every PC had his own style. Like my style is that huyu ni mwanasiasa anataka watu. So you mobilize watu.
You mobilize.
And Nyanza people are loyalist community, so they just come and you get the visit. What is communicating becomes very good. That's the difference.
Okay.
But when you look at Mzee Kibaki now, you know, to me as a personal tribute, you know, he is the architect of modern Kenya. If you look at what he did, a liberal futuristic thinker who put things, structures for future implementation. And when you talk about sessional paper number 10, you see what he was seeing. Then you remember there was another one, Degwa report. They put a lot of direction again on that. When Mzee Kibaki became president, and he went to Othaya, when they went to Sagana, he asked the watu, mulikuja kufanya nini? Mungekuwa munalima. Pesa mtatoa wapi? Hapana, uliza pesa itatoka kwa bank. Then huko anauliza the Social Economic Council. How can we reduce the interest rate? You remember that story, which is current. Akawaambia, wakasema that council kinalida choka, na akawaambia mumeanguka mtihani. Mkiuliza huyu mtu mfupi, that's Meraria, asichukue pesa from within the country, asiborrow from within. You remember big banks were like kiosks.
In the streets.
The interest came to 8%. You remember? Because his economic principles, he knows it and he directs it in such a manner that he was a real architect of what is going to happen. And that's why during his time, we stopped going to Bretton Woods, to all those people. Because he had a way of stopping those kind of monies, and he exploited the unexploited. But now we have shot so high that is, if you talk about President Moi, 180 billion with the 3.4 trillion is unbelievable, isn't it? Yeah.
And absolutely, from the pictures you see, the previous pictures you had is where the body of the president will be lying for viewing. And just right now, just a sneak view of, you know, that area. We expect the arrival of President Uhuru Kenyatta. Like you've seen from Nancy Okware, traffic is still flowing on Uhuru Highway normally, but at some point it will have to stop. So if you're leaving your house later than 9:30, probably you would have to readjust accordingly because the president will be using that route. And before we hand to Victor, we're going to talk about, you know, President Kibaki's place in the region because he was really a supporter of integration. And I'm just looking at some of the condolences messages sent by, because I see like a message from Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, who tweeted Friday afternoon, this afternoon I received sad news announcing the death of Honorable Emilio Mwai Kibaki, the third president of the Republic of Kenya. This is a sorrowful moment for the people of Kenya, the East African community, and the African continent. And he says, I extend on behalf of the people of Uganda heartfelt sympathies to the family of His Excellency Kibaki, His Excellency Uhuru Kenyatta, President of the Republic of Kenya, and all Kenyans upon the loss of the great statesman. And he says, well, at the helm of Kenya's leadership, he played a fundamental role in achieving socio-economic transformation and prosperity for Kenyan people. He was active in deepening the roots of African unity and cooperation for peace, development, and security. Paul Kagame, the president of Rwanda, saying, my sincere condolences to the people of Kenya and to the family of President Kibaki. His dedication to the economic transformation of Kenya and his work towards regional integration will be remembered for many generations. The people of Rwanda stand with Kenya during this time. And then there was President Samia Suluhu of Tanzania saying, nimesikitishwa na taarifa za kifo cha mzee wetu na rais mstaafu wa Kenya mzee Mwai Kibaki. Afrika tumeondokewa na kiongozi mahiri na mtumishi bora wa umma, na kupa pole kaka yangu Mheshimiwa Rais Uhuru Kenyatta, wanafamilia na Wakenya wote. Mungu amweke mahali pema peponi. Amina. But that's how President Kibaki is viewed by the region in terms of his push for regional integration
and economic growth of the people of the region, starting from here. And if you look at when the community broke, 76,
yes,
you see him coming to the center gradually through sessional papers. You can name the one for 86 was a very powerful one. The one for 71 and 72, the one for economic growth and employment, sponsored by ILO that time. Gradually you see his contribution within and putting structures and laws that we will live with that for a long time until we now went to bombers to make certain changes so that the structure has changed. And a big shift now, instead of the county councils and what do you call it, the district focus, then we went now to actual devolution. So if after the actual devolution, then you see it is his kind of blueprint which was ruling this country economically in terms of growth.
All right.
So his contribution is major, and that's why I say he is an architect
of the modern day Kenya.
Using his liberal and futuristic thoughts. And Jaramogi Oginga Odinga was not wrong to pull him out of Kampala.
Absolutely.
Yes.
I think, Victor, the question you had asked about the differences between Moi and Kibaki has been answered in the sense that every president has their own leadership style. There was Moi and there was Kibaki. But there's something you had asked earlier about, political competition when it comes to issues like this and putting politics aside. And I just remembered in 2002, President Uhuru Kenyatta was contesting against his own godfather.
Yes.
President Mwai Kibaki. Actually, the person who gave him the name is actually President Kibaki. So,
yes.
I mean, politics in Kenya is just an interesting game.
It's an interesting beat. And, that is the same situation. When I had actually off-the-camera discussion with the minister here, President Kibaki was an opposition leader. At some point, he was a minister at some point, he was a vice president, and ultimately the president. That should teach you something, Kioria. Trust the process.
Yeah.
Trust the process. But so to ask you this question, you know, at that particular point, you know, the President Mwai Kibaki was getting the reign of power. NAC was in position. And that evening when now Moi was handing over power, it was a very sad moment because people were used to the one Kidole Moja, the KANU Serikali ya Jogo, and now that President Kibaki was coming in power, it was a change of mood and everybody was waiting for that particular point to test the presidency of President Mwai Kibaki.
But the best thing and the easiest thing is that we had sold Democratic Party's manifesto earlier, even earlier,
yes,
to an extent that people of all levels had understood what it actually means, what Kibaki intends to achieve, what he's going to do when he comes there, and what he's going to do for everybody in every category. So people are taking it a little bit easier. The only thing which was a little bit difficult is when they started seeing the way security was managed at that time. Because there was a lot of liberty and a lot of mixing up.
Yeah. And when now, a day came after now he was leaving State House, he was now retiring, and there was that chopper, now President Kibaki was now leaving State House. It was a very sad evening again, and the pictures we would see on his face, leaving power. Perhaps he held this country with a lot of high esteem.
Well, with him, when he was free in his heart to leave the office at that time, because he was a constitutional man, he knew what he was serving and all that. But the public could not believe that this is what it is. So that's why finally there was that emotion that I'm leaving here and all sorts of things. Otherwise, it was quite okay.
You know, one funny thing is that I was reading on the newspapers here, Jacob, is that at some point President Mwai Kibaki had to run for his dear life when he was in the opposition way back then. He was agitating to topple during, in 1998 actually, when a crowd charged towards where he was adamant to hold a rally. And when raiders, you know, raided the event, the story has it that President Mwai Kibaki had to run and leave one shoe behind, and it's not yet known who picked the other side and took it to him. But that was way back then. That, Bona Minister, that tells the other side of him of being a staunch agitator of democracy.
Kabisa. And he was a beginner, and he really initiated and stood for democracy, liberty or war, and providing freedom, you know, sorts of things. And it was very great.
Absolutely. Okay, pictures on your screen is that, the body will lie in state there, and we have got two options. In a situation like this one, the government can decide either to let the body be in a coffin or outside a coffin. And in this case, President, all the three presidents, starting with the President, the late Mzee Kenyatta, Mwai Kibaki, and President Moi, were all outside the coffin. So that is as per the government decision on how to do things. Bona Minister, it's the same position that President Kenyatta, President Moi, and now President Mwai Kibaki were laid in three successions. It
is the same, but in any case, the committees which are government committees which are all the time formed to perform this, they follow the pattern of each other. And I'm sure the pattern has been the same, and it will continue being the same. Like you see the way they have started inviting leaders left and right.
Yes.
That protocol will have to follow.
And of course, it's important to say that during the interdenominational
and
prayer,
it may not be only Kenyan. There might be other leaders from way in East Africa who will also come, want to visit Honorable Mwai Kibaki.
Absolutely. And because of that program, most likely that several heads of state and former dignitaries also attend that particular event on Friday and Saturday. So it will be a busy week as the president rolled out a 5-day busy week for the late President Mwai Kibaki.
No wonder most of the things the government has actually held up. All the plans which were to be, even the campaigns, are all held up until we see the end of
absolutely. It's quite it wants to mention that even all the campaigns have been put on the back burner.
Have all been withheld until after Saturday.
Absolutely. Now,
and in any case, this is also a good weekend because it will have about 4 or 5 days of holiday from Friday to Tuesday.
Absolutely.
Yeah, because it joins the foot.
You know, there is this bit of the president's favorite meal. What would you enjoy, the two of you, during your point, you know, outside politics? Now you're just relaxing as gentlemen.
Very well. And he used to be very good. You've even seen there is somebody called Macharia from Nyeri who has been talking about the way he used to entertain the president. Anytime he visited the area, he had a particular place he used to sit, meet whoever else in that place, and then they go. You know, everybody enjoy it that way because anytime you are with Kibaki, you knew what you expect, and you prepare for it, which is.
What was that? What was? Perhaps the PC would now want to get the secret.
No, but I may stop it there because those who were with him, they knew what they did.
I'm told that is General Badi, who is also arrived there at Parliament buildings. Preparations are actually at the advanced stage, signaling the arrival of President Kenyatta anytime from now. But of course, Deputy President William Ruto will also have to make his way there. And then later on, members of the public will also get an opportunity to view the body, as it happened with President Daniel Arap Moi. It's going to be a busy week for the nation, and of course we expect a lot to be taking place even right now in Nyeri County, there where the president will be laid to rest. In 2007, at the footsteps of Harambee House, now they walked out with then Prime Minister Raila Odinga. Perhaps it was the hardest decision that most people, lieutenants around him, never wanted him to sign that particular deal. But nonetheless, he still went ahead and signed the deal with Prime Minister Raila Odinga. And
the best thing is that the company at that time was not only in Kenya, but there were other leaders from the neighboring country who were seriously concerned about the peace in Kenya. Therefore, it was easy to sell what we wanted to achieve because there were other leaders who were there to convince us that this is the right way to go and cool the country. Like you saw, I mean, Tanzanians were there, Congolese were there.
Yes.
Rwandans were there. And this was a major incident, particularly taking into account that the leader of all that was the American fellow.
And of course, we also remember that Operation Linda Inchi was hatched during Kibaki'S government.
Very true. And they were operative.
And up to now, we have our soldiers in Somalia.
They were operative.
Yes.
And they are there. And even the peace created at that time is the one which extends and cool the country all the way from that area. You remember the way shifters and all sorts of things used to operate with India. But for some time, it managed to cool the country. This was very good. Kibaki did great things to this country.
Okay. All right, so let's take a look at what's happening in Parliament, and let's listen. There you have it, in Parliament.
The arrival of Deputy President William Ruto at Parliament Buildings, an indication now the President is on his way to Parliament Buildings. Obviously, in ceremonies like this, the pointer to the President's closeness to arrival is the arrival of the Deputy President. And Dr. William Ruto is already in Parliament Buildings. That means in about 5 minutes we will see. And of course, you can see a quarter guard of honor at the entrance of the Parliament Buildings. That is to mean that those preparations are an indicator that the President is on his way. But probably before the President arrives, PC Kaguthi, it is important to talk about the nexus between President Kibaki's administration and President Kenyatta's administration. Now, the nexus is not just about succession, that these administrations succeeded Kibaki's, but even the planning of what President Uhuru Kenyatta is executing. There's a nexus on the planning happening during Kibaki's administration and President Uhuru Kenyatta now committing money and execution to some of his projects.
It is true. If you listen to Prime Minister talking, he will say hata ireri tulipanga, lapse tulipanga, but Uhuru came and started executing it. Why? Because the government is a perpetual succession institution, so that they are building on each other. That's the truth. That a good system should be. Remember the bureaucrats, permanent government called civil service. It's a permanent government because that regional commissioner or that commissioner of police. At the lower level, not the IG. They all continue government regime after regime. So what happens is the skew at the political level, what they call the political direction, and that's why we tell every citizen, please take part in elections because of the political risks. You elect a good government, you go very far. You elect a bad government, these civil servants will be what cabinet has decided and what parliament has decided with, because that's the way it is. But the implementation is on a management, is on a perpetual succession, because it's an institution that is not going to stop. And that's the way it is recognized on the world of nations. So the investors, external investors here, they follow exactly like that. They follow to see who is doing what in the country, and is it going to change, is it not going to change, and they proceed.
Of course, we're going to be handing over this program officially to the team in Parliament, of course, once President Uhuru Kenyatta makes his way to but that roundabout there is where the President will emerge from once he's made his way from State House on the way to Uhuru Highway, and then from that roundabout. And you can see the security arrangement around Parliament Road. That's where the President will emerge from, and then this entire exercise will begin. The President is leading the nation in celebrating the life of President Stanley Emilio Mwai Kibaki, born on the 15th of November 1931 and then rests on the 21st of April 2022. And of course we continue to mourn and celebrate his life as a man who has a great legacy shaped in terms of how the economy grew during his reign, the free primary education, the border sector, but most importantly, even on issues of regional integration. It's quite interesting, PC Kaguthi, when we talk about Operation Linda Nchi, the men who launched this operation, the last one of them is President Mwai Kibaki, because there was George Saitoti as Minister for Internal Security then there was Yusuf Haji as Minister for Defense, and now President Mwai Kibaki. But most importantly, the operation is still continuing.
Yes, because the nation was getting threatened. They come all the way to Mada Island. We did not have an alternative but to go and destabilize them, because, you know, we have had a very, very nasty situation. Kenya has been a low-pressure belt. During the time of Mejisu, people are running here. Sudan, the Sudan here, immunization of Uganda here. You see the way we have been a low pressure belt. Somalia, from 91, we have never had a stable government. But now you get a raftag of people who are coming now to interfere with our system all the way to Westgate and so forth. So a decision was taken during his reign and with the general that they now go stop it from the other side and support that government. So Kenya is at war until the African Union came to our aid, because we had now to defend ourselves. And that's when I asked you, what is Kenya's strategic interest beyond which we would be prepared to go to war? It's like that. We are being interfered with. We are not with the
It's a threat on our sovereignty.
Oh, yes. So it had now to be that way. And therefore, there are things that we can't talk more than that. But we have been interfered with very, very badly. And we have survived by God's grace that all those countries have been destabilized and everybody was running here. One time we had the largest number of refugees. Even now, I don't think it has changed. The refugees in, whether it's Kakuma or the one in...
I think it's the president's motorcade now. Heading towards Parliament. But of course, you can continue once you have a clear establishment of whether it's a motorcade. We'll be letting the people in.
Yeah, so the way you look at it is that we had to go to war as a necessity to stop that nonsense. And remember Nyumbakumi, it came when we saw that even they started killing our elders in Kwale, Mombasa, and so forth. But now it has been contained. We are trading very well. Yeah, oh yes. And there's a semblance of government starting, even the elections starting to form the other side, so they can now protect their country and we become now good partners.
All right.
Yes.
I needed to ask you this, particularly on Nakada, because under President Kibaki, you were at the helm of
the campaign.
I went to ask, what was President Kibaki's interest when he launched Nakada?
It was started by Mzee Moi the year before 2002, 2001. And what happened is that the reports came out that the future of this country is undermined by the youth partaking drugs and alcohol. There it is. That's how it started. But when it came, after he stopped the government of 2005, I was taken to Vice President's office. But then the political wing in that office said that I'm moderate, that I don't campaign against the legal drugs. But legal drugs is alcohol, is cigarette, these injectables, the one the Madoa Daktari. So I saw that I can't just work. So I went back to head of public service and told him, no, I'll have to walk away on the government because I cannot allow the advert, tobacco, nini to continue, and I still survive because I will ridicule the country. It will not be me. So that's the time it was decided. When Mzee Kibaki was asked by Mudaura told me later, because I just told him that I'm going to resign. He just said, Nani hajui, remove Kaguthi from Nakada, it is dead. So that's how I came back to OP until now I left it with a law of tobacco, with the law of Nakada in 2006.
All right.
Yeah.
Of course, the pictures you're seeing on your screen are Parliament buildings. The earlier pictures were on the normal traffic flow, on the normal routes. But those are the pictures outside the precincts of the Parliament buildings, where we expect President Uhuru Kenyatta to arrive any time from now as he leads the nation in celebrating the life of President Mwai Kibaki. Before I hand it over to Victor, just a quick run through the program is that from today up until Wednesday is the public viewing of the body of the third president of the Republic of Kenya from 9 a.m. all the way up until 5 p.m. and then the body will be taken back to the Lee Funeral Home, and that will happen for 3 days. On Friday, there's an interdenominational prayer service and or a memorial service in honor of President Kibaki at the Nyayo National Stadium, and on Friday, that's a public holiday for every Kenyan, and I'm sure, like Victor pointed out, we shall have several heads of state from different countries coming in to show their respects to President Mwai Kibaki. And then on Saturday, Nyeri County, Othaya, is where the body of President Kibaki will be interred. All factors remaining constant, obviously, if this debate about him being buried at the Heroes' Corner does not continue. But so far, what the program from government is that President Kibaki will be interred in Othaya, a constituency he represented up until 2013 when he retired. He was their member of parliament. And we have the former vice president. He was actually the vice president of Kibaki in the second term. That is Stephen Kalonzo Musyoka, making his way into, and I see being received by the deputy president as he makes his way into parliament. Obviously, we don't expect Prime Minister Raila Odinga in this event, bearing in mind that he's on a working tour in the United States of America. But before he went, he had his message to the nation, and saying Kibaki took charge, he led. If there was a person who was keen on leading his people and providing the morale for work, was President Mwai Kibaki. He was a team leader. That's how the former premier Raila Odinga remembers President.
As I said earlier, these people, all politicians worked together. You remember Kalonzo Musyoka was a member of KANU. Raila Odinga also was a student of Moi. All of them,
even the deputy president.
Even the deputy president was director of elections way back then. And
the president was the party leader.
Exactly.
So, and now you see Amos Kimunya, Minister for Lands, Minister for Finance,
and right now,
and Minister for Transport under President Kibaki.
In fact, right now, the minister was telling me that this is a point that you not even know that these politicians are currently in a different political sides. It's their time to come together. But Minister.
Yeah, it's very true. Look at what happened 2-3 days ago.
Right.
And what is happening now. Today, we are all together for one reason, to mourn a genuine leader who had just left us.
Yes.
It is, we would say there's a good celebration. If it were okay, we would encourage it, but...
yeah. All right.
Because it brings us together. Yeah.
Okay. We still have...
You can't imagine.
You can't imagine. According to the minister, you can't imagine that 3-4 days ago.
This is what was happening 3 days ago.
You should know.
Absolutely. Okay. Something that I would love to ask you, how did President Mwai Kibaki, that is, before we get there, that is Honorable Kalonzo Musyoka with the Deputy President there having a tete-a-tete. Of course, the President is almost arriving there. And once he arrives, we'll see a change of environment, and that would actually now open the door for the public to go in and view the body. And later on, it will be an open event for everyone. But, Minister, the President, that is the late President Mwai Kibaki, tried to demystify that elitist form of presidency during his tenure. He was more approachable, he was more interactive, he demystified this issue of, I am the king, and I'm among the people.
I think that this was also brought up by the way he grew up. Growing up from a member of parliament to a minister to a vice president and all that up to the time you become a president. All this time you have seen all sorts of levels, you have seen all sorts of consultation, and you see the right way to lead your country. This was a very good experience, and I'm sure he must have earned this from the way he grew up in all these social sectors.
It reminds me of a point when, immediately after he took over power, Many people did not see him inviting the former President Moi to State House for a consultation. A couple of people were quite adamant. In fact, way back then, some were like, okay, fine, let's have a meeting in an open place. But he insisted, no, bring President Moi to State House, let's have a consultation. What would that show to a nation?
It shows that you knew what you were doing and you had prepared to lead your country to a different level. Because unless you are, well, if you are not prepared,
yes,
this thing will not happen. It shows that all the time when the priority for Kibaki was a country, not to an individual. The priority was the country, not to an individual. And that's why he took it that way, that anybody can now come and they continue consultations.
But most people were still adamant. You know, we had the likes of Chris Burungaru, who were the insiders, his foot soldiers. We had Mudaura. We had Martha Karua back then.
Yeah, because they were used to the former system. So for them to get completely converted to the new system now, it had to take a bit of time. But eventually they did. Because Kibaki himself, they saw the way Kibaki himself was behaving.
Okay.
That he was ignoring any other issue, but getting the prioritizing the country.
That is Deputy President William Ruto already lining up, and that is a clear and a perfect indication that President Uhuru Kenyatta should be there anytime from now. As for the program, he's supposed to be there at 10 a.m. It's now 4 minutes to 10, and therefore we should expect him to lead the nation. And of course, the military will be taking charge. The top government officials have lined up to receive the president. He will head straight to where the body is at the parliament buildings. Thereafter, he will be laid open for the public to view the body.
Jacob, the speaker is there.
Yes, the speaker is there, and of course, being the Speaker of the National Assembly, and that's where the event is taking place. Jacob, it must be a very busy day starting right now until Saturday.
Let me tell you, for journalists, it's a very, it's going to be a very tough week. And we have to do this because it's also, we are bound by duty to our nation also to do these things. And bearing in mind the stature of President Mwai Kibaki is something you have to do. So from today up until Saturday, we are with you following each and every move and notifying Kenyans what is happening, including the preparations in Nairobi as well as in Nyeri County. But you see the service commanders as well as senior officials in the military and in the administration lining up to receive President Uhuru Kenyatta, obviously led by Deputy President William Ruto. And the speakers of the two houses, including Justin Muturi of the National Assembly, and that's quite the indicator that President Uhuru Kenyatta is on his way to a parliament to lead the nation in paying the last respects to President Mwai Kibaki, his predecessor. For that matter, and like Bisi Kaguthi was saying, the building blocks of what President Uhuru Kenyatta's administration has been able to achieve. Some of them were laid under President Mwai Kibaki. Remember the Thika Road, and President Uhuru Kenyatta has been able to build up on that legacy, and built more than 10 kilometers. 10,000 kilometers of tarmac, and you can see the magnificent expressway also happening. Nobody imagined probably by the time Kenya was getting her independence that we would ever see moments like this. Of course, I was not present, but Bisi Kaguthi was present that time. Nobody imagined that we would be seeing the site of Nairobi as we are seeing it today.
It is true. It's true. When you consider the pieces that this country has...
And here he is. This is the president. These are the lead vehicles coming to Parliament. And there you see the outriders. That means now we have to head over to Parliament officially.
Is a full escort, presidential escort.
Absolutely.
Yes. Exactly.
But it is quite interesting. And look at the vehicle that the president is. Yes. It has no flag because the president directed that no official motorcade from anybody who has, the mandate to carry a flag on their vehicles, including the Chief Justice. Nobody will fly the Kenyan flag as a way of honoring President Mwai Kibaki.
And that must be...
This is the official motorcade now heading towards Parliament.
That is,
and I think today he's in his official limousine, right?
Exactly. And with a complete motorcade, the Outriders. And that is Kenyatta Avenue, up, down, opposite, just right outside Serena Hotel, coming down to Kenyatta Avenue and the GPO roundabout, then taking their turn towards Parliament. Of course, in a very slow pace, considering the distance from State House to Parliament is just not so far. And in keeping the time, the formation of the Outriders, the presidential formation, the official limo.
There he is. The official limousine, but has no... Even the presidential standard is not up.
No, it's not there.
Yeah, even the presidential standard is not up. The flag is not up. But it's also important, Victor, to point out that Kenya Broadcasting Corporation means business.
Exactly.
Because we are bringing you live pictures all the way from State House, all the way up until, Parliament. And this is, our small gift, our small sacrifice in terms of honoring President Mwai Kibaki.
Exactly.
Now it's Uhuru Highway?
That is Uhuru Highway, and they're going to take a turn just after the Kenyatta Museum, then take their roundabout, the Parliament roundabout, then head straight to Parliament buildings. This is quite something because when you see the president coming out, this is an entire entourage of the president convoy making its way to Parliament. It shows a lot the level of respect that President Kenyatta has given President Mwai Kibaki.
And we are bound together as a people.
Exactly.
Yes. And united in this cause as a people. This is the very day, this is the very time to put every difference aside and stand together to celebrate a solid giant, a solid economist, a man who loved this country. Because, resigning from lecture halls, just when you're a very young lecturer,
and
to come and immerse yourself into the problems of a newly independent, actually not newly independent, not just yet, it is not independent just yet. So you're coming in to immerse yourself to the problems of an independent nation.
Right.
This is, quite a big sacrifice on the part of, Emilio Stanley, Mwai Kibaki. And probably this is the time to throw in, that very statement from the US, don't ask what your nation can do for you. Just ask yourself what you can do for your nation. And this is President Kibaki's contribution to his own country.
We predicted that at 10 a.m. the president would make his way. It's exactly 2 minutes past 10 a.m.
Yeah.
And he's arrived. In terms of precision and time management, it shows that anything that goes with the military, precision is key.
Very important.
There is no time to be wasted. And PC Kagude will tell us this because time is of the essence. In the military, everything is time. And we have got 3 minutes past the hour. And the president is here. We can't give him.
Finally.
Not so bad, we can't give him for that. But nonetheless, exactly 10:03, the motorcade has arrived, and therefore thereafter the military will take it over. And you see the lining up, the motorcade stops
and that
behind.
is his limo now making its way into Parliament buildings.
And he's the only person getting into Parliament.
And different from other times, Victor, because whenever the president is coming to Parliament buildings, we always have a full guard of honor mounted in his honor outside Parliament precincts. You notice this is a solemn occasion. They're not there because the center of attraction, as PC Kagudi tells me, is President Mwai Kibaki today. That is the center of attraction today. That's why there's no guard of honor outside precincts of Parliament.
Absolutely.
For President Kenyatta, the head of state. There he goes. He's disembarking from his vehicle.
He's with the First Lady.
There you go.
Received. There you have it.
In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen. The peace. The peace of Christ be with you always. And with your spirit. Scripture verse from Matthew chapter 11, verse 28 to 30. Jesus said, "Come to me, all you who labor and are burdened, and I will give you rest. Take my yoke upon you and learn from me, for I am meek and humble of heart, and you'll find rest for yourselves. For my yoke is easy, and my burden is light." The word of the Lord. Thanks be to God. Kibaki'S became God's temple, and the Spirit of God lived in him. With reverence, we bless his mortal body. Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. Hail Mary, full of grace, the Lord is with you. Blessed art thou among women, and blessed is the fruit of thy womb, Jesus. Holy Mary, Mother of God, pray for us sinners, now and at the hour of our death. Amen. Glory be to the Father, and the Son, and the Holy Spirit, as it was in the beginning, is now, and ever shall be, world without end. Amen. In your hands, O Lord, we humbly entrust our brother and your servant, President Stanley Emilio Y. Kibaki, now emeritus. In this life, you embrace him, your love. Deliver him now from every evil, and bid him enter eternal rest. The old order has passed away. Welcome him then into paradise, where there will be no sorrow, no weeping, no pain, but the fullness of peace and joy with your Son and the Holy Spirit. this with us forever and ever. Amen. Blessed are those who have died in the Lord. Let them rest from their labors, for their good deeds go with them. Eternal rest grant unto him, O Lord,
and let perpetual life shine upon him.
may he rest in peace.
Amen.
May his soul and the souls of all the faithful departed, through the mercy of God, rest in peace.
Amen.
May the peace of God, which is beyond all understanding, keep your hearts and minds in the knowledge and the love of God and his Son, our Lord Jesus Christ.
Amen.
May the Almighty God, bless you, the Father, and the Son, and the Holy Spirit.
Amen.
We now allow His Excellency the President to be in the body of the legislature, escorted by the city. So that we can have one photo with the family. Family members. The rest of us will wait. Family members. We request Your Excellency to join them for one photo. Thank you, Your Excellency. Together with the First Lady. Songa kidogo kwa line ya picha for 1 second. Kidogo tu for 1 second. You're on the line of the photo. Thank you. Your Excellency, the First Lady, if we could kindly remove the masks so that everybody is safe, every one of us. Kindly, just briefly. Thank you. We could escort the President and the family into the holding room. Thank you. Just very briefly, and then we continue. Very briefly. allow His Excellency the Deputy President to view the body kindly. After the national anthem, the service commanders. After the national anthem, the service commanders. Thank you, service commanders. Thank you. Okay. Okay. BCDF and service commanders. Thank you. VCDF and service commanders. After that, the honorable speakers of the National Assembly and Senate. Service commanders, all of them. Cabinet secretaries.
Chukua hapo.
The viewing of the body of the late President Mwai Kibaki happening at Parliament buildings, and in the order of how senior government officials viewed the body, President Uhuru Kenyatta led the ceremony together with First Lady Margaret Kenyatta, and then the family members followed, and then the Deputy President William Ruto and the service commanders of the Kenya Defence Forces as well as other armed forces in the country, the speakers of both the National Assembly and the Senate, the majority and minority leaders, followed by cabinet secretaries and members of President Kenyatta's government, the ones who are currently viewing the body. And obviously we'll also see other senior officials, both politically and in terms of the technocratic operations of government, also viewing the body. But obviously we have to end this with our guests here. In terms of age, they are old men, so you don't want to keep them very much in studio. But quite an interesting pointer, PC Kaguthi saying, and of course I'll throw it back to Victor Law in a bit. But what I noticed there is that there's people who have led in, this process of viewing the body. Well, actually, President Kibaki's ministers. You're looking at Uhuru Kenyatta, the Minister for Finance and Deputy Prime Minister. William Ruto's Minister for Agriculture. The minority and majority leaders were Amos Kimunya, Minister for Finance and Lands at some point. Samuel Pugisio for Information. You have James Orengo, the Minister for Lands. Actually, even Speaker Lusaka was his PS for livestock. It's quite interesting how leadership in the country operates. It's successive.
Government is teamwork. And offices keep changing. Lusaka was my DC in Muranga. And so forth. So I'm not surprised. If all goes well, we continue in that kind of process. Now, But there's a very big lesson for the younger people. We normally advise the young people this, not because of the Nakada and the campaign against drug abuse. We advise them this, that remember, there are three things in life that matter. One is your health. Take care of your health, because that's the only one which you'll enjoy when you're in this world. Don't drink, don't spoil your health, don't do this and this. Number two, take care of your name and create a legacy, some space of yours. Look at what Mzee Kibaki has done. He created a legacy, a space, huge space. You can't quantify it for now. His own contributions. I've just told you, for planning and economic planning and matters of the direction of this country, as an architect of the republic called Kenya, if you remove him, you see very gaping gaps. In fact, they cannot be the same. So he has created that. Take care of your name, because that's what you live with. Don't take easy rules and simple things which annoy people. The third one is where you are going after this. That's why you saw Cardinal Joy coming to ceremonize this particular function. A big respect. So my thinking is that let's have this one as a very big lesson, and that's why we celebrate. To use Mzee's Waziri's language, we celebrate. As we celebrate, we hand over the batons for learning.
All right. So stand by so that we, get the last remarks from Minister Munyao. So we release both of you. Victor Olo, I think you can engage Minister Munyao. So we release them. I'm telling you, one day you will also get old.
Okay. Exactly. Ujana ni moshi, and we have just to do a bit at this particular point. And I like what the PC has said, that three things that you need to take care of: your health, name, legacy, space. The third one, PC, you didn't mention. The third one?
It was the legacy.
The legacy. Okay.
Where you will go
after this. Okay. So your final remarks, Bona Minister. Off the cuff, we talked about something, that it must be a very tough moment for President Uhuru Kenyatta at this particular point. Let's go down history lane. President Uhuru Kenyatta was there when Mzee Kenyatta was buried. His father. President Kenyatta was there when the predecessor, Moi, was there. And now President Kenyatta is there when now the third president, Mwai Kibaki, is there. He's gone through the process. Must be difficult being President Uhuru Kenyatta at this point.
Very true. You could even see the emotions when President Uhuru Kenyatta stood up there to look at Kibaki. You imagine that he must be creating having all these imaginations. It's a terrible thing. It really moves you. But the most important thing, and what we appreciate, is what the government now has done. To take up this issue so seriously, and the planners and everything, to plan an occasion of this kind is not a very easy thing. And for it to be done so nationally, and you see leaders coming into this function, not even think about their past, but thinking about the concern of a gentleman called Mheshimiwa Mwai Kibaki, because of the route he made, the peace he created for this country, the stabilization of the economy to this country. People have got a lot to remember about Mwai Kibaki, and it is this time when we should all pray together. First, for God to cool his family, to cool Kenya, give peace to everybody, because Mwai Kibaki belongs to all of us, and he is with all of us. Yeah.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Thank you so much. And I think at this particular point, we just have to appreciate Bona PC Kaguthi for joining us in studio from 7 a.m. until now. It's a few minutes to 11, as well as Minister Munyao here, who've also been gracious enough to join the show for all those hours. We value your comments and contribution to the show. Now, it's now time for Ask Kioria. Vijana tubaki.
Vijana watabaki.
Vijana watabaki, wachape kazi.
We thank you.
Endelee wakati chai.
We thank you.
Vijana tusukume gurudumu hapa wakati ambapo tunaendelea kuonyesha picha za moja kwa moja kutoka bunge la taifa.
Thank you so much.
Kuona mwili wa mzee Mwai Kibaki wakati kama huu. And it is quite interesting. You saw an officer there called George Nderito.
Yes.
George Nderito is a very interesting figure. He's now leading the presidential guard in terms of the commanding officer in terms of presidential guard. But he was a personal bodyguard to President Mwai Kibaki during his time as president, and now leading the presidential guard.
Right.
And his salute was different from others.
Yes.
He saluted, bowed, then saluted again.
Right.
You realize these other ones are just saluting.
So one salute.
But this one salutes, bows, and salutes. It is to show the great respect he had for this man that he has served for many years and now serving President Kenyatta. Maybe you can just listen in from Parliament a bit, so we allow Minister Munyao and PC Kaguthi to exit. But there's a wall-to-wall coverage. We are still here for the long haul.
Wish you
all right.
We wish you good luck.
Thank you so much.
And thank you for welcoming us in this memorial moment.
Asante sana.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
You.
Right.
And particularly you, I served with your father in Parliament.
Oh.
Yeah, I did.
You just burst my bubble.
And I knew it very well. I knew it very well. I didn't know that you are the son of a great friend of mine.
Still covering the body viewing of President Mwai Kibaki, the third president of the Republic of Kenya. Already President Uhuru Kenyatta and members of his cabinet have performed that rite, as well as the family of former President Mwai Kibaki, led by his 3 sons and daughter. And right about now, before we come back to studio, I want to take you straight to Isaac Lemoka, who is at the precincts of Parliament. And I understand he's on standby with a few guests, including a former PS in the ministry, in one of the ministries by President Kibaki, but now serving as the governor for West Pokot. That's John Lonyangapuo. Lamoka.
Na Professor. Huh? Tangazo haya moja kwa moja kutoka majengo ya bunge, ambapo leo hii taifa la Kenya linaomboleza kifo cha rais wa 3 wa taifa la Kenya, Stanley Emilio Mwai Kibaki, ambaye aliaga siku ya Ijumaa iliyopita na kutangazwa rasmi na Rais Uhuru Kenyatta. Kifo chake kimetokea siku miezi kadhaa kabla ya uchaguzi mkuu, na papa hapa katika majengo ya bunge niko naye Profesa Lonyangapuo ambaye ni gavana wa West Pokot. Karibu sana Profesa, na tueleze, ni siku ambayo kwa hakika Kenya inaomboleza. Wewe kibinafsi utasema nini kuhusiana na kifo cha Rais Kibaki?
Kwanza nataka niseme tunaomboleza, pia tunasherehekea kazi ambayo alitutendea. Unaelewa, wanadamu, hata neno la Mungu linasema wanadamu anasaliwa mara moja, siku itafika pia ataaka duniani. Sisi wote dunia hii. So kwa hivyo kuwa na nafasi ya kuishi na kufanyiwa kazi na baba wetu Mwai Kibaki kwa miaka hiyo yote, akiwa one of the original founders of this nation. Wakati tulitinyakulia uhuru alikuwa ndani. Amekuwa one of the first ministers wa Afrika kabisa, alikuwa ndani mpaka sasa. So nataka niseme ya kwamba nyinyi wa Kenya wote pamoja na mimi tunataka tukumbuke yale yote alitutendea mpaka akawa president wakati ngumu juzi. Mnakumbuka tulikuwa na post election violence na ile leadership steering ile alituwekea mpaka nchi yetu ikawa stable, ikarudi akisaidiana na ndugu yake Raila na wengine. So niseme ya kwamba huyu mzee, ninyi wote wenye hamkujua Kibaki, ninyi wote wenye mulifanya kazi na yeye na mnamjua, vile watu wamedescribe yeye ni mtu mwenye ako na ungwana kwa uongozi yake na hata kwa maisha yake. So mimi, yeye mwenyewe ndiye alinichagua kuwa permanent secretary. Wakati yake yeye mwenyewe nilikuwa mkuu ya chuo kikuu Moi University, ile inaitwa sasa University of Eldoret, ilikuwa inaitwa Chepkoilel wakati huo, na akanitoa kule West Pokot mpaka akainua mimi nikafika mahali nilifika, kwa among the leaders. So niseme kwamba huyo mzee alitasama kila mahali, akaona watu wote, akachenga kona ya nchi ya Kenya. If you remember, hata wakati storm ilikuwa kubwa sana, ile security watu walikuwa wanataka sana ni kusikia sauti ya Kibaki atasema nini. Mtangoja siku ya kwanza hakuna, siku ya pili hakuna, mpaka hiyo shida itakapotulia, nyinyi ile mori na hasira na zote zimeisha, anawaambia na tuendelee na kazi. Hiyo ndio sauti ambayo tulisoea sana. Nataka niwaambie wa Kenya, poleni, lakini tujipe moyo. Alituachia heritage nzuri ya kupendana sisi wa Kenya, na akatulelea viongozi mwenye tuko naye sasa hii, President Uhuru Kenyatta. Na Kenya haitakuwa na shortage ya viongozi kama yeye. So jamii yake na watu ya Othaya, Nyeri, Kenya kwa ujumla, tunasimama na nyinyi tukisema poleni, na hata sisi pia tumejipa moyo huko West Pokot. West Pokot alitupea districts
If you can remember those days, kwanza mali naitwa theater in East Pokot, mali naitwa Baringo County. Mwenyewe alienda akapeana districts, akapeana nini. It was very good and I'm very proud of him. Niseme ya kwamba kiongozi wetu amelala, lakini matendo yake ataendelea kuongea kwa sasa na vizazi zijazo.
Shukrani sana Gavana. Kidogo tu kabla ya kumaliza, Profesa, umekuwa permanent secretary na umefanya kazi na Mwai Kibaki. Tumeona miundo msingi, tumeona free primary education. Ni kipi ambacho hatukijui kuhusiana na Mwai Kibaki ambao wewe umefanya kazi na yeye labda?
Ile pengine mjui, ile yenye niliona kabisa, anakupea nafasi. Kama amekupa kazi ya kufanya kazi, anakupea complete freedom ya kufanya kazi mpaka uonyeshe mazuri yote ile uko nayo kuhusu hiyo kazi. Aliniweka kama PS hapa industry, PS hapa public works, bila interference. Akanipa pesa, nikisema lete pesa ya ujenzi hapa, akanipa. So kwa hivyo kiongozi mwenye aliona aliwajia watu uwezo ya kuflourish na kubombea mali wako, of course kutumia mali ya nchi ya Kenya ichenge. And that's why I'm very proud. Wakati yangu ndio tulikuja kurefurbish kama PS, tulirefurbish bunge hii. Unaona vile ilifanywa, so president anasema ifanywe namna hii, nikawa PS wakati huo. Sasa tukachapa kazi, alafu sasa Parliamentary Service Commission wakaambiwa ndio hiyo pesa muendeleze na ifanywe. Na kitabu Kibaki alikuwa anafuata ile code ya ujenzi ya nchi, piko kwa public works. You cannot build buildings too ovyo bila kufuata hiyo, especially ya government. Yeah.
Shukrani sana Profesa, na kila laheri na kutakia. Pole sana kwa kumpoteza kiongozi wako. Huyo si mwingine ila ni Profesa Lonyangapuo, gavana wa West Pokot, na pia niko naye mwaniaji wa ugavana wa Nairobi, Bwana Sakaja, ambaye pia yuko hapa na mimi. Karibu sana mheshimiwa. Ujambo?
Sijambo, asante sana.
Pole sana kwa kumpoteza rais wa Kenya.
Nafikiri pia pole kwako na kwa Kenya wote ambao sote tulimpenda rais wetu Mwai Kibaki. Na kumpoteza sio jambo rahisi, na nchi yote inaomboleza wakati huu, na sio nchi tu ya Kenya, pia majirani wetu na mataifa mengi katika bara la Afrika na dunia mzima, kwa sababu alikuwa ni kiongozi wa kimataifa.
Wewe binafsi unamkumbukaje Rais Kibaki?
Nakumbuka Rais Kibaki kwa undani sana. Rais Kibaki alikuwa mmoja wa my mentors. Vile nilianza siasa nikiwa kijana sana. Wakati huo nikiwa katika uongozi wa wanafunzi katika chuo kikuu cha Nairobi, ndio nilipata kukutana Rais Kibaki mara ya kwanza. Na nilikuwa nafikiria labda ni kiongozi mkubwa sana ambaye hatakuwa na wakati wa kutusikiza kama vijana. Lakini nakumbuka kila mara, hata baada ya hiyo mkutano wa kwanza, alikuwa ukizungumza naye anatoa notebook, alikuwa anaweka hapa na anaandika ukiwa na point ya maana. Kama huna point utajua hauna point. Lakini alikuwa na ana ushawishi mzuri, alikuwa very good in the boardroom. Nakumbuka akijaribu kuturai, kutuconvince to support kwa election ya 2007. Akatuambia, katupa hadithi, katueleza kama umetafuta mpishi unataka kupikie katika muda wa saa moja na ameanza kupika, lakini kwa dakika za kwanza 20 amepata vitunguu vimeoza, nyanya kuna shida, so anakimbia sokoni anunue, abadilishe, aje sasa aanze tena. Muda umewadia karibu ufike huo saa moja, lakini chakula kijaiva, lakini unaweza nusia harufu, aroma ya chakula kizuri kinacho unajua unatarajia ije. Utamfukuza, mwambie aende ama utaacha amalize? Akasema of course utaacha amalize. Akasema basi nyinyi mnanusia yale ambayo nimefanya, wacheni nimalize. Ndio alikuwa anataka kwa second term. Na vile alivyosema hivyo, wengine tulikuwa tumetoka katika chama cha ODM, tulikuwa tuna support pande nyingine, lakini alitushawishi kabisa na nikaendelea na safari yangu ya uongozi naye. Ndio baadaye nikaweza kukutana na Rais Uhuru Kenyatta ambao tukakuwa marafiki, na hata wakati huo akiwa bado rais na tukiwa tunafanya kazi na Rais na Uhuru Kenyatta ambaye alikuwa treasury, alikuwa bado tunazungumza, alikuwa anatuma mawaziri wake kwangu kwa ushauri. So ni mtu namkumbuka sana, alikuwa na imani kubwa sana kwa vijana, na ni kiongozi ambao itabidi tuige mfano wake ambao aliwacha, ya kuwa kiongozi ambaye hauna ile kuchachishana, unajua hana maneno ya kuzua hisia mbaya kwa Kenya. Alikuwa mcheshi sana wakati mwingi, alikuwa anajua kupunguza tension. Na hiyo ndio jambo ambalo tunahitaji wakati huu ambapo tunaenda kwa election. Tusichochea wananchi, tuweze kuwatuliza. Hata kama unajowania viti ama tunagombea viti tofauti, tuweze kutuliza wananchi.
Na Bwana Sakaja, ni mengi sana tumeyashuhudia wakati Rais Kibaki alikuwa uongozini: free primary education, infrastructure na kadhalika. Uchumi ukapanda kwa 7%. Kipi ambacho tunafaa kujifunza na uongozi wa Rais Kibaki?
Ambacho kujifunza, alikuwa kweli ame vizuri katika hatamu ya Rais Mwai Kibaki. Hela kutoka nchi za nje au wafadhili 7% peke yake. 93% ya bajeti yetu ilikuwa ni matokeo au utolezi wa Wakenya, mshuru yetu. Kwa hivyo Wakenya waliweza kupata mikopo kwa banks. Wale ambao wanafanya biashara waliweza kupata mikopo kwa banks. Wakati huu nafikiri tumepunguza. Sasa ni ngumu sana kwa Wakenya kupata hizo mikopo, ndio maana unapata watu wanasema kuna pesa mfukoni. Nafikiri ile serikali ambayo tunatarajia ije baada ya kura hii ya mwezi wa August, lazima ifikirie njia ambapo itabadilisha mfumo wa uchumi ama fiscal consolidation, ili tuweze kupatia Wakenya headroom kuweza kupata mikopo ili wakufanya biashara. Otherwise Wakenya wameumia sana. Tunaweza ona miundo msingi, tunaona mabarabara, tunaona stima na mambo mazuri sana, lakini wakati hakuna cash flow kwa wananchi, watasema hawezi kula barabara, watasema hawezi kupeleka watoto wao katika hizo shule ambazo mmezijenga. So lazima kuwe na balance. Nafikiri aliweza kubalance kwa sababu yeye alikuwa mtu wa alikuwa economist, unajua, so alikuwa anaielewa. Na pia kuweza kujua siasa si uadui. Mwai Kibaki aliweza kufanya handshake ya kwanza hapa Harambee House. Aliweza kwenda kumuita Raila Odinga ambaye alikuwa amemshinda, akasema hapana, hatuwezi endelea na mambo ambayo iko, ile vita iko, tuzungumze. So just the ability kuangalia across the divide, kusema nimeenda pande hii, fanya na yule ambaye yuko pande ile nyingine. Na ni jambo ambalo mimi nimeshikilia tangu wakati huo. Hata kabla hii handshake ilifanyika, nakumbuka ndugu yangu Babu Owino akiwa amewekwa jelani, nilienda nikamtoa kule korokoroni. Ndugu yangu mwingine alikuwa anapigwa na watu wa Jubilee, nikamzuia. Nikasema hapana, siasa haiwezi kuwa uadui. Siasa tu ni kuchagua kiongozi. Uwe ni kabila gani, uwe umetoka pande gani ya nchi yetu, lazima tuwe na siasa safi. So hiyo ni jambo ambalo Rais Mwai Kibaki alitufunza na lazima idumu katika taifa letu.
Kwa wananchi wa Othaya na wa Kenya kwa jumla, wakati tunaelekea katika uchaguzi mkuu, neno lako?
Ningependa kuambia watafute, kwanza nawaambia pole wananchi wa Othaya. Tutajumuika nao tukija kumzika rais wetu. Othaya ni pale nimekuwa mara mingi sana, wakati alikuwa rais na pia baadaye nikiwa mwenyekiti wa chama cha TNA, na ni watu wazuri, wanapenda biashara, wanapenda kufanya kazi yao, ni wakulima wa chai, na ni watu ambao wanapenda mambo ya ukulima. Ningependa kuambia tukielekea kwa uchaguzi, watafute viongozi ambao wanawezaiga mfano wa Rais Mwai Kibaki. Viongozi ambao hawataki kuchochea wananchi, viongozi ambao wanazingatia jambo ambalo ni muhimu zaidi katika taifa letu leo hii, ni mambo ya uchumi, mambo ya gharama ya maisha. Vitu zimepanda bei, ukiona mafuta imetoka 250 imefika 400, unga imeenda 200. Hali ya maisha ni ngumu. So watafute viongozi ambao wanataka kuzingatia mambo ya uchumi, sio wale ambao wanaongea tu mambo ambayo hayaeleweki kule juu. Watu wakubwa, yale watu wadogo, wananchi wa kawaida ndio muhimu.
Shukrani sana gavana, na tunakutakia kila laheri katika ndoto zako na Nairobi.
Asante sana, shukuru, na tubaki pamoja kama Wakenya.
Shukrani sana. Asante sana. Huyo si mwingine ila ni mwaniaji wa ugavana katika kaunti ya Nairobi, Bwana Johnston Arthur Sakaja, zungumza na mimi, na pia awali nimezungumza na gavana wa West Pokot kutoka katika majengo ya bunge ambapo Rais Mwai Kibaki, hayati Rais Mwai Kibaki atakuwa hapa bungeni kuanzia leo hadi siku ya Jumatano, ambapo Wakenya na raia watapata fursa ya kuweza kumpatia heshima zake za mwisho. Tuko hapa tumekita kambi, tutakuwa kujia na kukupatia picha kamili ya yale yote ambayo yanafanyika hapa. Rais Uhuru Kenyatta tayari ameshawasili hapa. Nimeweza pia kumuona kinara wa Wiper, na pia kinara Martha Koome ambaye ni Chief Justice, ambaye wote wamefika hapa, maspika wote wa mabunge yote mawili, Senate na na bunge la kitaifa pia nimeweza kuwashuhudia wakifika hapa makusudi tu kuweza kupeana heshima zao za mwisho kwa mwenda zake aliyetangulia mbele za haki, Rais hayati Mwai Kibaki, na kuregesha moja kwa moja hadi studio zetu za KBC. Mimi nikiwa hapa niko na wenzangu kina Beatrice Gatonye pamoja na Kipnusu. Tutakuwa tunakuletea picha kamili ya jinsi mambo yalivyo na jinsi mambo yanavonoga katika eneo hili. Kutoka katika maeneo ya bunge, mimi ni Isaac Lemoka.
Asante sana mwenzangu Isaac Lemoka pamoja na timu yote kutoka maeneo ya bunge, ambako wananchi sasa wataendelea na shughuli ya kutizama mwili wa aliyekuwa rais wa 3 wa Jamhuri ya Kenya, Mzee Mwai Kibaki, na shughuli hiyo itafanyika kwa siku 3 kuanzia leo hadi siku ya Jumatano. Na siku ya Ijumaa kutakuwa na ibada ya wafu itakayofanyika katika uwanja wa Nyayo, na baadaye mazishi kufanyika katika kaunti ya Nyeri, eneo bunge la Othaya ambalo Rais Mwai Kibaki aliweza kuwakilisha kwa muda wa miaka mingi. Victor Olo, obviously because we'll be linking up even with Wahome, who is already in studio, but I'm just thinking about President Kibaki post-retirement. There's a man who completely kept off public affairs after his exiting from office.
That's exactly what Minister Munyao said, that that was President Mwai Kibaki for you. Even during his time as a president, he never used to have that kind of antagonism in his cabinet. He never used to comment on anything. What he used to do was to focus on his main agenda and make sure that everything was done according to his desire. And that is exactly who President Kibaki was. You know, he was non-confrontational. He lived a very low life. And people who know him said that quite often he would frequent the golf courses to play his favorite game, the golf, you know, the Muthaiga, Karen, Machakos. He would go there, relax, and later on have a chit-chat with the friends and go back home. Matters politics, he completely kept off. And I think that showed his stature of a statesman. Once you've gone home, you live your life and let other people run the government. Okay,
yeah,
we've been here.
That's yes. Generally the picture of President Mwai Kibaki. And of course, when you talk about non-confrontation, even in terms of his foreign policy,
yes,
his diplomacy was non-aligned. You know, the non-aligned kind of diplomacy. There's no confrontation. Even in places where Kenya needs to take a position when either two nations are wrangling, you know, President Kibaki would be a peacemaker. I mean, sit down and agree. And I think President Uhuru Kenyatta has also perpetuated that non-aligned diplomacy, and I think it keeps Kenya at a very safe place when it comes to its position in the League of Nations. But as rightly pointed, President Kibaki, after exiting, kept off public life, but largely also because he was unwell, and you remember several times he's been to hospital and back, and that is why largely. But remember, even when he's battling with his sickness, he used to regularly attend church, either at the Consolata Church in Nyeri or the Catholic Church in Westlands. He was a faithful follower of the Catholic doctrine. And the last time we saw the president, the very last appearance before President Uhuru Kenyatta announced to us that President Kibaki had left us, was actually when he came out to view the body of the late President Daniel Moi. That was the last public appearance of President Mwai Kibaki. I understand we have to go back to Parliament again and link up with our team there.
That sports minister, the large of it. Minister of Gender.
Looks like they're not ready, so we're holding up for them. Victor, because okay, now they're ready, and then we'll come back in studio.
Kwa mwenda zake hayati Mwai Kibaki, na sasa naweka na viongozi wawili hapa ambao magavana na wa Laikipia na gavana wa Nakuru, na watakuwa wakitueleza hisia zao kuhusiana na maisha ya hayati Mwai Kibaki. Tutaanza naye gavana wa Laikipia. Ulizipokea vipi taarifa za kifo cha hayati Mwai Kibaki?
Kwa huzuni, wajua kwamba ingawaji twajaribu kama Wakristo kusema kwamba binadamu mwisho ataelekea hivyo, walakini ikifanyika utaona kwamba utasikia machungu. So pale Ijumaa asubuhi ndio tukapashwa habari. Yeye mwenyewe alikuwa ameugua kidogo, kwa sababu alikuwa hospitali kwa wiki karibu 2. Ni habari kwa uchungu na huzuni, manake ni kiongozi ambaye tunampenda sana na ambaye amehudumia nchi yetu kwa mahala pakubwa sana.
Labda kwa ufupi tu tueleze ni yapi ambayo wewe moja kwa moja unayakumbuka kuhusiana na uongozi wa rais huyu ambaye amelala.
Mwanzo ukumbuke kwamba elimu ya msingi kuwa inalipiwa na serikali ilikuwa ni kitu moja kubwa sana wakati alikuwa rais wa jamhuri. Pia Vision 2030 ambaye yeye mwenyewe akawa ailileta. Pia katiba mpya ya Kenya, Constitution of Kenya 2010, ambayo imechangia mahali pakubwa sana katika kuimarisha haki za kibinadamu, ni fundamental rights and freedoms. Pia tumkumbuka kwa kazi yake ya kiuchumi ambaye zote tuliona. Kwa hivyo ni mengi sana ambayo tunaweza mkumbuka naye.
Tuna miezi kadhaa kuelekea katika uchaguzi mkuu. Sijui viongozi ambao wanawania nyadhifa mbalimbali ni kipi ambacho wanastahili kujifunza kutokana na uongozi wa Mwai Kibaki?
Ni style ama jinsi ya kufanya siasa. Wajua siasa si magombano ama si uadui. Kuna wengine ambao wanafanya campaign kama vile wanahama Kenya. Siasa ni mashindano ya ideas. Kwa mfano hivi majuzi tuliona aibu sana ya kitaifa tukiona ndege la mzee Raila kipigwa ama kirushiwa mawe. Hiyo sio siasa, hiyo ni kurudi nyuma. Wakenya wenzetu tujifunze na siasa ya upole, siasa ya ideas ambayo Rais Kibaki alikuwa champion ya kuelekeza.
Asante sana. Wacha pia nijumuike naye gavana wa Nakuru Lee Nyanjui ambaye yuko hapa pamoja nami. Labda kutueleza kifupi hisia zako kuhusiana na kifo cha mwenda zake. Wewe kama kiongozi ni yapi ambayo umejifunza?
Asante. Tunaomboleza kifo cha aliyekuwa rais wa 3 wa Jamhuri ya Kenya, hayati Mwai Kibaki. Alikuwa ni kiongozi ambaye alichukua nchi wakati kulikuwa na changamoto kubwa sana, changamoto za kiuchumi, changamoto za msingi wa serikali, na ukweli ni kwamba kwa kipindi cha miaka 10 alipoweza kuhudumia nchi hii aliacha mabadiliko makubwa. Itakumbukwa kwamba kama katiba alijaribu mara ya kwanza mwaka 2005 na hakufaulu. Hakufa moyo, akaendelea mwaka 2010 tukaweza kupata katiba ambayo imeleta gatuzi mpaka leo. Kwa hivyo kama haingekuwa jitihada zake, ukweli ni kwamba hatungeweza kupata katiba ambayo tuko nayo na ambayo hata county ama ugatuzi umeweza kupatikana hapo. Ya pili pia ni kuleta mabadiliko katika mfumo wa kiuchumi. Itakumbukwa kuna wakati alisema kwamba watu walikuja pale kuomba asaidiwe kule kwa Nyeri, akawaambia muende kwa benki mkapate pesa huko. Alikuwa akijaribu kuambia kwamba benki pale awali zilikuwa zikiwafukuza maskini. Kama hupati pesa kiwango fulani unafukuzwa. Lakini sasa alikuwa akisema kwamba hapana, si hivyo, tunageuza maneno. Serikali haitakuwa ikienda kukopa pesa zote kutoka kwa benki, ila itakuwa ikipatia benki nafasi kwenda kukopea mfanyibiashara wa kawaida. Na hivyo basi watu wengi, hata mimi mwenyewe binafsi, tuliweza kuchukua mkopo wetu wa kwanza kupitia mawaidha hayo. Kwa hivyo alituonyesha kuvua samaki, ila hakutupa samaki, na Kenya inampatia heshima ya kipekee wakati huu. Na pia tuseme katika kipindi chake chote alikuwa kiongozi ambaye alitia maanani umuhimu wa Kenya. Hakujiangalia yeye binafsi, hakujitafuta ya kujinufaisha, mbali yale ambayo itasaidia Kenya na hata vizazi vijavyo. Kwa hivyo tunamwenzi kwa njia ya kipekee.
Sijui utawaambia nini wa Kenya hivi tukitarajia kuwa na uchaguzi mkuu, wanapochagua viongozi, tukiangalia yale ambayo yote ambayo umeyataja kuhusiana na kufaulu kwake ambaye amelala sasa hivi, ambaye ni rais wa 3 wa Jamhuri ya Kenya. Wakenya wanapoelekea debeni, waangazie nini hasa wanapowachagua nyinyi viongozi ambao mnawania hizi nyadhifa?
Kuna yale ambayo Rais Kibaki aliyasimamia. Kwa mfano, hakuwa na siasa za malumbano na matusi. Hakuwa anakubalia wizi wa mali ya umma ama utumiaji mbaya wa mali ya umma, na hata zaidi aliweza kujua kwamba kutofautiana kisiasa si uadui. Kwa hivyo tuseme kwamba kuna umuhimu mkubwa sana hasa kwa wananchi, manake viongozi hawajichagui, wanaotuchagua ni wananchi. Kwa hivyo wananchi ndio pia wanapaswa kuweza kusoma safari ya mzee ya miaka mingi sana, na pia kuona maudhui ama themes ambazo ziliweza kupatikana wakati huo. Lakini tunahakika kwamba katika muda ambaye Rais Kibaki alikuweko, aliweza kushikilia nchi kwa njia ya kipekee na kutuacha mahali ambapo tunajivunia kwa Wakenya.
Sana. Shukran. Hao ni viongozi ama magavana Laikipia pamoja na Nakuru wakitoa maoni yao kuhusiana na jinsi ambavyo wanaweza kumtambua hayati Mwai Kibaki na kazi ambayo alikuifanya wakati alipokuwa kiongozi na hata kabla ya kuchukua hatamu za kuwa rais, hatua ambazo alikuwa amepiga kisiasa kuhakikisha kwamba taifa hili linasonga mbele kimaendeleo. Tutaendelea kuwaletea masuala mbalimbali ambayo viongozi ambao wanapata fursa kwa sasa kutazama na kutoa heshima zao za mwisho kwa mwenda zake Mwai Kibaki. Wacha nikupeleke upande ule mwingine wa majengo haya ya bunge ambapo mwenzangu Isaac Lemoka anaendelea kujadiliana na kuwahoji viongozi mbalimbali ambao wanafika hapa kuhusiana na jinsi ambayo wamesoma kutokana na maisha hayati Mwai Kibaki. Lemoka, kwako.
All right, we must putting a cap here so that we hand to Daniel Wahome. But of course, from what you see there, the interview is conducted by Beatrice Gatonye on the governor for Nakuru County, who was the Nakuru Town MP during President Mwai Kibaki's reign. And Nderito Muriithi, who is the current governor for Laikipia, is actually a nephew to President Mwai Kibaki. He was an assistant minister for industrialization during President Kibaki's second term, as well as the MP for Laikipia West. Victor, what a morning it has been.
Absolutely. And it's now to wrap it up and hand it over to Wahome to steer this mantle for the next few hours to come. We've done our part, but to give you a recap, that event will be taking place for the next 3 days, and all the flags will be flown half-mast in the corners of our country and all the consulates and all the ambassadorial residences across the globe, and that event will run until Friday, when the body will be taken to Nyayo National Stadium for an interdenominational prayer ahead of the burial that will take place in Nyeri, that is on Odhaya in Nyeri County on Saturday. Other members of state and heads of states, as well as other dignitaries, will also be expected in the country to attend that particular burial, and therefore it's going to be a busy week here in the country. All right, time to take a break, but when we come back, Wahome will take it. But for us, it's enough time to say thank you for watching and have a good day ahead. KBC is still live from Parliament Buildings.
Absolutely, and thank you very much, Victor Olo. To say very much thanks to our viewers, and obviously we are not done with Parliament because we are live there for the entire day up until 5 p.m. and also in studio Wahome will be taking us through President Mwai Kibaki's legacy when it comes to issues of sport and how much he invested in terms of reforming the sports sector in the country, and that's just part of his legacy, even as coordinated with our teams from Parliament and other places across the country. My name is John Jacob Kibaki'S. It's always nice to see you around. But let me take you to Parliament now, where Isaac Lemoka is on standby with a guest, of course, as we continue with the legacy of President Mwai Kibaki. Lemoka.
Shukrani sana Victor Olo, na kupata moja kwa moja kutoka katika majengo ya bunge ambapo leo hii viongozi na Wakenya jumla kuweza kumuaga rais wa 3 wa Jamhuri ya Kenya hayati Rais Kibaki, na kitu amefika hapa kusudi kuweza kumpatia risala hizo za rambirambi. Na kando yangu hapa si mwingine ila ni gavana wa Narok ambaye ni Samuel Kuntai Tunai ambaye amefika hapa. Karibu sana na asante sana gavana kwa kupata muda kuweza kuja na kufanya mazungumzo.
Asante sana.
Ulizipokea vipi taarifa za kifo cha Rais Kibaki?
Asante sana. Nimetoka tu kutoa heshima zangu kwa Rais mstaafu hayati, na kwanza kabisa kwa niaba yangu mwenyewe na familia na kwa niaba ya watu wote na nchi wa kaunti ya Narok, ningependa kutoa rambirambi zetu kwa familia ya marehemu Rais mstaafu Mwai Kibaki ambaye ametuacha siku chache zilizopita. Marehemu Mwai Kibaki ametumikia nchi ya Kenya kwa miaka nyingi zaidi. Amekuwa mbunge kwa miaka nyingi akiwa waziri. Amekuwa naibu wa rais wa hayati Rais Moi kwa miaka nyingi sana, na amekuwa rais wa nchi yetu kwa miaka 10. Tunamkumbuka sana kwamba yeye alianzisha free primary education katika nchi yetu. Tunamkumbuka sana kwa mambo ya miundo msingi. Aliweza kutransform economy ya nchi yetu wakati wa uongozi wake. Tunakumbuka ya kwamba Kibaki alikuwa more of manager more than a politician. Yeye hakuwa mwanasiasa. Yeye alikuwa mtu ambaye anaangalia sana mambo ya uchumi wa nchi. So sisi kama wana Narok tunamkumbuka sana kwa majonzi, kwa vile aliweza transform uchumi wa Narok katika wakati wa uongozi wake. Sisi kama watu wa Narok tunamkumbuka zaidi kwa sababu tuko na chuo aliweza kutupatia chati ya hiyo chuo kikuu. Kwa sasa kuna chuo kikuu hiyo kwa miaka zote, kwa sababu aliweza kutuanzia hiyo chuo kikuu, akatupatia chata. Ndio sababu leo tunajivunia kama wana Narok kwamba tuko chuo kikuu ya public katika actually Maa nation ya, tukisema kaunti ya Narok, kaunti ya Kajiado, kaunti ya Samburu is the only public university katika Maa nation, na tulipatiwa na hayati Mwai Kibaki. Kwa hivyo tunajivunia sana uongozi wake. Kwa hiyo chata ambaye alipatia Maa University. Tukisema hivyo, tukiwa Maa sisi na mimi kama kwa CIDP yangu, County Integrated Development Plan, tumeweka kipaumbele mambo ya elimu, na kwa hivyo vile ameweza pia kutusaidia na hiyo chata imesaidia sana watoto kutoka sehemu ya kaunti hizo kuweza kwenda shule, kuweza kusoma na kuweka mambo ya elimu mbele, ambaye tunajifunia sana. Kwa hivyo naweza kusema sisi tunahusinika sana kwa wakati huu. Naweza kusema ya kwamba sisi tuna join the rest of the country wakati huu kujiunga na Wakenya wengine wakati huu kumon rais wetu mstaafu Mwai Kibaki.
Gavana, wakati tunaelekea katika uchaguzi mkuu mwezi Agosti, ni kipi cha msingi cha kujifunza kutokana na uongozi wa hayati Mwai Kibaki?
Kuna mengi ambaye tunaweza kusema ya kwamba sisi kama watu wa Narok, sisi kama viongozi tunajifunza kwa hayati Mwai Kibaki. Vile nimesema, yeye hakuweza kuweka siasa katika moyo, hakukosana na mtu yeyote. Unaona kuona ya kwamba katika uongozi yake yeye alikuwa tu marafiki na watu wote, na kwa hivyo ningeanza wanasiasa ya kwamba wale wanashindana na wao kama marafiki, kwamba wale competitors mshindane na wao, na baada ya uchaguzi wa shake hands na waendelee kufanya kazi na wao. Wapinzani sio adui, wale tu ni competitors, na baada ya hiyo they can still shake hands, kwa sababu Kenya baada ya tarehe 9 mwezi ya 8, na sisi ni wandugu sisi, na bado tunataka amani uendelee katika nchi yetu baada ya uchaguzi.
Wakazi wa Othaya na wananchi kwa jumla utawaambia nini?
Nataka tu niseme ya kwamba sisi wote tunahuzunika wakati huu, na hasa kwa wale watu wa Othaya ambaye amekuwa mbunge wao kwa hizo miaka zote. Nataka tu niwaambie poleni sana kwa mpoteza huyu baba yetu, kwa sababu hayati mzee Kibaki ni baba wa taifa, ni baba wetu wote, lakini nataka niwaambie poleni kwa mpoteza taifa.
Shukrani sana gavana, na tunakutakia kila laheri katika ndoto zako za kuwa seneta. Huyo si mwingine ila ni Samuel Kuntai Tunai, gavana wa Narok, ambaye ameungana na sisi, na bado tuko hapa tunazidi kuletea moja na mambo jinsi yalivyo katika majengo ya bunge, wakati taifa la Kenya linaomboleza kifo cha rais wa 3 wa taifa la Kenya, hayati Stanley Mwai Kibaki Emilio, ambaye aliaga siku ya Ijumaa. Na kurejesha moja kwa moja hadi studioni, lakini zidi kutufuatilia kwenye mitandao ya kijamii, Facebook at KBC Channel 1. Mimi ni @I Lemoka.
Kwa kona board.
Hapo ni wapi?
Niko hapa, kuna board na bwanga hapa karibu na nini na Epiglottis.
Nini unafanya huku ndani? nilikuwa nakula andasa. Mama, si chakula mingi. Nyaka tu katogo mama.
Mimi kwa sai I am taken.
Mimi sina haja na mahusiano. Mimi nakupa tu pesa zikusaidie wewe mfukoni.
Checho dadabe, afure kankeme.
Ngamia iko wapi? Hii ni mfereji ama ni ngamia?
Are you still wasting your time here? Why don't you try to figure out how you're going to survive? I guess it's more practical. Are you so disappointed that I'm still alive?
I'm here to tell you, Pinky Lynn is still alive.
Pinky wasn't dead.
When will you stop being so mean to your daughter-in-law? You're a senior of the family, but it seems you never act like one. You're more like a child yourself. Did you actually do it, Jack? You and Jenny just left me there alone. You left me behind and ran away. You let me drown in the ocean.
Ili kupata mafuta kupanda kama skiza tune kwenye simu yako, bonyeza *811 397 hash.
Nashukuru serikali kwa kuongeza bei ya mafuta. Sasa niko kwa highway na hakuna traffic hata kidogo. Naomba serikali iendelee hivyo, tubaki tu watu ya gasla na heavy machine peke yake. Pia mimi naomba huyu serikali waseme kama gari yako ni below 3000 cc, gari yako
ili kupata mafuta kupanda kama skiza tune, bonyeza *811 397 hash. *811 397 hash.
And welcome back to KBC Channel 1 as we continue with our coverage as we honor an icon, former President Mwai Kibaki, who passed on Thursday, the 21st day of April 2022. And today, the public mourning process at Parliament buildings has started. His body is lying in state, and there was a military convoy. His body was carried by gun carriage from the Lee Funeral Home to the Speaker's Walk at Parliament buildings. And leading the country in viewing the body of the former President Mwai Kibaki was His Excellency Uhuru Kenyatta, the President and Commander-in-Chief of the Kenya Defence Forces, and also First Lady Her Excellency Margaret Kenyatta. And after that, we had the Chief of the Defence Forces, General Robert Kibochi. And there was also a requiem that was celebrated by John Cardinal Njue, who is the Archbishop Emeritus of the Roman Catholic Archdiocese of Nairobi. He led that service where he sprinkled holy water from the aspergillium, and as former President Mwai Kibaki's body lay in state on the catafalque at Parliament buildings. The public viewing will be taking place today, tomorrow, and Wednesday. And on Friday, we shall have the National State Funeral with full military honors and protocols, and this will take place at the Nyayo National Stadium, with the final rites taking place on Saturday, the 30th of April at his Othaya home. So remember that also from tomorrow, we shall have the condolence book being officially opened by the Cabinet Secretary for the Interior, Dr. Fred Matiang'i, and also the head of the Public Service, Dr. Joseph Kinyua, and after that it will be opened at all diplomatic missions in Kenya. It shall also be available at all county commissioners' offices across the country and all offices of the arms of government and the public. And those who would like to sign will be free to do so from tomorrow, 9 a.m. And also, remember that all the protocols will be there for the third president, remember, full military honors will be accorded, and there will be a 19-gun salute. And remember, sitting commanders-in-chief get the 21-gun salute. Former commanders-in-chief get the 19-gun salute. And we shall be getting more details from the National Funeral Steering Committee that is chaired by Dr. Fred Matiang'i, Cabinet Secretary for the Interior. But as we continue with this conversation this morning, let's focus on former President Mwai Kibaki and sports. He was known to love the sport of golf, but there is also a backstory. Two of his sons, Jimmy and David, were motocross riders, and they represented the country at the highest level, and we're talking about almost 40 years back. His grandson, Mwai Kibaki Jr., also represented the country between 2005 and 2012. He was a motocross rider for Kenya, and so he was involved, you know, in different sports, but it is during his tenure that reform started coming through. And right now, let us join our reporter in Kisumu, Wycliffe Okech, and he's going to be speaking with former Commissioner for Sport from the year 2005 to 2016. He later became the Director General, Acting Director General of Sports Kenya, and in 2017, Acting Director General of the Kenya Academy for Sport before he retired from public service. Let us join Wycliffe Okech in Kisumu as he engages Gordon Oluoch, who saw all the reforms that were made under the leadership of former President Mwai Kibaki. Over to you, Wycliffe, as we get ready to hear from Wycliffe, so as we try to get our sound back. Also, let's talk about sport, and this is the sport that everyone would associate former President Mwai Kibaki with, golf. And in studio with us, we have got a golf writer and I would rightly say a historian, because he put together with Larry Ngala a book known as Kenya Through the Lens of Golf. It's a history of golf in Kenya, and this is the institution where former President Mwai Kibaki served as patron from 1978 till his demise. And we've got Sam Kamau. He wrote for the Nation Media Group, Standard Group, the Kenya Times, and also had his golf magazine. Welcome, Bwana Kamau.
Thank you.
And, you know, for this conversation to start, you know, from the golf fraternity, the message to the Kenyans following the death of former President Mwai Kibaki, before we get into his role in golf.
The golfing fraternity obviously have been saddened by the demise of President Mwai Kibaki. He served the game form dedicatedly for a long time. And he also played it also dedicatedly for a very long time before health issues completed his ability to play. He didn't play much during his presidency, but he played a lot before his presidency, even when he was minister and all that. And we remember him very well because he used to have some very hilarious off-the-cuff speeches, especially during the Kenya Open and everything else, and his various trophies that he sponsored around the country, notably the Kibaki Trophy in Nyeri. There was also Kibaki Trophy in Yali, and there were various other tournaments. And as patron of the union, he did actually visit a lot of tournaments in various clubs. We remember him because of those hilarious speeches and the way he would make fun at the 19th hole and all that kind of thing. And we've actually had a major loss in the demise of former President Mwai Kibaki.
Well, thank you very much, Sam Kamau. He's a golf writer and historian, and he's giving us the insight of former President Mwai Kibaki. He's seen it all. And right now, let's go over to Kisumu and join Wycliffe Okech, who's speaking with former Commissioner for Sport, Gordon Oluoch, on how the foundations, especially up to now for the Sports Act, came to being when former President Mwai Kibaki was in office. Over to you, Wycliffe. Well, looks like we still haven't got the sound from Wycliffe, right? So let's now continue with our conversation with Sam Kamau. And President Kibaki became patron of the Golf Union in 1978.
Yes.
It was a momentous, let's say it was 1978 was a milestone for the Kenya Golf Union.
Yes.
Duncan Degwa had been patron. That's the former central bank governor. Former President Kibaki, at that time he was Minister for Finance, and becoming the Vice President, also became patron. And we had the first African chairman of the Kenya Golf Union. Tell us about that particular year.
That year was actually a milestone out in golf, because not only did we have a change of leadership in the patronage, we also had the change of leadership in having to have an African chairman for the first time. The union had been formed in 1928, and you can imagine all those years before it actually had an African face. And interestingly, Chris Kahara, he was the one who became chairman that year. It was also the year that we also founded the Kenya Amateur Stroke Play Championship for the Kenyatta Memorial Bowl. It was also the year that we had one of our most famous winners of the Kenya Open, the late Sevi Ballesteros. Sevi Ballesteros is an icon in the European Tour. He has won the most tournaments in the European Tour, 50 of them. He was very instrumental in the growth of the European Tour, and very instrumental in the growth of the Ryder Cup and putting it together between Europe and UK and the United States. Before then, it was just the UK and the United States. So 1978 has actually a real milestone for the Kenyan golfing fraternity. Yeah.
Well, and also 1978, 10 years of the Kenya Open Golf Championship, 50 years of the Kenya Golf Union. Well, I have been told that Wycliffe Okech is now ready, speaking with Gordon Uluoch. Over to you, Wycliffe, as we honor an icon of Kenya, former President Mwai Kibaki. Wycliffe Okech.
All right, thank you so much, Daniel Wahome, back in Nairobi. We are, of course, coming to you live from Kisumu. And, of course, the country is mourning, and we are mourning departed president who has been hailed by so many as a great economist who contributed significantly in the economic situation in the country. But away from the economic point of view, if we delve into sports, we all know, we can't tell that the president actually also contributed quite significantly in the sports department. And just on that note, I'm going to be joined here by Gordon Uluoch. Gordon Uluoch is actually one of the sports people who actually he is wearing so many crowns with regards to the sports department. And just right on that, I will engage Mr. Gordon Uluoch here to talk to us about all the information he have about the positions he has covered, he has performed in during his time in that department. Mr. Gordon Uluoch, you are live on KBC, and we are talking about now the sports perspective with regards to our departed president. I will give you a minute to introduce yourself before we just kick this off.
Thank you very much for inviting me to the studios in Kisumu. I want to say, let me start by introducing myself. My name, as has already been said, is Gordon Uluoch, and I was sports commissioner. I'm a career civil servant. I've worked in the Ministry of Sports most of my working life. I'm a sports professional, and I rose through the ranks to become Commissioner of Sports in March 2005. And Kenyans will remember that is the period when the departed President Kibaki was in power. So I'm one of those who's very privileged to have that opportunity. And being a technical person, I worked very, very closely with his administration in helping to shape the destiny of sports in the country. Before that, before I became commissioner, I was also deputy commissioner in the same ministry, and therefore I know what happened. And I rose through the ranks, of course. Before that, I was senior assistant commissioner, and so on. Let me first and foremost, before I say much, join fellow Kenyans in mourning the death of departed President Mwai Kibaki. I want to send my deepfelt condolences to the family, friends, and the entire, particularly the sports fraternity in this country. And President Kibaki's administration really played a big role in transforming the sports scene in this country. Starting from 2002 to 2013, when he left office, there was a great amount of achievements, which I believe you will give me time to go through during this interview.
Exactly, and we equally here at KBC, we equally share in the grief. And now, just starting off, before the President Kibaki actually took reins of power in 2002, there existed the sports department way back. But now, when he ascended to power, this led to the creation of the Ministry of Sports, Culture, Heritage and Social Services. That is 2003 under the sports minister, that is Honorable Najib Balala. Then tell us how the creation of the ministry actually led to, settled now the sports department.
Now, the sports department within the Ministry of Sports existed from 1987. It was created by the former and also the late President Daniel Arap Moi. But in 2002, now, President Kibaki's administration believed in technocrats, in having technocrats man respective departments and institutions in government. And that's probably one of the reasons why there was a lot of achievements in the sports sector. Really what we enjoy today, the big foundation stone was laid during President Kibaki's time. So yes, the first cabinet secretary was in President Kibaki's administration was Mheshimiwa Najib Balala. And the ministry now, hitherto, the ministry, sports was under the Ministry of Culture and Social Services. It had been through a lot of other ministries, including the Ministry of Cooperatives at independence. However, sports stayed longest in the Ministry of Culture and Social Services. Now, the sports practitioners were feeling that they were left out, because if you mention sport, culture and social services, people do not know that that is the ministry where sports is domiciled. So we kept on, we as sports technocrats, we as the sports fraternity, we kept on requesting the government to mention the name of sport in the ministry. And so President Kibaki created the Ministry of Sports, Sports, Culture and Social Services, and the Sports, Heritage and Social Services. And that made the sports fraternity happy, because they felt they were recognized. They felt the name sports was reflected in the ministry. Even a visitor coming in will know that sports docket is domiciled in the Ministry of Sports, Culture and Heritage and Social Services. And that was a plus. And starting there, the motivation of the sports people, the professionalizing of what goes on in the sports department started taking effect. And from there on, it was go, go and go. And everything was good.
It looks like everything was being done sequentially after the creation of the Ministry of Sports, Heritage and Social Services. And now it led to the creation, later on in 2004, now the establishment of the Sports Stadium Management Board. Tell us about the creation and how did it assist or help in the maintenance of the infrastructure?
Right. As I've already said, President Kibaki believed in technocrats, in professionals who were already within the civil service, highly trained and skilled people who are already there. And he gave them the free space to work according to their training. And I want to also pay tribute here to the head of public service at that particular Francis Mudhaura, who also made sure that the civil servants, the technocrats, had the free space to work according to their calling and according to their training. So in 2000, in the early years of the President Kibaki's presidency, we, the technocrats in the ministry, suggested that we need to now separate the Department of Sports from the active sports administration and the active management of sports facilities, because we were managing Nyayo National Stadium, and we were managing Moi International Sports Center Kasarani, and a lot of other stadiums were also coming within our docket to manage. Now, this was a handful. So when we suggested that there be created a separate entity, a state corporation, which will generate its own funds and plow it back into maintenance of sports facilities so that we can continue enjoying world-class sports facilities. President Kibaki administration accepted that. So in 2004, the Sports Stadium Management Board was created and hived from the Department of Sports, so that it could manage the stadia. It only had the main mandate to manage the stadia, particularly Nyayo Stadium and Kasarani and any others which would be developed by the government. The Department of Sports remained with sports officers and other technocrats who were managing sports programs, and that still is the situation today. A lot of developments have also still taken place further away from that.
Exactly. And looks like a lot happened during Kibaki'S tenure with regards to the sports department. And now, if we talk about the establishment of this the defined cash reward scheme as a way to motivate the sports professionals, just tell us about the process of that led to the creation of this, or rather the creation of this reward scheme.
Now, before I come to that, in 2005, there was a big milestone. Again, we were operating sports, but without the legal framework to operate sports. We didn't have a sports policy in place, and so on. A sports policy had been drafted, and in 2002, during the late Francis Nyenze's tenure as minister responsible for sports. In 2002, it was already put on pen and paper and accepted by the government. However, in 2005, once again during President Kibaki's term, it was now a sessional paper was prepared. A sessional paper called Sessional Paper Number 1 of 2005 on sports development. This now started streamlining sports and giving it the relevant government recognition in day-to-day management of sports. And this was good. So in 2005, it came about. But the sessional paper created the sports policy. And so for the first time in our history, we had a sports policy in place. But the problem is you can have a sports policy, but the practitioners within that sector do not follow what the policy requires. And you do not have any punitive, any action that you can take against them for violating. And that is the journey that we began moving towards making the Sports Act. But I think the Sports Act is going to come later. But right now your question is on the cash award scheme. Yes, the cash award scheme was there, but in a sporadic way. A group of sports people would perform very well at the international level and would get some cash token in recognition of their good work for our country. The next group would come performing equally well, and they do not get anything. So during Minister Ochila Yako's tenure from 2005 to 2006, this was intensified. However, it was better put on pen and paper during Honorable Maina Kamanda's tenure as sports minister in 2006. Now, it was instituted, we put it down on pen and paper, and it was accepted by government to be the policy, to be the cash award scheme policy, which still exists up to today. And from that period, from 2006, all the Kenyan athletes who have excelled at the world level have received some cash award as a way of motivation from the government. And I think this was a great incentive, which has also played its part in helping the growth of sport in Kenya.
Right now, you can confidently say that now the introduction of that cash award actually has motivated the professionals, quite a big deal.
Absolutely, absolutely. In fact, the cash award scheme brought about, I would say, the rejuvenation of Kenya Sevens rugby that picked up during President Kibaki's time. Today we know that the Kenya Sevens rugby team is one of the best in the world and continues playing in the World Rugby Series. And that took root during President Kibaki's tenure, and we recognized them, we appreciated them. Great as the Kenya rugby team is, they just used to go and play out there and perform well, and they would come and sneak into the country quietly, and there was no pomp, there was no ceremony, and so on. We instituted the culture of welcoming them at the airport, making them feel recognized and appreciated, and this was quite good. And the government started giving them the cash award scheme, and people felt motivated, and our sports started picking up.
Marvelous. And now we are talking about, those are some of the steps actually that the sports department has really taken in developing sports activities in the country. And in 2006, it looks like 2006 was quite a remarkable year in the sports fraternity in the country. And it is in 2006 that the country hosted the first world, actually I can say the first world cross-country championships. Tell us about the journey and what these championships meant to the country actually.
Right. The journey, I think 2007, the World Cross Country Championship. Right. Once again, the suggestion to host the World Cross Country Championship came from Athletics Kenya. It was fully supported by the Department of Sports, which I headed at that time as commissioner, and together we packaged a proposal that we gave to the government. As I've already said, President Kibaki believed in technocrats, and whatever came from technical officers, if it made sense, if it was good and in the interest of the country, he would implement it. So the government took it up, accepted the idea of Kenya hosting the World Championships, the World Cross Country, and approved it by signing the relevant documents required. And so we put our bid, and we went and defended it at the World Athletics meeting in Moscow, and Kenya was given that chance. It was a big competition. It wasn't, we didn't get it on a silver platter. I can remember Japan was also competing to host it. I can remember, if my memory serves me right, Russia was also competing to host it, and so on. We had big names, countries bidding to host the World Championship. However, the world felt that Kenya had contributed quite a lot to the development of world athletics, and particularly World Cross Country. Hitherto, John Ngugi had already won the senior race in the World Cross Country 5 times. Paul Tergat later on emulated the same by winning it 5 times, even though broken. So Kenya was already a big name in the world of athletics, in the world of cross country particularly, and the countries of the world felt that in order to honor Kenya, this was a great opportunity to give Kenya the chance to host it. And we had close to 200 countries coming to Kenya to participate in the event. Easily the biggest international event to ever have been held in Kenya.
And not so many years later on, that was 2007, now later on in 2010, we again hosted the Africa Senior Athletics Championships in the country, of which President Kibaki was part of it. Tell us about this.
Correct. In 2010, once again, Kenya bid to host the African Athletic Championships. And this was again during the time of President Kibaki as president. And once again, the government gave it full support. And once again, the world the World Athletics body obliged Kenya by giving us that chance to host it. After all, Kenya had proved its ability by hosting the 2007 World Cross Country, and so it was a lot easier to now host the champions, the track and field championship. Even though the two events are totally different in the sense that cross country requires open space with different terrain, hills and valleys and water and mud and so on, as cross country normally does, whereas the African Athletic Championships in 2010 was held within a stadium, particularly Nyayo Stadium. Some events were held in Kasarani, and therefore we had to lay a new tartan track, and we had to buy new state-of-the-art equipment which befit an African Continental Championship, because a lot of countries of the world were going to transmit that event live to their respective countries, and we wanted to give the best impression of our country, and so that was done. And so in 2010 we hosted the championship. Once again, Kenya performed very, very well, and the story has continued. These were foundation stones of Kenya hosting international championships, and today Kenya has continued to host them, and we have held a lot of championships, starting from golf to rugby to athletics, and been to the deaf championships, to the sports for the disabled, and the list is endless.
And in that regard, you mean now the two championships that quickly followed each other opened the doors to Kenya to hosting so many other championships with regards to actually put the country in on the global map insofar the sports is concerned.
Yes.
Now you are talking about streamlining the sports department during President Kibaki's term. We talk about now the Sports Act that was the Sports Act 2013 that saw the transformation of the sports policy into a law. Tell us about how this actually improved the management of sports in the country.
Right, before I come to the Sports Act, let me also mention some sports. President Kibaki was the first president to institute a way of finding out what is ailing Kenyan sports. We already had some sports which had hitherto been doing very, very well, however, were on the decline. For example, hockey used to do very well in the early years of Kenya's independence. However, the standard was dimming. He gave us the mandate to try to find out what is it which is ailing this sport and what is it that we can do to improve on this sport. Again, the same thing with cricket, which was also on the decline. In 2003, 2004, again, that was during President Kibaki's time, we had held the World Cricket Championship in Kenya. It was jointly held between Kenya and South Africa. And this was marvelous. This was one of its kind. You can see Kenya and South Africa have no common border between them. In fact, they are thousands of miles apart. However, the two countries hosted the World Cricket Championship, and it was just marvelous in 2003, and shuttling between Kenya and South Africa, and this was done very, very well, thanks to the support that we received from the government of President Mwai Kibaki. Now, so in coming to the period of 2005-2006, he instituted a committee to look into why some sports were not doing as well as they used to do, and that took place, and recommendations were given to the government on what action to take. Now, coming to the Sports Act, I've already mentioned that in 2005, we had sessional paper number 1 on sports development. Sessional paper is the sports policy. Now, that sports policy did not have strength on its own. If somebody violated it, there's nothing we could do. We would just watch and lament. So we came with an act of parliament. An act is law. So when you violate the law, we all know that there are punitive measures. You can be taken to a court of law, you can be tried, and you can pay very heavy penalties for that. And so we came up with the sports law. The sports law was based on the sessional paper number 1 on sports development of 2005. And that is what gave birth to the Sports Act 2013, again during President Kibaki's tenure. That was the last person, the last minister. A lot of cabinet secretaries gave it impetus. I will start with Mheshimiwa Ochilo Ayako, who was very meticulous, being a lawyer, wanted to do things in the legal way, very meticulous about what he does. Mheshimiwa Maina Kamanda followed Mheshimiwa Ochilo Ayako and also gave us a lot of support in going the journey of doing a sports act. We borrowed quite a lot from other countries of the world. And then after that, we had Madam Helen Sambili, also a scholar, who also gave us a lot of support. Then we had Dr. Paulo Tuoma also coming in and supporting us. And the final person now who finalized with the Sports Act was Mr. Babu Namwamba, who was now the last Minister for Sports under President Kibaki's tenure. And the Sports Act was enacted during Mheshimiwa Babu Namwamba's period as sports minister, and today we have the Sports Act. It's basically the same. A few parts have been revised here and there, but Sports Act gave us milestone. Once again, it goes back to the Kibaki administration way of recognizing technocrats and recognizing input from technocrats and yes. And if you look at the Sports Act itself, really it laid the foundation stone now for sports development. If Kenyan sports today takes off in all sectors of sport to the international level, so that we become that great powerhouse in sports that we are talking about, a lot of thanks will be given to the Kibaki administration. Let us look at the Sports Act. What did it create? The Sports Act created Sports Kenya, which is a state corporation charged with the responsibility of managing sports facilities and also instituting sports programs. So sports, it absorbed Sports Stadium Management Board, but it was also supposed to absorb technocrats from the Department of Sports. This has not taken place, but I believe it will take place. Number 2, it created the Kenya Academy of Sports, which is to provide specialized training to all talented people so that they can take their talent to the next level.
That is very, very wonderful. And many people try to associate the departed President Mwai Kibaki with the golf championships in the country, and we know that he was an avid supporter of the golf championships. Just tell us about his love for the golf.
Right. President Kibaki loved golf quite a lot. He was an avid golf player during his heydays, and he supported the Kenya Open, particularly the Kenya Open. He was there at every session of the Kenya Open and gave it the impetus that it required. Today, Kenya Open is our biggest golfing event in the country and continues to attract some of the best golfing professionals in the world to come and play in Kenya every year. It's held every year, early in the year, around March every year, and this has continued. A lot of support and a lot of support was given by President Kibaki himself, who was personally there, and also his administration. Yes, and also the Rugby Sevens, I've already mentioned that, and a lot of other sports that got a lot of push and impetus from the government of President Kibaki. So I would say he was a great man and did a lot for sport.
And it's just not about supporting sports. He was a participant in these championships.
Correct. He had been there, and being a great lover of golf, he was personally there to ensure that everything goes on well. He was there to give the gifts to the winning people, and his presence alone really improved the stature of the event and made it world-class, the international event that we still enjoy up to today.
And Brother Gordon, all these aspects we've talked about now, the championships that were held in 2007 and 2010, actually the creation of the sports ministry in 2003 rather, and the way the departed president supported golf sports in the country. What would go down as President Kibaki's legacy in so regards to the sports activities?
A lot. He was hands-on. He loved sports very much. Would come and attend personally as much as possible. He started also the sports fund. Within the Sports Act, I know in the interest of time, yes, within the Sports Act, there was also the sports fund being created. There was the sports office of the sports registrar and the sports tribunal to look into the disputes arising within sports. Now, talking about sports fund has been a milestone in making funds available for sports development. And almost every sports practitioner today and every sports federation will tell you things are a lot better now because there's more money available for sports development than it used to be there before. But the sports fund was created by President Kibaki in the Sports Act. And so we must give credit to the departed President Kibaki for that.
Your parting remarks?
My parting remarks, let us continue to professionalize sports. Sports can work. Sports is an enormous industry, but let us put professionals, let us put technical people, as President Kibaki did. Let us put technical people to manage sports events, to manage sports institution, and to manage sports activities. Let us professionalize sports. In the legacy of President Kibaki, as an honor to President Kibaki, let us professionalize sports and let it be run by professional people, by technical people, and listen to the advice of technical people with regard to management of sports.
All right. Thank you so much. Wahome, that is Mr. Gordon Oluwach talking to us about the sports spectrum with regards to, as we talk about the sports as we discuss it along the legacy of the departed President Mwai Kibaki. You heard him mention quite a lot that the president did in the sports department. Talk about the initiation of the championships that Kenya held in 2007 and 2010, actually, and also the creation of the sports ministry 2003. And just apart from that, now we are talking. Right now, we have a sports act that actually transformed the sports policy into a law, and that has come a long way in streamlining sports activities in the country. Well, that is it from this end, Wahome, and allow me to hand it back to you right now in studio.
Thank you very much, Wycliffe Okech. He is our reporter in Kisumu as we are honoring an icon, former President Mwai Kibaki, who passed away on Thursday last week and will be buried on Saturday. And he was speaking with Gordon Oluwach, former commissioner for sport, and he was there for 8 of the 10 years that former President Mwai Kibaki was president, he served in the State Department for Sports, so he knows how everything changed, including the Sports Act, would have been passed around 2011 or 2012, but we know our federations, there are times like pulling everything to the final edge so that they could have a little bit of say, but right now, all of them have got to toe the line, and some of the foundations that were laid for the administration of sport. Thank you very much. Well, we continue the conversation in studio with a golf writer and historian, Sam Kamau, and we are talking about President Mwai Kibaki was the patron of the Kenya Golf Union from 1978, and 1978 is a year that for the Kenya golfing fraternity, they will not forget. The late Chris Kahara was elected as the first African chairman of the Kenya Golf Union as the body was celebrating 50 years of existence, and it is also the year that former President Mwai Kibaki became the patron of the Kenya Golf Union, a position he served in until late. And one of the roles that former President Mwai Kibaki played, as we speak with Sam, was ensuring that golf clubs stayed as they were. That land was not appropriated or grabbed, or the whole history of golf, which was then associated with the colonialists or as the white man's sport, that even Africans who were there continued to play. And Sam, let me come to, the story was at independence, as the country tried to Africanize, one of the things they tried to do was get rid of the golf courses. I think Meru and Embu lost their courses. What was that history, and how former President Mwai Kibaki came in and stopped the grab?
You must understand that given that the clamor for independence was driven by land, it was obviously that the Africans would want the land, because they're saying, what are these white people doing, just pushing a little white ball? Because they didn't quite understand what it is. As far as they saw, they just saw plots, and they just saw places where they could grow maize or something like that. So there was that lack of understanding also among the Africans, because they saw the land as a prime that could be used for other things apart from this game. And I remember late President Kenyatta is the one who actually told them, if you don't want to play yourself, even your own children may play at one time, because Kenyatta understood the importance of it. And Kibaki also understood the importance of the game, and together with Duncan Degwa. The Kibaki, basically, there are many golf courses that could have gone right not for Kibaki. As you rightly said, Meru went, Embu went, others were in the process of being grabbed, but from a political point of view, late President Kibaki and Duncan Degwa played a major role to ensure that these golf courses were not touched.
I think also just to mention, there was a Nubian golf course in Nairobi also that went.
Yes, there was a golf course in Kibera. Kikuyus used to call it Kibera, but it's actually called Kibra, which is where they built the wood estate. Because Nubians were the first, actually, say, Africans to play golf. And they were very noticeable because they had these nice jackets they used to wear. You cannot say those were the actual first Africans to play golf. And they used to play at Kibera. And then later, when Kibera went, they started joining now the railways. They just joined the Royal Nairobi Golf Club. And they used to have even matches against those clubs. And they're very proud kind of people. The Africans, especially most, if you look at the spread of golf courses, they follow the White Highlands. From the coast that goes all the way.
Yes.
You find in the northern of Kenya, those hardly any golf courses. They all follow the White Highlands.
Actually, south of the railway, there is no golf course.
There's no golf course.
And north of the railway,
there's no golf course. They basically followed that White Highlands because it's the white people who actually started these golf courses. And at one time, because now leadership came into challenge, the Mzungu leadership needed to be changed because also the Mzungu were denying Africans a chance to join golf courses. And that is when the Africans now formed the Tobago Golfing Society. basically to agitate for the rights of Africans to be able to play, to join the golf clubs. And they also had the Tobago Golfing Society, because now they couldn't join the other golf clubs. Now they had some land which was donated in Karura Forest. But then by the time it was realized, the whole battle of joining the golf courses had ended. And now the Mzungus had agreed to let the Africans join the golf courses. So you find that around now the early 70s and all the way down, the membership of Africans in golf courses increased. Yeah, the one which really admitted Africans mainly was Sigona, because Sigona, the foundation of Sigona was very different from the other golf courses, because Sigona was started as a nested golf course. There was a company that was growing water trees in Sigona, in Kikuyu, so they created that golf course for their own recreation. And then when the estate was sold, some of it was bought to
that.
Yeah.
Well, Samkama, we'll be coming back to you, and we'll talk about some golf courses and somebody who was a commissioner for land, J.R. Jenga, and how they worked with President Kibaki and Duncan Debo about particular golf courses. We'll be coming that. But right now, let's go over to Parliament buildings. And this is where the leadership of the country and members of the public have an opportunity to view the body of former President Mwai Kibaki as it lies on state on that catafalque at the Speaker's Walk at Parliament buildings. And we've got Beatrice Gatonye ready to give us an update on proceedings there and how every arrangement that has been put in place, and speak to Kenya's leadership and also members of the public as they pay their last respects to former President Mwai Kibaki.
Shukran Daniel Wahome kutoka studioni. Naja kwako tena mara nyingine kutoka majengo ya bunge, ambapo bila shaka milango ya majengo haya yamefunguliwa kwa ajili ya Wakenya kutoa heshima zao za mwisho kwa mwenda zake rais wa tatu wa Jamhuri ya Kenya Mwai Kibaki. Naungana naye katibu mkuu wa chama cha wafanyakazi hapa nchini KOTU, Dr. Francis Atoli, ambaye pia ameweza kufika hapa na kutoa heshima zake za mwisho. Labda daktari, tueleze kwa ufupi tu, ulimjuaje hayati Mwai Kibaki?
Hayati Mwai Kibaki ni mtu ambaye nilimfahamu sana kwa muda mrefu sana, kwa ajili alipotoka katika chuo kikuu cha Makerere. Tulikuwa wadogo sana, akajiunga na wanaharakati wakati huo, marehemu Tom Mboya, akawa appointed executive officer wa chama chetu cha KANU. Offices zake zilikuwa hapo Mfangano Street, hapo ndio kulikuwa ni makao makuu ya chama chetu cha KANU, na yeye akawa ni mshauri wa mambo ya kiuchumi na mambo ya kisiasa kwa bwana Tom Mboya, ambaye walifanya kazi karibu na hayati mzee Jomo Kenyatta. Na wakati alipokuja kwa bunge akiwakilisha Donholm constituency, ambayo ni Makadara constituency sasa kule Eastlands, alikuwa appointed waziri wa fedha. Wakati alipokuwa waziri wa fedha alifanya kazi mingi sana. Jambo lilo alifanya la kwanza ilikuwa ni kusaini mkataba kati ya Kenya na OAU, Organization of African Unity, ambayo na African Union sasa katika ile kitengo chake cha Economic Commission for Africa. Yeye ndiye alituingiza huko, tukawa kama member state, and up to now we are members of the Economic Commission of Africa, ambayo ni inafanya kazi na African Union kule Addis Ababa. Yeye pia katika ile United Nations Commission, Economic Commission, ambayo inaangalia mambo ya kiuchumi, ilikuwa ni annual meeting, ilikuwa inakutana kule Brussels, Belgium. Namkumbuka Kibaki sana, yeye ndiye alikuwa anawakilisha mawaziri nchi yetu katika kiwa waziri wa fedha katika mkutano annual meeting ya Brussels ya kuangalia mambo ya uchumi duniani kabla hawajaanza mambo ya G7, G20 na mambo mengine kama hiyo. Kulikuwa na annual meeting ya kuangazia mambo ya uchumi duniani. Kibaki alikuwa anatuwakilisha. Akafika pahali ambapo wakati wa East African Community, tulipokuwa na East African Community, alikuwa anaongoza mawaziri wa Afrika Mashariki katika huo mkutano kule Brussels, Belgium. Alafu akaendelea namna hivyo akiwa waziri wa fedha na waziri wa wafanyikazi wakati huo Ngala Mwendwa na wengine ambao walikuwako wakati huo. Bwana Julius Gikonyo akiwa Minister wa Trade and Industry, na Bwana James Sogo Nahwanga akiwa waziri wa local government. Kibaki ndiye alikuwa mtu wa kwanza kutangaza mambo ya minimum wage, akagazeti hii mishahara. Unaona wafanyikazi wakipigania kila siku, tunataka mishahara ya minimum wage iongozwe. Kabla nchi yoyote ya Afrika haijakumbuka maneno kama hiyo, Kenya ilikuwa nchi ya kwanza kuweka mkataba wa minimum wage na kukubaliwa na International Labour Organization kama nchi ambayo imetekeleza zile ILO convention ambazo zinahusiana na mambo ya mishahara ya wafanyikazi ya chini. Kibaki aliendelea namna hivyo. Alifanya katika wizara nyingi, wizara ya nini, wizara zote alifanya, lakini ile wizara nyingine naweza kumkumbuka nayo ilikuwa wizara ya afya. Yeye ndiye alitoa gazettement ya mambo ya provision of private medical practice. Hizo hospitali unaona za private, yeye ndiye aliwakubalia kusema ya kwamba sasa zile zahanati za serikali ambazo zilikuwa nyingi kule Kaloleni, Rodesa hapa katika Redwe na zingine kule Jericho 24 hours, Makadara na nyingi moja ilikuwa kule Kangemi, ile ilikuwa ya Dr. Mungai, Njoroge Mungai alikuwa na kliniki yake ambazo zilikuwa zinafanya kazi hata usiku. Kibaki alifanya kazi mingi sana ya kualao wa Kenya kuanzisha mahospitali zao na kila kitu akiwa waziri wa afya. Na baadaye nataka kumalizia nikisema ya kwamba alipochukua watamu wa kuongoza nchi hii mwaka 2002, baada ya miaka alichukua kama sisi watu wa KANU tumeweka uchumi chini sana, ilikuwa iko -2% of our total GDP. Alitumia maajabu sana. Tukifika mwaka 2005 economy yetu ilikuwa iko between 5 and 6% of our total GDP. Tukienda fighting 2007 political disagreement na 2008 we were at 7.1 of our total GDP kwa ajili ya Kibaki. Na 2005 banks zilikuwa zinafanya hawking kwa nana nataka pesa. Ukiwa na payslip unapatiwa $1,000,000, $2,000,000 kwa ajili pesa ilikuwa mingi wakati wake, na dilapidated infrastructure ambayo ilikuwa mbaya yote alitengeneza. Hata Nairobi kulikuwa na potholes kwa streets, yeye Kibaki ndiye alitengeneza hizo. Hata njia yetu ya kwenda kwangu, mimi naishi kwa njia ya Kabarak, ya kwenda kwa mzee hayati mzee Moi, ilikuwa iko na potholes. Kibaki ndiye alitutengenezea. Na ikifika wakati mwaka 2007 sisi kama wafanyikazi alitutambua, akanifanya MBS. 2012 alipokuwa anaondoka akanipa national order, ile national order of elder of burning spear na wenzangu wengi. Na on top of that, si kama wafanyikazi tutamkumbuka, alitupatia 500 million Kenya shillings kujenga resource center at Tom Mboya Labour College, which is now worth 1 billion Kenya shillings. Ukiangalia sasa, sisi tuna mambo mengi sana tunaweza kusema kutoka usubuhi kumkumbuka mwenzetu hayati mzee mdadisi wa kiuchumi katika nchi yetu Mwai Kibaki ambaye ametuondokea. Yeah.
Kwa hivyo utasema wakati wa uongozi wake wafanyakazi maisha yao iliboreka, mfuko wao ukawa bora zaidi?
Absolutely, wa Kenya wote walipata, hata wale ambao ni wafanyi biashara. Kulikuwa na circulation ya currency nyingi, na pia he tamed corruption because Kibaki alikuwa anafanya kazi, ikifika saa 11 ana retire kwa nyumba yake, anaenda kupumzika na wajukuu wake. Hakukuwa na cartels around him. Unajua ukiwa kiongozi na cartels wako karibu, wana attract, wana kuconvince kuingilia kwa mambo ya biashara ambayo sio sawa, mambo ya kuuliza tenders za serikali, procurement gani unataka kuprocure for government, na hapo ndio hii mambo ya corruption inaanzia, kama ile mliona ya mambo ya Kemri na nini, mambo kama hayo. Na sisi KEMSA, na sisi tunasema Kibaki alijaribu sana kuseed loophole. Jambo lingine, yeye alikuwa disciplinarian. Kama wewe ni rafiki yake na unasikika kwa mambo isiyo sawa, ama unachunguzwa na kuweka kando, ungeliendelea kukaa kwa ofisi yake. Na wewe ukikumbuka the best minister of finance tumekuwa na yeye, baada ya yeye alikuwa Mwiraria, lakini Kibaki alimweka kando kwa mambo ya uchunguzi kwa allegation, na wengine wengi ambao walikuwa marafiki zake wa karibu, yeye hakujali. Kama wewe una allegation fulani, anasema usisonge karibu mpaka ufanyiwe uchunguzi, na hiyo ilileta corruption Kenya chini sana.
Asante daktari. Miezi michache kutoka sasa Kenya itakuwa ikielekea katika uchaguzi mkuu, na mengi ambayo unazungumzia kuhusu hayati Mwai Kibaki ni kuhusiana na jinsi ambavyo aliweza kuwasaidia Wakenya na kuboresha maisha ya Wakenya. Sijui ujumbe wako kwa Wakenya wakati kama huu ambapo tunamwomboleza kiongozi huyu ambaye umemsifu sana, wanapowachagua viongozi tunapoelekea katika uchaguzi.
Mimi nafikiria ile price, the heavy price tunaweza kulipa kwa heshima ya Kibaki kwa nchi yetu, tuwe na uchaguzi wa amani. Na pia nawaomba viongozi ambao nawajua sana wanatafuta uongozi, wasiwe watu wa kuavenge na revenge na kusema maneno ya kusema mimi nitaonana na huyu, nitafanya hii, nikipata hii kiti nitanyonga watu, nikifanya hii kiti nitafanya. Ningeliapili sana tuwe na uchaguzi wenye amani kwa heshima yake mzee Mwai Kibaki. Alikuwa mtu wa amani, alikuwa gentleman. Vile President Uhuru alitoa katika speech yake, alisema Kibaki was the only gentleman in Kenya's politics, and indeed he was. He didn't play it rough. So ningelipendelea sana tumuige na tujaribu sana baada ya uchaguzi wa tarehe 9 ambao mimi kwangu naamini utakuwa wa amani, na tuweke amani kwa ajili wakati matata inapotokea ama fujo yoyote, ni mfanyikazi, mama na mtoto ndio wanaumia. Hakuna wakubwa, wote wanakuwa in safe place. Kwa hivyo tungelipendelea uchaguzi unaokuja tarehe 9 uwe uchaguzi wa amani. Tukubaliane hata kama hatushare opinion moja, tukae kama mandugu. Na yeyote atakayechukua sio mgeni kutoka nchi ya Kenya, ni Mkenya. Lazima tumkubali na tumumpe support.
Asante sana kwa muda wako. Huyo ni katibu mkuu wa chama cha wafanyakazi hapa nchini Kenya, Dr. Francis Atoli, akitoa maoni yake kuhusiana na jinsi ambavyo aliweza kumfahamu hayati Mwai Kibaki. Naungana naye mwenyekiti wa maendeleo ya wanawake, na bila shaka nitafurahi sana kujumuika naye kwa sasa, atueleze zaidi kuhusiana na hisia zake baada ya kupokea taarifa za kifo cha aliyekuwa rais wa Kenya Mwai Kibaki. Hisia zako zilikuwa zipi na ni yapi ambayo utamkumbuka?
Wacha niseme kwanza pole sana kama nchi kwa niaba ya maendeleo ya wanawake. Board niko na katibu wa chama. Sisi kama wamama tunaomboleza kifo cha our third president. We are also thanking God for giving him 90 years of life. It is not skipping our thinking that we just lost Mama Lucy in 2015. He could have pulled a little longer. However, this is where we are. So we thank God for the life lived. Sisi kama maendeleo, we've been lucky to work with all the presidents of this nation, starting with the founding father, with the second president, and now with President Kibaki. What I would say is that we are in a national water harvesting project, which is its own Vision 2030, and we thank God that we are working on it. We started during his lifetime. On a personal level, we also need to say as an institution that during our 60th anniversary, and you have all seen us celebrating 70th anniversary, first of all, we have postponed our celebrations for Nyanza were supposed to be on Wednesday. We have postponed due to the loss of President Kibaki. But to say that the 60th anniversary, he supported us financially, and we had a whole day with him in KICC in 2012. I remember I chaired that committee. And to say that as Maendeleo, we have been grateful to what he has done for this nation. I think I want to talk about a sacrifice. For so many years, he left Makerere. He would have gotten big jobs like in the world back then in the 60s, and he came to serve his nation. So as a mother, grandmother, and as a women institution, we feel that we need to literally look at the sacrifices of our leaders, because in leadership there's got to be a sacrifice, and we are humbled by the sacrifices he did, very educated, and yet choose to work with this nation, which he has done for the last 50 years. We also thank God for the handover of power from him to President Kenyatta, very smoothly, calmly, and we say that to the President and the First Lady, this is a president who brought them up as a child. We tell them pole, but the good Lord, who has taken President Kibaki. Let us emulate him as Kenyans. We are very quick in saying things, but we need to walk this journey of sacrifice. And because it is an electioneering time, we must ask ourselves, what sacrifice have I done, Rahab, to be where I am? Have you done to be where you are? These quick fixes are not going to help this nation. And so for me, we must really deep this week ask ourselves where we are taking Kenya. So with those many remarks, asanteni sana. We wish the family of President Kibaki, his children, his grandchildren, his family, entire family, God's blessings as they release him to his maker. Asanteni sana.
Asante sana. God bless you.
Asante.
Pia najumuika naye mbunge Amolo Otiende ambaye pia ameweza kufika katika majengo haya ya bunge ili kutoa heshima zake za mwisho kwa hayati Mwai Kibaki. Asante sana kwa kujumuika nami hapa KBC Channel 1. Labda utupe tu hisia zako kuhusiana na kifo cha mwenda zake, na ni yapi ambayo unamkumbuka ama mambo ambayo wewe unaweza kumbuka kwamba kama kiongozi ambayo hayati Mwai Kibaki aliweza kuyafanya na ameweza kulisaidia taifa hili kusonga mbele.
Asante. Mwenda zake hayati Mwai Kibaki alikuwa mwana Kenya halisi. Alikuwa mwana Kenya, ingawa alikuwa mwanasiasa, ni mwanasiasa yule alipenda Kenya kushinda vitu vyake. Hasa namkumbuka sana mwaka wa 2009. Wakati huo nilichaguliwa kama mmoja wao wa Committee of Experts wa kuandika katiba. Na kuna wengi ambao hawakutaka katiba, kuna wengi ambao walipendekeza mambo fulani ambazo hazikuwa kwenye katiba. Na ni wengi sana walienda kwa mzee Mwai Kibaki wakamwambia avunje hiyo kamati ya expert. Mwai Kibaki aliwasikiza, ndiposa akatuita sisi sote, akaita yule alikuwa mkuu wa sheria wakati huo Amos Wako, amuelezee ni kazi gani tumefanya na tumefika wapi. Akasikiza kwa makini, baadaye akasema sasa nimeridhika. Wale ambao walikuwa napendekeza tuvunjwe, akawaambia sasa nyinyi nendeni mfanye kazi na Committee of Experts, na kama hamtaki mkae kando. Hivyo ndivyo tulikuwa tukaja tukapata katiba mpya ambao tuko nayo mpaka wa leo. Katiba ambayo wengi wamesema ni moja ya katiba zile nzuri hapa duniani sana. Pia lazima ikumbukwe kwamba Mwai Kibaki kama economist alijaribu sana akapeleka nchi juu kushinda vile ilikuwa hapo mbeleni. Na ingawa tunamshukuru, saa zingine watu wanasahau kwamba pia walikuwa na Raila Amolo Odinga wakati huo, vile alikuwa president, Raila alikuwa prime minister. Nafikiria kwa fikra zangu, kama kuna yule anaweza kuja karibu sana na pale Mwai Kibaki alikuwa, anaweza tu kwa Raila Amolo Odinga. Wakati huu tuna wanasiasa wengi ambao hawapendi vitu vya nchi, wanapenda vitu binafsi. Na hisi na nawaomba wanasiasa wenzangu tujaribu sana tufanyie wananchi kazi, tusijifanyie kazi, tusijitafutie.
Kwa hivyo wewe umekuwa mbunge kwa muda na nadhani kwamba pia bado unaendelea kutafuta nyadhifa fulani wakati tunaelekea katika uchaguzi. Wakati ambapo umetazama mwili wa Mwai Kibaki na kukumbuka mambo ambayo ameweza kulifanyia taifa hili, yapi ambayo unajifunza wewe kama kiongozi, na mahali ambapo labda katika wadhifa ambao unataka kuwania kwa sasa, jinsi ambavyo utakavyowasaidia wananchi?
Ni kweli kwamba mimi nimekuwa mbunge wa Rarieda na pia bado naendelea kuomba wananchi wa Rarieda wanirudishe kwa bunge, kwani sitafuti kiti kingine ila tu hiyo ya Rarieda. Kile ni vile nimetazama mwili ya Mwai Kibaki, lile jambo nimefikiria sana ni utulivu kwa siasa na pia kujitolea. Kama tungekuwa na wanasiasa tuseme tu zaidi ya nusu, kama wangekuwa watulivu na wangekuwa wanajitolea, hii nchi ingeenda mbele sana. Naomba sana wananchi watafute wanasiasa wale wa kujitolea, wale wa kusaidia wananchi, sio wa kujitafutia binafsi. Yeah.
Asante sana kwa maoni yako. Haya, mbunge wa Rarieda, eneo bunge la Rarieda, Amolo Otiende akitoa maoni yake kuhusiana na jinsi alivyomfahamu hayati Mwai Kibaki, akizungumzia sana kuhusiana na jinsi ambavyo waliweza kuiunda katiba mpya ambayo mwaka 2010 chini ya uongozi wa Mwai Kibaki iliweza kupita, na ndio katiba ambayo tunaitumia kwa sasa. Ni maoni mbalimbali kutoka kwa viongozi mbalimbali ambao wanafika hapa kutoa heshima zao za mwisho katika majengo ya bunge hapa ambapo mwili wake Mwai Kibaki umelazwa, na tutakuwa tukiendelea kujumuika na viongozi hawa ambao wanafika hapa mmoja baada ya mwingine, na tutakuwa tukisikia maoni yao kuhusiana na jinsi ambavyo walimfahamu na yale ambayo wameweza kujifunza na uongozi wake hayati Mwai Kibaki, na hasa kama jinsi ambavyo tumesikia kutoka kwa Dr. Francis Atoli, amemfahamu zaidi kutoka wakati wa shule na hata wakati ambapo anakuja kuwa rais wa Kenya. Hivyo basi, mtazamaji, ni hapa katika majengo ya bunge ambapo milango ya bunge hili imefunguliwa kwa Wakenya wote kuweza kufika hapa ili kutoa heshima zao kwa mwenda zake hayati Mwai Kibaki. Shughuli hii ambayo imeanza hivi leo itaendelea hapo kesho, na siku ya Jumatano ndio itakayokuwa siku ya mwisho kwa Wakenya kutazama mwili huu, na kisha siku ya Ijumaa imetangazwa kuwa ni siku ya mapumziko, na kisha siku ya Jumamosi itakuwa ndio siku rasmi ambapo mwili wake utaweza kulazwa huko Othaya, kaunti ya Nyeri. Nikiwa na mwenzangu Isaac Lemoka, mtazamaji, tuko hapa katika majengo ya bunge na tutakuwa tukiendelea kukupasha na kukueleza zaidi kuhusiana na yale ambayo yanaendelea katika eneo hili, na kurejesha studioni.
Shukran sana Beatrice Gatonye Ngetich katika majengo ya bunge kwa mahojiano hayo ambayo umefanya na viongozi wa hapa nchini. And welcome back. It's the conversation that we are having right here in studio as we honor an icon of the Republic of Kenya, former President Mwai Kibaki, who passed away aged 90 on Thursday night. And the conversations that we are having, even as members of the public get to view his body as it lies in state at the Speaker's Walk at the Parliament buildings, is his contribution to sport. That is what we are talking about, and we are with a golf writer and historian, Sam Kamau. And if you're joining us, Sam Kamau together with Larry Ngara have a book that is published. It's known as Kenya Through the Lens of Golf, a history of golf in this country, going back 116 years plus. But for former President Mwai Kibaki, everyone knew he loved golf. He played the game and was patron of the Kenya Golf Union from 1978. But one of the things he did was stop the grab of land that golf clubs sat on. And Sam, you told us about how Embu and Meru got lost, but let's talk about in case of Kiambu Golf Club. What was the role of former Central Bank Governor Duncan Ndegwa, former President Mwai Kibaki, and the then Commissioner for Lands, Mr. Jenga? How did they get Kiambu to stay?
Kiambu, the reason why people wanted to take Kiambu is because of the Kiambu Institute of Science and Technology. So they said they needed land to build the institution. So they said there is so many acres here that these Muzungus are hitting golf balls and we do not know what they are doing, so why can't we just grab it and build the institute there? But then through the efforts of Kibaki, late Nginyo Kariuki, as you say, Commissioner J.R. Jenga and all that, an approach was made to Bio Koinange. And they went and said, now we can have this land that these Muzungus are playing this little game. As you know, that back at that time, Lady Mio Koinange was very close to Lady Kenyatta. So that was almost like a pathway to try and see whether Kenyatta can actually authorize it. But then Pio told them, go and find out if those Muzungus can give you land elsewhere so that we can be able to build that school elsewhere. the Mzungus were told to give some land. There was some land, a couple of acres that they agreed to donate from one of the coffee estates. By that time, alternative land had been found where the the Kiambu Institute of Science and Technology sits. And Harambee was made to be able to buy that land and build the institution there. That is how Kiambu was saved. But we can see why it's not for all those political machinations, it could also have gone. The land which was donated by the whites, the white farmers, they wanted to give it back to the white farmers, but then we told them, why should we give back land which has been donated? And that is where they built currently the Kiambu High School. Yeah.
Well, quite some interesting stories about this. Another club, the County Council of Kisii then wanted to take over Kisii Club. What was the workaround? Kisii
was more or less on what you call a public, it still is on that public sports ground. Because Kisii, you could go and there was a golf course, you could go and graze cows there as well and all that, but that has now stopped. So again, it was also the same clamor for land. What are these people doing on these little hitting golf balls around here? Why can't we take it? But again, through the efforts and political machinations of the patron and Kibaki and others, it was also saved. Plus also for former chairman of the union, Chris Obura, and all those kind of things. There was a lot of work behind the scenes to try and save these golf courses. Because at least, I think all of them, at one time or the other, suffered or faced some threat of being repossessed. But there was these political machinations behind the games, behind all this, is what saved most of these golf courses. Kibaki, Duncan Degwa, with the others that I've just mentioned, Bio Koinange, there's so many others who played behind the scenes to make sure that these golf courses were saved. There was a lot of work from a political point of view that ensured that these golf courses were saved. Surprisingly, or sadly, Meru and Embu did not survive.
Well, let's talk about some of the ironies of this. Is that one of the gentlemen who was behind the Africanization of this process, the Africanization, and said, look, we need to do away with these golf clubs. They are symbols of colonialism. His son went on to become one of the best, a great amateur golfer. I think still at Muthaiga, they still call him Kenya One, talking about Wachira Mahehu.
Yes.
Son to the former PC, Eliud Mahehu.
Yes.
How did the relationship change once, he sees the people he's working with in government are in the sport and, getting good at it?
That is actually a very interesting irony because Mahehu is associated with a lot of loss of some of these golf clubs, including part of Nyali and all those kind of things. But as I write in my book, it was just the signs of the times that perhaps maybe he didn't quite understand what these things were all about. And in the generational transition, his son turned out to be a very good golfer. And even himself, Mr. Mahehu himself, became an ardent supporter of the game through his company Liaison Insurance Brokers. He used to sponsor a lot of golf tournaments. So it was basically, I think it was more like the times that he didn't quite understand what these things were. And he was actually a very powerful provincial commissioner, as you may remember. And again, also, Meru and Embu did not have that many golfers. So the threat, the opposition was not as strong as in the other golf clubs. So you find that if an approach is made, there's not much opposition. There's not much opposition because there are not many golfers in Embu and Meru back in the day. So that's how they ended up disappearing. Yeah.
Now let's also talk about a little bit of politics. Something odd happened in the days of. There was there was a de facto one-party state. Then, after 1982, Kenya became officially a one-party state. And as vice president, a KANU membership drive happened at a golf course. A KANU membership drive.
Yes.
What was that story?
There was you can imagine back in the day the clamor to appear politically correct. So that is what led to that. And there was a drive whereby people are supposed to become KANU Life members. It was basically just political correctness. There was nothing more than that, because if you're not seen to be politically correct, you remember look back how it was in those days, then a lot of things could happen. Late Daniel Moi was not a very good golfer, was not a very ardent golfer himself, but his son is an ardent golfer, Gideon. In fact, I think Moi only attended the Kenya Open once when he was vice president. He's never attended any other Open at all. But as I say, that membership drive was basically just for political correctness. There was nothing else than that.
What was the reaction like when golfers, you go to this private members club and you are telling them to sign up for this red book that had membership, one huge membership stamp?
Huge membership stamp just
for the KANU. You remember the KANU?
Yeah,
Wanachama wa KANU. And with that stamp.
Yeah, those were as I was telling you, those was basically political correctness. And even at one time, the golfers donated money for the National Farming Relief Fund, which was taken to State House again to try and speak to the president and show that we are still with you. That don't become too hard on us. It was basically political correctness. And being a KANU Life member didn't necessarily imply anything else. We were just a KANU Life member.
But it just worked at that point.
It worked at that particular time and point. It had to work because that was what was happening. Yeah, so you might everybody was becoming a KANU Life member here, and then everybody was becoming KANU Life member, or KANU member. I remember at that time I was also writing for the Kenya Times, and we had to join KANU and pay for membership cards for KANU. Yeah.
So, let's also now talk about former President Mwai Kibaki as an opposition leader, presidential candidate in 1992 and 1997, losing to former President Moi at both times.
Yes.
How then did he cushion his role as KGU patron while at the same time being one of the opposition leaders in Kenya?
Daniel, as you can say about late President Kibaki, he knew how to handle himself very well. Even the way he conducted his affairs when he became president. He knew what was needed, he knew what was supposed to be done at a particular time and point. Because Kibaki, despite being a politician, he never discussed politics in the golf clubs. In fact, if you try to speak politics to him in the golf club, he'd brush you off. He never wanted to discuss politics in the golf clubs.
Yeah, we've had people being brushed off, and I wouldn't want to brush him off from former President Kibaki.
He'll brush you off completely. If you go there and start talking to politics to him, he'll just completely brush you off. That is how he managed to keep his politics and his opposition and his golf completely away in two different lanes. And he did mix the two of them. He never even in his speeches in the golf clubs, he never talked politics at all. At all.
Actually, what were some of the quips he would drop for you whenever there was a golf tournament, maybe a club night at Muthaiga, or there is, let's talk about the Kenya Amateur Golf Championship events?
He will just pick something that is perhaps maybe the topic of the day, and you speak about it completely off the cuff, and he would put in some hilarious comments about it. But I remember one thing he used to urge the golfers used to come and play the Kenya Open is visit, don't just come here and play golf and go away. Visit, we have some very nice national parks and what have you, and game reserve. Take time to understand our country. Don't just play golf and take off to the next plane. He always repeated that in every golf tournament.
In 1976, he donated a trophy. It's still contested at Nyeri Club.
Yes.
It's known as the Kibaki Trophy, and I think there's also one at Nyali.
Yeah, there used to be one at Nyali. I don't know if it's still there, but there used to be one at Nyali.
So, how much of the sponsorships that he gave to the golfing community throughout for 46 years and counting?
Given his love for the game, I think that was to him a way of giving back to the game. That's why he started the Kibaki trophies. And even any other sponsorship he would do, like remember they used to sponsor some ladies championships at Muthaiga as well. And the league has continued. I'm sure it will continue even now after his demise. The Kibaki trophy will continue because that's another way of honoring him, to make sure at least we continue playing that Kibaki trophy. And the people, we would drive all the way from Kiambu and go and play in it. It was hilarious. It was a nice weekend in Nyeri to go and play the Kibaki trophy. Then he would come and then he will sit with us and enjoy himself, have his beer, and that was it.
And I mean, Look, the stories of the 19th hole, if you were to talk about, what is the one message that he kept, reminding the members at Muthaiga or Nyeri Club when he went for the Kibaki Trophy, or any other golf club that he visited?
One of the things I remember that was very hilarious about Moi Kibaki, he used to like playing golf in jeans.
Jeans are not allowed on the course. Let's start there.
No, let's start from there. Now, that is what was wonderful. And normally, now everybody was not right. Who's going to tell him to remove the jeans? So finally, we all accept, let him just play golf in jeans. After all, let the old man just enjoy himself. He wants to play golf in jeans, but he was the only person I know who has ever played golf in jeans. Because he always used to like playing golf in jeans. That no other sort of trousers that used to like, and it were not allowed to play it. So after some time, we realize there's no need of us keeping on bothering the old man about jeans. Let him just continue playing golf in jeans. But one of the things we remember at the 19th basically was he had, especially after he's had his beer, he had a lot of very funny quips that he would actually tell golfers, the stories of Tufanye kazi, all those type, Tufanye kazi. He was very fond of reminding people to work and work hard. And also he was very much against corruption. Yeah.
Well, and we very well know what happens in a game of golf. If you cheat on your card, even if you are the winner, then it is
disqualification.
Disqualification.
Yes.
Direct disqualification.
Direct disqualification.
Now, working for the Kenya golfing family, what is the legacy that is being put in place? I know on Saturday I spoke with Peter Kigoro, the chairman of the Kenya Golf Union, and he said, look, as a board, let us first mourn and go sit and look for a new patron. But what are some of the legacy programs that he had?
President Kibaki, the legacy program, as I say, is that element of the political interference to avoid golf courses getting grabbed. The other legacy was support and building of the Kenya Open into what it is today.
Yes.
Today is a European tour. It's a huge tournament worldwide. It's part of the bigger DP World Tour. And the other legacy was his correctness and forthrightness. As we rightly said, if you cheat on golf, you get a disqualification. Kibaki, he was not a very good golfer, but he was a good golfer. He was just like most of the others. But you cannot say that he was like Awashira Mahe, for instance. No, he was not in that level. And he used to teach correctness and try to keep away sport and politics. That, to me, was one thing I really admired about him, that he kept politics completely away from the game. Directly, completely. Even when he became an opposition leader, even when he became president, he kept those two completely separate.
Actually, interesting that you mentioned politics. I think in 2008, in March, after the 2007 elections, they get to an agreement with former Prime Minister Raila Odinga, and then Raila Odinga somehow, he's now Prime Minister designate, shows up at the Kenya Open Golf Championships and tries to describe the game. Says, in football we are told this is a game for gentlemen played by thugs. I think rugby is a game for thugs played by gentlemen. But golf is a game for gentlemen played by gentlemen.
Yes. Yeah.
How were these political intrigues working around this sport?
The key thing, as I said, Daniel, is that Kibaki had a way, even when the then Prime Minister designate came to the Kenya Open at Karen, he had a way of making sure that the two do not mix completely. Because even if Raila tried to bring those kind of things, Kibaki would obviously brush it aside. He never liked politics as far as the sport is concerned. He never liked discussing it at all. Even in his speeches during the Kenya Open, even as vice president, even as minister for finance, even as president, he never mentioned politics. That's one thing I really admire about late President Kibaki. And I think if all future politicians can be like Kibaki, I think the game would be.
From a personal perspective, having covered golf for 3 publications and actually even coming up with your own magazine, you could tell us about an incident where, you sat with him and he told you, and got you engaged as when he was patron.
Late President Kibaki and I, we were quite close actually in golfing. So he used to like sitting with me at the 19th, and he will give me all sort of stories about golf. I would ask him, how did this happen? Then he would tell me what happened. I learned a lot from him as far as the history of golf is concerned. But as I say again, I never mentioned the word politics. If you mention politics, it just brush you off. In fact, when he became president, and I was in State House and I was in the lineup to say hello to him, aliniuliza, kijana umepotelea wapi wewe? So I did not know whether to give him my business card or what to do. But he was a very hilarious old man.
Now, for those who for example, for a club like Nyeri, which would be considered his alternative home club after Muthaiga, what are some of the things that you would like to see happen and grow? Because actually Nyeri Club was one of those that was also supposed to go.
Nyeri Club was also supposed to go as well. What I would like to see happen in Nyeri is to make sure they retain the Kibaki trophy. It will be a dishonor to late President Kibaki if that trophy was discontinued. I think it should go and perpetuate and continue his legacy, because I'm sure even his children and grandchildren would like to continue with it. That's what I would say most about what Nyeri would do to keep the legacy of President Kibaki.
This year, we were told that we know that the Kenya Open Golf Championship, it's going to remain a DP World Tour for another year. I think President Uhuru Kenyatta told the board, baada ya hapo muongee na yule ataingia. I think that. How then do we keep the Open legacy in Kenya as
a DP,
as a DP World Tour event, and also as what we'd say one of Africa's premier championship events?
I would say I'll be speculating if I actually told you what would happen, but at least we are safe for another 1 year as a DP World Tour, as we're going through an election in the next so many months. So depending on who takes over, as President Uhuru said, atuongee na haya wamwambie ndio tunataka kufanya. Obviously, there's nothing else you could do. It would be a pity if we lost the DP status because of maybe political changeover or something like that. That to me would be a sad ending to the Open.
Well, Sam Kamau, he's a golf writer and historian. He published a book together with Larry Ngala, who's been a long-term writer for golf and Kenya through the lens of golf. And as a closing word, 12 people were inducted into the Kenya Open Hall of Fame. President Mwai Kibaki was one of them. There's Richard Kimoli. I know even your co-author, Larry Ngala. You could basically tell us, that moment about when they were inducted to that Hall of Fame.
The induction to the Hall of Fame, basically, it's like sort of a recognition of contribution.
Kumbu kumbu ku.
Yeah, of you, the honoree, to that particular thing. Either it's the Kenya Open or maybe it's the Hall of Fame of Hollywood or wherever it is. That is basically what it is. And I think for those people who were inducted into that Hall of Fame, I think to them it must have been a culmination of what they've done for the Kenya Open. Kimoli and Ngala and all those people who were actually inducted to that Hall of Fame. That's what I would say about it.
Well, former President Mwai Kibaki, one of the 12 inductees into it. Thank you very much, Mr. Sam Kamau. He's a golf writer and historian, telling us about the lifetimes of former President Mwai Kibaki. And yes, got invited to State House at the very first time and was asked, kijana ulipotelea wapi? So he remembered his friends at all times. Honoring an icon, that is what KBC is doing, going on now until Friday. And remember that from today, we had His Excellency, the President, Uhuru Kenyatta, and First Lady Her Excellency Margaret Kenyatta leading the country in paying their last respect to former President Mwai Kibaki at the Speaker's Walk. Remember, his body is lying in state there today, tomorrow, and Wednesday. For 3 days, members of the public will be able to view the body, and on Thursday, the body will move away from Parliament, and then on Friday, we shall have the state funeral, and this is going to have full military honors. There will be protocols and the conveyance of the body of the former president, head of state, under escort, honor gun carriage, accompanied by military musical honors and a 19-gun salute. Remember, for those who are in office and are alive, they get 21. Former office holders get 19. And on Saturday in Othaya, that's when he will be interred at a private ceremony. But before that, there will be a requiem mass that's going to take place at the Othaya Stadium. And all briefings on this, the preparations for Mwai Kibaki's burial, and also the whole protocols to be observed. We shall be getting them from the chairman of the National Funeral Steering Committee, Dr. Fred Matiang'i, who is the Cabinet Secretary for the Interior and Coordination of National Government. And remember, tomorrow at 9 a.m., the condolence book is going to be opened, and after that, you can all those who are across the world, at Kenya's diplomatic missions, at the offices of the national government administrative officers across the country, and at all offices of the three arms of government, the condolence book will be available for signing. Thank you very much for being with us throughout the past 2 hours, and actually from dawn, as we covered the lying in state procession and also that ceremony, plus also the short requiem mass that was conducted by John Cardinal Njoe, who's the Archbishop Emeritus of the Roman Catholic Archdiocese of Nairobi. My name is Daniel Wahome. Coming next is our lunchtime news with Regina Manyara Gitao.
We're off here now.
Visualizing